Recorded Books and One-Click Digital present Ashley Bell by Dean Koontz, narrated by Susie Jackson. Part 1. The Woman Who Intended to Marry a Hero. Chapter 1. The Girl Whose Mind Was Always Spinning. The year that Bibi Blair turned 10, which was 12 years before death came calling on her, the sky was a grim vault of sorrow nearly every day from January through mid-March, and the angels cried down flood after flood upon Southern California. That was how she described it in her diary, a sorrowing sky, the days and nights washed by the grief of angels, though she didn't speculate on the cause of their celestial distress. Even then, she was writing short stories in addition to keeping a diary. That rainy winter, her simple narratives were all about a dog named Jasper, whose cruel master had abandoned him on a storm-swept beach south of San Francisco. In each of those little fictions, Jasper, a gray and black mongrel, found a new home. But at the end of every tale, his haven proved impermanent for one reason or another. Determined to keep his spirits high, good Jasper traveled southward, hundreds of miles, in search of his forever home. Bibi was a happy child, a stranger to melancholy. Therefore, it seemed odd to her then, and for years after, that she should write multiple woeful episodes about a lonely, beleaguered mutt whose search for love was never more than briefly fulfilled. Understanding didn't come to her until after her 22nd birthday. In one sense, everyone is a magpie. Bibi was one, but she didn't know it then. Much time would pass before she recognized some truths that she had hidden away in her magpie heart. The magpie, a bird with striking pied plumage and a long tail, often hoards objects that strike it as significant: buttons, bits of string, twists of ribbon, colorful beads, fragments of broken glass. Having concealed these treasures from the world, the magpie builds a new nest the following year and forgets where its trove is located. Therefore, having hidden its collection even from itself, the bird starts a new one. People hide truths about themselves from themselves. Such self-deception is a coping mechanism, and to one extent or another, most people begin deceiving themselves when they're children. That sodden winter when she was 10, Bibi lived with her parents in a small bungalow in Corona del Mar, a picturesque neighborhood of Newport Beach. Although they were just 3 blocks from the Pacific, they had no ocean view. The first Saturday in April, she was home alone, sitting in a rocking chair on the front porch of the quaint, shingled house as warm rain streamed straight down through the palm trees and the ficuses, as it sizzled on the blacktop like hot oil on a griddle. She wasn't a child who lazed around. Her mind remained always busy, spinning. She had a yellow-lined tablet and a collection of pencils with which she was composing yet another installment in the saga of Lonesome Jasper. Movement at the periphery of her vision caused her to look up, whereupon she discovered a soaked and weary dog ascending the sidewalk from the distant sea. At 10, her sense of wonder had not been worn thin, and she sensed that a surprising turn of events was about to occur. In the grip of an agreeable expectation, she put down the tablet and the pencil, rose from the chair, and went to the head of the porch steps. The dog looked nothing like the lonely mongrel in her stories. The bedraggled golden retriever halted where the bungalow walkway met the public sidewalk. Girl and beast regarded each other. She called to him, "Here, boy, here!" He needed to be coaxed, but eventually he approached the porch and climbed the steps. Bibi stooped to his level to peer into his eyes, which were as golden as his coat. "You stink." The retriever yawned, as if his stinkiness was old news to him. He wore a cracked and filthy leather collar. No license tag dangled from it. There wasn't one of those name and phone number plates riveted to it, which a responsible owner should have provided. Bibi led the dog off the porch, through the rain, around the side of the house, into a brick-paved 30-foot square courtyard, flanked by stuccoed privacy walls along the property lines to the east and west. To the south, stood a two-car garage that opened onto an alleyway. Exterior steps rose to a small balcony and an apartment above the garage. Bibi avoided glancing up at those windows. She told the retriever to wait on the back porch while she went into the house. He surprised her by being there when she returned with 2 beach towels, shampoo, a hairdryer, and a hairbrush. He ran with her across the courtyard, out of the rain and into the garage. After she turned on the lights, after she took the stained and mud-crusted collar from around his neck, she saw something that she hadn't previously noticed. She considered dropping the collar in the garbage can, burying it under other trash. But she knew that would be wrong. Instead, she opened a drawer in the cabinet beside her father's workbench, took one of several chamois cloths from his supply, and wrapped the collar in it. A sound issued from the apartment overhead, a brief, hard clatter. Startled, Bibi looked at the garage ceiling, where the open 4x6 joists were festooned with spider architecture. She thought she heard a low and anguished voice, too. After listening intently for half a minute, she told herself that she must have imagined it. Between 2 of the joists, backlit by a bare, dust-coated bulb in a white ceramic socket, a fat spider danced from string to string, plucking from its silken harp a music beyond human hearing. Bibi thought of Charlotte the spider, who saved Wilbur the pig, her friend, in E.B. White's book Charlotte's Web. For a moment, Bibi was all but unaware of the garage, as an image rose in her mind and became more real to her than reality. Hundreds of tiny young spiders, Charlotte's offspring fresh from her egg sac many weeks after her sad death, standing on their heads and pointing their spinnerets at the sky, letting loose small clouds of fine silk. The clouds form into miniature balloons, and the baby spiders become airborne. Wilbur the pig is overcome with wonder and delight, but also with sadness, while he watches the aerial armada sail away to far places, wishing them well, but sorry to be deprived of this last connection to his lost friend, Charlotte. With a thin whine and soft bark, the dog brought Bibi back to the reality of the garage. Later, after the retriever had been washed and dried and brushed, during a break in the rain, Bibi took him into the house. When she showed him the small bedroom that was hers, she said, "If Mom and Dad don't blow their tops when they see you, then you'll sleep here, with me." The dog watched with interest as Bibi dragged a cardboard box out of the closet. It contained books that wouldn't fit on the already heavily laden shelves flanking her bed. She rearranged the volumes to create a hollow, into which she inserted the chamois-wrapped collar, before returning the box to the closet. "Your name is Olaf," she informed the retriever, and he reacted to this christening by wagging his tail. "Olaf. Someday, I'll tell you why." In time, Bibi forgot about the collar because she wanted to forget. 9 years would pass before she discovered it at the bottom of that box of books. And when she found it, she folded the chamois around it once more and sought a new place in which to conceal it. Chapter 2. 12 years later. Another perfect day in paradise. That second Tuesday in March, with its terrible revelations and the sudden threat of death, would have been the beginning of the end for some people. But Bibi Blair, now 22, would eventually call it Day 1. She woke at dawn and stood at the bedroom window, yawning and watching the still-submerged sun announce its approach with banners of coral-pink light, until at last it surfaced and cruised westward. She liked sunrises, beginnings. Each day started with such promise. Anything good could happen. For Bibi, the word disappointment was reserved for evenings, and only if the day had truly, totally sucked. She was an optimist. Her mother had once said that, given lemons, Bibi wouldn't make lemonade. She would make limoncello. Silhouetted against the morning blue, The distant mountains seemed to be ramparts protecting the magic kingdom of Orange County from the ugliness and disorder that plagued so much of the world these days. Across the California flatlands, the tree-lined street grids and numerous parks of South County's planned communities promised a smooth and tidy life of infinite charms. Bibi needed more than a mere promise. At 22, she had big dreams, though she didn't call them dreams, because dreams were wish-upon-a-star fantasies that rarely came true. Consequently, she called them expectations. She had great expectations, and she could see the means by which she would surely fulfill them. Sometimes she was able to imagine her future so clearly that it almost seemed as if she had already lived it and was now remembering. To achieve your goals, imagination was almost as important as hard work. You couldn't win the prize if you couldn't imagine what it was and where it might be found. Staring at the mountains, Bibi thought of the man she would marry. The love of her life, now half a world away in a place of blood and treachery. She refused to fear too much for him. He could take care of himself in any circumstances. He wasn't a fairy tale hero, but a real one. And the woman who would be his wife had an obligation to be as stoic as he was about the risks he faced. "Love you, Paxton," she murmured, as she often did, as if that declaration were a charm that would protect him, regardless of how many thousands of miles separated them. After showering and dressing for the day, after snaring the newspaper from the doorstep, she went into the kitchen just as her programmed coffee machine drizzled the 6th cup into the Pyrex pot. The blend she preferred was fragrant, and so rich in caffeine that the fumes alone would cure narcolepsy. The vintage dinette chairs featured chrome-plated steel legs and seats upholstered in black vinyl. Very 1950s. She liked the 50s. The world hadn't gone crazy yet. As she sat at a chromed table with a red Formica top, paging through the newspaper, she drank her first coffee of the day, which she called her wind-me-up cup. To compete in an age when electronic media delivered the news long before it appeared in print, the publisher of this paper chose to spend only a few pages on major world and national events in order to reserve space for long human interest stories involving county residents. As a novelist, Bibi approved. Like good fiction, the best history books were less about big events than about the people whose lives were affected by forces beyond their control. However, for every story about a wife fighting indifferent government bureaucrats to get adequate care for her war-disabled husband, there was another story about someone who acquired an enormous collection of weird hats, or who was crusading to be allowed to marry his pet parrot. Like her first cup, her second coffee was black, and Bibi drank it as she ate a chocolate croissant. In spite of all the propaganda, she didn't believe that oceans of coffee, or a diet rich in butter and eggs, was unhealthy. She ate what she wanted, almost in a spirit of defiance, remaining trim and healthy. She had one life, and she meant to live it, bacon and all. As she ate a second croissant, she got a bite that tasted as rancid as spoiled milk. She spat it onto her plate and wiped her tongue with a napkin. The bakery she frequented had always been reliable. She could see nothing wrong with the wad of pastry that she had spit out. She sniffed the croissant, but it smelled all right. No visible foreign substance tainted it. Tentatively, she took another bite. It tasted fine. Or did it? Maybe the faintest trace of something. She put down the croissant. She had lost her appetite. That day's newspaper was thick with weird hat collectors and the like. She put it aside. Carrying a third cup of coffee, she went to her office in the larger of the apartment's 2 bedrooms. At her computer, when she retrieved the unfinished short story she'd been writing on and off for a few weeks, she stared for a while at her byline. Bibi Blair. Her parents had named her Bibi, not because they were cruel or indifferent to the travails of a child saddled with an unusual name, but because they were light-hearted to a fault. Bibi came from the old French bibelot, meaning toy or bauble. She was no one's toy. Never had been, never would be. Another name derived from bibelot was Bubbles. That would have been worse. She would have had to change Bubbles to something less frivolous, or otherwise become a pole dancer. By her 16th birthday, she was accustomed to her name. By the time she was 20, she thought Bibi Blair had a quirky sort of distinction. Nevertheless, sometimes she wondered if she would be taken seriously as a writer with such a name. She scrolled down the page from the byline and stopped at the second paragraph, where she saw a sentence that needed revision. When she began to type, her right hand served her well, but the left fumbled over the keys, scattering random letters across the screen. Her surprise turned to alarm when she realized that she couldn't feel the keys beneath her spasming fingers. The sense of touch had deserted them. Bewildered, she raised the traitorous hand, flexed the fingers, saw them move, but couldn't feel them moving. Although coffee had entirely rinsed away the rancid taste that earlier had spoiled her enjoyment of a second croissant, the same foulness filled her mouth again. She grimaced in disgust and, with her right hand, reached for the coffee. The rim of the cup rattled against her teeth, but the brew once more washed her tongue clean. Her left hand slipped off the keyboard, onto her lap. For a moment she couldn't move it, and in panic she thought, paralysis. Suddenly, a tingling filled the hand, the arm, not that vibratal numbness that followed a sharp blow to the elbow, but a crawling sensation, as if ants were swarming through flesh and bone. As she rolled her chair away from the desk and got to her feet, the tingling spread through the entire left side of her body, from scalp to foot. Although Bibi didn't know what was happening to her, she sensed that she was in mortal peril. She said, "But I'm only 22. Chapter 3. The Salon. Nancy Blair always booked the earliest appointment at Heather Jorgensen's 6-chair salon in Newport Beach, because it was her considered opinion that even the best stylists, like Heather, did less dependable work as the day wore on. Nancy would no sooner have her hair cut in the afternoon than she would schedule an after-dinner facelift. Not that she needed plastic surgery. At 48, she looked 38, at worst 39. Her husband, Murphy, known to all as Murph, said that if she ever let a cosmetic surgeon mess with her face, he would still love her, but he'd start calling her Cruella de Vil, after the stretched-tight villainess in 101 Dalmatians. She had great hair, too, thick and dark, without a fleck of gray. She got it cut every 3 weeks because she liked to maintain a precise look. Her daughter, Bibi, had the same luxurious dark brown hair, almost black, but Bibi wore hers long. The dear girl was always gently pressing her mother to move on from the short and shaggy style. But Nancy was a doer, a goer, always on the run, and she didn't have the patience for the endless fussing that was required to look good with a longer do. After wetting Nancy's hair with a spray bottle, Heather said, "I read Bibi's novel, The Blind Man's Lamp. I really liked it." "Oh, honey, my daughter has more talent in one pinky than most other writers have in their fingers and their thumbs." Even as she made that declaration with unabashed pride, Nancy realized that it was less than eloquent, even a little silly. Whatever the source of Bibi's talent for language, it hadn't come with her mother's genes. "It should have been a bestseller," Heather said. "She'll get there, if that's what she wants. I don't know if it is. I mean, she shares everything with me, but she's guarded about her writing, what she wants. A mysterious girl, in some ways. Bibi was mysterious even as a child. She was like 8 when she made up these stories about a community of intelligent mice that lived in tunnels under our bungalow. Ridiculous stories, but she could almost make you believe them. In fact, we thought for a while she believed in those damn mice. We almost got her therapy. But we realized that she was just Bibi being Bibi, born to tell stories." As an ardent consumer of magazines that chronicled the lives of celebrities in plenty of photos and minimal prose, Heather perhaps hadn't heard Nancy after the 3rd sentence of that long ramble. "But, gee, why wouldn't she want to be a bestseller? And famous?" "Maybe she does, but it's not why she writes. She writes because she has to. She says her imagination is like a boiler that's all the time building up too much pressure. If she doesn't let out some of the steam every day, it'll explode and blow off her head. Wow. Heather's face in the mirror, above Nancy's face, loomed wide-eyed and chipmunky. She was a cute girl. She would have been even cuter if she'd had her upper incisors brought into line with braces. Bibi doesn't mean that literally, of course. Her head isn't going to explode any more than there were intelligent mice living under our bungalow back in the day. Heather's insistent teeth lent a comic quality to her expression of concern. She was adorable. Murph had once declared that if a girl was cute enough, some men found an overbite sexy. Ever since, Nancy had been wary of any attractive woman in her husband's life who needed orthodontal work. Murph had never met Heather. If Nancy had anything to say about it, he never would. Not that he cheated. He didn't. He wouldn't. Maybe he didn't believe that his wife would castrate him with bolt cutters, as she'd sworn she would, but he was smart enough to know that the consequences of infidelity would be ugly. "Close your eyes," Heather said, and Nancy closed them, and the spray bottle of water made a spritzing sound. Then a little fragrant mousse, then a final blow-dry and shaping with a brush. When her hair was done, it was perfect, as always. Heather was such a talented cutter, she wouldn't refer to herself as a beautician or a hairstylist. Her card identified her as a coiffeuse, and that little pretension, so Newport Beach, was, in her case, justified. Nancy paid and tipped. She was assuring her coiffeuse that she would pass along the good review of The Blind Man's Lamp to the author, when she was interrupted by her phone's current ringtone, a few bars of that old Bobby McFerrin song, "Don't Worry, Be Happy." She checked the caller ID, took the call, and said, "Bibi, baby." As if from beyond some barrier more formidable than distance, Bibi said, "Mom, something's wrong with me." Chapter 4. Searching for the Silver Lining. Bibi was sitting in a living room armchair, her purse on her lap, trying to dispatch the creepy head-to-foot tingling sensation with positive thinking, when her mother burst into the apartment as if she were leading a style police SWAT team intent on ferreting out people wearing unimaginative, coordinated ensembles. Nancy looked splendidly eclectic in a supple-as-cloth, black leather, sports jacket-cut men's coat from St. Croix, an intricately patterned ecru top by Louis Vuitton, black mauve jeans with subtle and carefully crafted areas of wear, and black and red athletic shoes by some designer whose name Bibi couldn't recall. She didn't share her mother's obsession with fashion, as her off-brand jeans and long-sleeve t-shirt attested. As Nancy crossed the room toward the armchair, a rush of words spilled from her. "You're pale. You're positively gray. Oh my God, you look terrible." "I do not, Mom. I look normal, which spooks me worse than if I were stone gray with bleeding eyes. How can I look normal and have these symptoms?" "I'm going to call 911. "No, you're not," Bibi said firmly. "I'm not going to make a spectacle of myself." Using her good right hand, she pushed herself up from the chair. "Just drive me to the hospital ER." Nancy looked at her daughter as she might have regarded some pathetic, truck-stricken creature lying crippled at the side of a highway. Her eyes blurred with tears. "Don't you dare, Mother. Don't you cry at me." Bibi indicated a small drawstring bag beside the armchair. "Can you get that for me? It's pajamas, toothbrush, overnight things in case I have to stay till tomorrow. No way I'm going to wear one of those tie-in-the-back hospital gowns with my butt hanging out." Her voice as quivery as aspic, Nancy said, "I love you so much." "I love you too, Mom." Bibi started toward the door. "Come on, now. I'm not afraid. Not much. You always say, it'll be what it'll be. Say it, so live it. Let's go." "But if you've had a stroke, we should call 911. Every minute matters." "I haven't had a stroke." Hurrying ahead of her daughter, Opening the door but blocking the exit, Nancy said, "On the phone. You told me your left side is paralyzed. Not paralyzed, tingling. As if 50 cell phones set on mute were taped to my body, vibrating all at once. And my left hand is a little weak, that's all. Sounds like a stroke. How do you know it isn't?" "It's not a stroke. My speech isn't slurred. My vision's okay. No headache, no confusion. And I'm only 22, damn it." Nancy's expression softened from anxious dread to what might have been chagrin as she realized that she was alarming rather than assisting her daughter. "Okay, yes, you're right. I'll drive you." The third-floor apartments opened onto a covered balcony, and Bibi kept her right hand on the railing as they moved toward the north end. A pleasantly cool day, songbirds celebrating. In the courtyard, the palms and ferns rustled faintly in the mild breeze. Phantom silvery fish of sunlight schooled back and forth across the water in the swimming pool, and the simple scene was profoundly beautiful, as it had never appeared to her before. When they came to the end of the balcony, Nancy said, "Honey, are you sure you can do stairs?" The open iron staircase featured pebbled concrete treads. The symmetry of the stairs, the grace with which they descended to the courtyard, qualified them as sculpture. Bibi hadn't previously seen the stairs as art. The prospect of perhaps never seeing them again must have given her this new perspective. "Yeah, I can do stairs," Bibi impatiently assured her mother. "I just can't dance down them." She negotiated flight after flight without a serious incident, except that 3 times her left foot didn't move when it should have, and she needed to drag it from one tread to the next. In the parking lot, as they approached a BMW with vanity license plates that announced "Top Agent," Nancy started for the front passenger door, evidently remembered that coddling wasn't wanted, and hurried around to the driver's side of the vehicle. To Bibi's relief, she found that getting into the car was no more difficult than boarding the gently rocking gondola of a Ferris wheel. Starting the engine, Nancy said, "Buckle up, sweetie." "I am buckled up, Mother." Hearing herself, she felt like an adolescent, dependent and a little whiny, and she loathed being either of those things. "I'm buckled." "Oh, you are. Yes, of course you are." Nancy exited the parking lot without coming to a full stop, turned right on the street, and accelerated to get through a nearby intersection before the traffic light changed. "It would be ironic," Bibi said, "if you killed us trying to get to a hospital." "Never had an accident, honey. Only 1 ticket, and that was in a totally fraudulent, tricked-up speed trap. The cop was a real smog monster, a mean-eyed cack who wouldn't know glass-out conditions from mush burgers." Surfer lingo. A smog monster was an inlander. A cack was a dick. Glass-out was when the ocean flowed unruffled, perfect for surfing, and mush burgers were the kind of waves that made surfers think about leaving the water for a skateboard. Sometimes it was difficult for Bibi to keep in mind that her mother had long ago been a surfer girl supreme, riding tubes, taking the drop with the best of them. Nancy still loved the sun-baked sand and the surf. From time to time, she paddled out and caught some waves. But of the words that defined her now, surfer wasn't as high on the list as it had once been. These days, other than when she was on the beach, surf speak crept into her vocabulary only when she had a beef about one authority figure or another. She concentrated on the traffic. No tears in her eyes anymore, jaw set, brow creased, checking out the rearview mirror, the side mirrors, switching lanes more often than usual, totally into the task, as she otherwise was only when she went after a real estate listing or thought that a property sale might be on the verge of closing. Oh, crap. Bibi snatched a few tissues from the console box and spat into them twice, without effect. "What is it? What are you doing?" "That disgusting taste." "What taste?" "Like spoiled milk, rancid butter. It comes and goes." "Since when?" "Since this started." "You said your only symptoms were the weak hand, the tingling." "I don't think it's a symptom." "It's a symptom," her mother declared. In the distance, The hospital towered over other structures, and at the sight of it, Bibi acknowledged to herself that she was more afraid than she had wanted to admit. The architecture was unexceptional, bland, and yet the closer they drew to the place, the more sinister it appeared. There's always a silver lining, she assured herself. Her mother sounded anxious and dubious. Is there? For a writer, there always is. Everything is material. We need new material for our stories. Nancy accelerated through a yellow traffic light and turned off the street into the medical complex. It'll be what it'll be, she said, almost to herself, as if those words were magical, each of them an abraxas that would ward off evil. Please don't say that to me again, Bibi requested, more sharply than she intended. Not ever again. You're always saying it, and I don't want to hear it anymore. Following an ER sign that directed them off the main loop and to the left, Nancy glanced at her daughter. All right. Whatever you want, honey. Bibi at once regretted snapping at her mother. I'm sorry. So sorry. The first two words came out all right, but she heard the distortion in the last two. As they pulled to a stop in front of the emergency entrance, Bibi admitted to herself the reason she hadn't called 911. She possessed a writer's well-honed understanding of story construction. Perhaps from the moment that her left hand had failed to engage the computer keyboard as she directed it, and surely from the moment the tingling had begun, she'd known where this was going, where it had to go, which was into a dark place. Every life was a story, after all, or a collection of stories, and not all of them tapered gracefully to a happy ending. She had always assumed her life would be a tale of happiness, that she would craft it as such. And during the onset of her symptoms, she had been reluctant to consider that her assumption might be naive. Chapter 5. Pet the Cat. Although spring heat hadn't yet reliably settled over the Southern California coast, Bibi Blair went to work that morning wearing sandals, board shorts, a black t-shirt, and a blue and black plaid Pendleton shirt worn open with the sleeves rolled up. His shock of sandy brown hair was shot through with blonde streaks, legitimate sun bleaching, not bottle-borne, because even on low Fahrenheit days, he found the sun for a few hours. He was walking proof that, with sufficient obsession and contempt for melanoma, a summer tan could be maintained year-round. His shop, Pet the Cat, was on Balboa Peninsula, the landmass that sheltered Newport Harbor from the ocean, in the vicinity of the first of two piers. The name of the store referred to the motion that surfers made when they were crouched on their boards, stroking the air or water as if to smooth their way through a section. The display windows were full of surfboards and bitchin' shirts like Mowgli tees, Welland tees, Billabong, Aloha, Wren Spooner. Murph sold everything from Otis eyewear with mineral glass lenses to Surfsiders shoes, from wetsuits to Stance socks featuring patterns based on the art of surfing champion John Florence. At 50, Murph lived his work. Worked to play, played to live. When he arrived at Pet the Cat, the door was unlocked, the lights were on, and Pogo was standing behind the counter, intently reading the instruction pamphlet for Search, the GPS surf watch by Rip Curl. Glancing up at his boss, Pogo said, I'm gonna get one of these here for damn sure. 3 years earlier, he escaped high school with a perfect 2-point grade average and foiled his parents' attempt to force him onto a college track. He lived frugally with two other surf rats, Mike and Nate, in a studio apartment above a thrift shop in nearby Costa Mesa, and drove a primer gray 30-year-old Honda that looked as though it was good for nothing more than being a target car in a monster truck demolition derby. Sometimes, an underachieving wanker took refuge in the surfing culture and remained largely or entirely womanless until he died with his last Social Security check uncashed. For two reasons, Pogo didn't have that problem. First, he was a wave king, fearless and graceful on the board, eager to master even the huge monoliths that had come with Hurricane Marie, admired for his style and heart. He might have been a champion if he'd possessed enough ambition to participate in competitions. Second, he was so gorgeous that when he passed, women tracked him as if their heads were attached to their necks with ball-bearing swivel hinges. "You gonna give me the usual discount on this?" Pogo asked, indicating the GPS surf watch. Murph said, "Sure, all right." 12 weekly payments? 0 interest? What am I, a charity? It's not that expensive. 8 weeks? Murph sighed. Okay, why not? He pointed at the flat blank screen of the large TV on the wall behind the counter, which should have been running vintage Billabong surf videos to lend atmosphere to the shop. Tell me that's not on the fritz. It's not. I just sort of forgot about it. Sorry, bro. Bro, huh? Do you love me like a brother, Pogo? Totally, bro. My real brother, Clyde, he's a brainiac stockbroker. Might as well be from Mars. His name's Brandon. What's with this Clyde? Pogo winked. You'll figure it out. Murph took a deep breath. You want the shop to prosper? As he fired up the Billabong videos, Pogo said, Sure, yeah. I want you to rule the scene, bro. Then you'd help my business a lot if you went to work at some other surf shop. Pogo grinned. I'd be crushed if I thought you meant that. But see, I get your dry wit. You should do stand-up. Yeah, I'm a riot. No, really. Bonnie thinks you're hilarious, too. Bonnie, your nose-to-grindstone sister who works her butt off to keep that restaurant afloat? Oh, I see. Bonnie and Clyde. Anyway, she's another brainiac. You mean you and her share a sense of humor? Pogo sighed. Hey, when I say brainiac, I don't use the term pejoratively. I have lots in common with my twin siblings. Pejoratively, huh? Sometimes you give yourself away, Pogo. Murph's cell phone rang, and he checked the caller ID. Nancy. He said, What's up, sugar? A chill climbed his spine and found his heart as his wife said, I'm scared, baby. I'm afraid Bibi's had a stroke. Chapter 6. The Frightening Pace of Examination. On a Tuesday morning, the ER wasn't as busy as it would be on the 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. shift. The night would bring those injured by drunk drivers, victims of muggers, battered wives, and all manner of aggressive or hallucinating druggies sliding along the razor's edge of an overdose. When Bibi arrived with her mother, only 5 people were in the waiting room, none of them bleeding profusely. At the moment, the triage nurse was actually an emergency care technician named Manuel Rivera, a short, stocky man in hospital blues. He checked her pulse and took her blood pressure as he listened to her recite her symptoms. Bibi slurred a few words, but for the most part her speech was clear. She felt better and safer being in a hospital, until Manuel's sweet face, almost a Buddha face, darkened with worry and he guided her to a wheelchair. With apparent urgency, he rolled her through a pair of automatic doors into the ER ahead of the other people who were waiting for treatment. Each emergency room bay was a cubicle with a gray vinyl tile floor and 3 pale blue walls and 1 glass wall that faced the hallway. Toward the head of the bed stood a heart monitor and other equipment, awaiting use. Nancy settled in one of the 2 chairs for visitors, holding her and Bibi's purses, hands clutching them as if she anticipated a robbery attempt, though it wasn't a purse snatcher that she feared. Manuel lowered the power bed and assisted Bibi to sit on the edge. Unless you feel dizzy, don't lie down yet, he instructed. He rolled the wheelchair into the hallway, where he met a tall, athletic-looking man in scrubs, evidently a physician. The doctor wheeled before him a portable computer station designed to be used while the operator remained standing, into which he entered details regarding the preliminary diagnosis and treatment of each patient he attended. Are you all right, baby? Nancy asked. Yes, Mom. I'm okay. I'm going to be fine. Do you need anything? Water? Do you need water? Bibi's mouth kept flooding with saliva, as if she were about to throw up, but she swallowed it and kept her breakfast down. The last thing she wanted was water. In the hallway, after Manuel spoke with the tall man for a moment, the latter came into the cubicle and introduced himself as Dr. Armand Barsamian. His calm demeanor and confident manner would have reassured Bibi under other circumstances. While he checked her eyes with an ophthalmoscope, he asked a few questions: her name, date of birth, social security number, and she realized that he wanted to ascertain whether or not her memory had been affected by whatever was happening to her. "We need to get a CT scan of the brain," Dr. Barsamian said. "If this is a stroke, the quicker we identify the cause, thrombosis, hemorrhage, and determine treatment, the more likely you'll fully recover." Already an orderly with a gurney had appeared in the doorway. The physician helped Bibi lie upon it. As she was wheeled away, her mother stood in the hall, looking bereft, as though she half expected never to see her daughter again. The orderly turned a corner, and Bibi lost sight of her mom. On the second floor, the room containing the CT scanner felt chilly. She didn't ask for a blanket. Superstitiously, she felt that the more stoic she remained, the better the outcome of the test. She transferred from the gurney to the scanner table. The orderly stepped out of the room as a nurse appeared with a tray on which were arranged a rubber tube tourniquet, a foil packet containing a disposable cloth saturated with antibacterial solution, and a hypodermic needle containing a contrast medium that would make blood vessels and abnormalities of the brain show up more clearly. "Are you okay, dear?" "Thank you. Yes, I'm okay." After the nurse departed, the unseen CT technician spoke to Bibi through an intercom from an adjacent chamber, explaining how the procedure would progress. The woman had a gentle, girlish voice with the faint trace of a Japanese accent, so that when Bibi closed her eyes, a scene more vivid than the CT room formed around her. A flagstone path leads to a red moon gate entwined with dazzling white chrysanthemums. Beyond lies a tea house, sheltered by cherry trees in blossom, a scattering of their pale petals gracing the dark stone underfoot. Inside, geishas in silk kimonos wear their long black hair twisted up in elaborate arrangements, held in place by ivory pins carved in the shape of dragonflies. A sliding cradle in the table moved Bibi backward, headfirst, into the aperture of the scanner, rousing her from that tea house of the mind. The procedure was completed so quickly that she wondered if it had been done correctly, though she knew that the hospital staff's competence was the least of her concerns. She was frightened by the speed with which they had handled her case since she had entered the ER waiting room. She would have no hope of peace until they arrived at a diagnosis. Nevertheless, the faster they worked, the more she felt as though she were sliding down a chute, accelerating into an abyss. Chapter 7. 12 years earlier. The power of cookies. Olaf, the stray golden retriever that wandered out of the rainstorm, had been with the Blair family for less than a week when he settled into the habit of climbing the stairs to the apartment above the garage. He enjoyed lounging on the small balcony that contained a pair of rocking chairs. He rested his chin on the bottom rail of the white-painted balustrade, peering between the balusters and into the courtyard behind the bungalow, as if he were a prince contentedly surveying his domain. Each time she discovered him up there, young Bibi called him down. At first in a whisper that she was certain he could hear, because dogs had better hearing than did human beings. Although he watched her as she stood below, Olaf always pretended to be deaf to her entreaties. When she raised her voice to a stage whisper, he still failed to come to her, though the soft thumping of his tail against the balcony floor proved that he understood her commands. She dared not climb the stairs to take the dog by the collar and escort him down. Once on the balcony, she would be only a few feet from the front door of the apartment. Too close. Frustrated, Bibi paced the courtyard, glancing up repeatedly at Olaf, but never at any of the 3 windows. The sun made mirrors of those panes of glass, so that she couldn't see anyone, even if he might be standing inside, watching. Nevertheless, she didn't rest her gaze directly on any window. She went into the bungalow and, from a tin in the pantry, took 2 of the carob cookies that the retriever couldn't resist. In the courtyard once more, she held a treat in each hand, arms raised above her head, letting Olaf smell his delicious reward for obedience. She knew that he caught the carob scent, for even from the courtyard she could see his wet black nose twitching between the balusters. The cookies had always worked before, but not this time. After a few minutes, Bibi retreated to the back porch of the bungalow and sat on a wicker sofa with thick cushions upholstered in a palm leaf pattern. Olaf liked to lie there beside her, his head in her lap, while she stroked his face, scratched his chest, and rubbed his tummy. The porch roof blocked her view of the apartment windows, but she could just still see the lower part of the balcony railing and the dog with his snout between 2 balusters. He was watching her, all right. Bibi brought one of the carob treats to her nose, smelled it, and decided that it wouldn't be offensive to the human tongue. She bit the cookie in half and chewed. It didn't taste bad, but it didn't taste fabulous either. Carob was supposed to have a flavor much like that of chocolate, which dogs couldn't eat, but it would never put Hershey out of business. From his perch on the apartment balcony, Olaf had seen half of his treat brazenly consumed. His chin no longer rested on the bottom rail of the balustrade. His snout poked between 2 balusters a foot below the top rail, which meant that he'd gotten to his feet. Bibi waved the remaining half of the cookie back and forth in front of her nose, back and forth, raising her voice to express her unqualified approval of that delicacy. Olaf bolted down the stairs from the balcony, across the brick courtyard, and onto the porch. He bounded onto the sofa, landing with such force that the wicker crackled and creaked in protest. "Good boy," said Bibi. With a soft mouth, he took the half cookie from between her thumb and forefinger. She fed him the second cookie whole, and while he chewed it with noisy pleasure, she said, "Don't go up there again. Stay away from the apartment. It's a bad place. It's terrible. It's evil." After he finished licking his chops, the dog regarded her with what she took to be solemn consideration, his pupils wide there in the shadows of the porch, his golden irises seeming to glow with an inner light. Chapter 8. Hammered and Fully Prosecuted. Nancy told herself to chill out, gel, to side-slip through the moment, ride out the chop, to just sit in one of the visitor chairs and wait for Bibi to be brought back from the CT scan. But even when she had been an adolescent surf mongrel learning the water, she had never been a Barbie with the placidity of a doll. When on a board, she had always wanted to shred the waves, tear them up, and when the waves were mushing and the land had more appeal than the ocean, she had always nonetheless pumped through the day with her usual energy. And so, when Murph turned the corner from the first ER hallway into the second, Nancy was pacing back and forth outside the cubicle from which Bibi had been wheeled away on a gurney. She didn't see him immediately, but intuited his arrival by the way a couple of nurses did double takes and smiled invitingly and whispered to each other. Even at 50, Murphy looked like Don Johnson in the actor's Miami Vice days. And if he had wanted other women, they would have been hanging off him like remora, those fish that, with powerful suckers, attach themselves to sharks. Murph still wore a black t-shirt, a Pendleton with the sleeves rolled up, and board shorts, but in respect for the hospital, he had stepped out of sandals and into a pair of black surf-siders with blue laces, worn without socks. Newport Beach was one of the few places in the country where a guy dressed like Murph wouldn't seem out of place in a hospital, or, for that matter, in a church. He put his arms around Nancy, and she returned his hug, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Didn't need to speak. Needed only to cling to each other. When they pulled back from the embrace and were just holding hands, Murph said, "Where is she?" "They took her for a CAT scan. I thought they would have brought her back by now. I don't know why they haven't. It shouldn't take so long, should it?" "Are you okay?" "I feel like I've been hammered, fully prosecuted," she said. both terms surfer lingo for wiping out and getting brutally thrashed by a killer wave.
"How's Bibi doing?"
he asked. "You know her. She copes. Whatever's happening to her, she's already thinking what she'll do once she's gotten through it. If maybe it's good material for a story." Rolling his mobile computer station before him, Dr. Barsamian, the chief ER physician during the current shift, approached them with the news that Bibi had been admitted to the hospital following her CT scan.
"She's in room 456.
The doctor's eyes were as black as Kalamata olives. If in fact he knew something horrific about Bibi's condition, Nancy could read nothing in his gaze.
"The CT scan seems to have been inconclusive,"
Barsamian said.
"They'll want to do more testing."
In the elevator, on the way from the first floor to the fourth, Nancy suffered a disturbing moment of sensory confusion. Although the position indicator light on the directory above the doors went from 1 to 2, then to 3, she could have sworn that the cab wasn't ascending, that it was descending into whatever might occupy the building's 2 subterranean levels, that they were being cabled and counterweighted down into some enduring darkness from which there would be no return. When the light moved to the 4 on the directory and the doors of the cab slid open, her anxiety didn't abate. Room 456 was to the right. When she and Murph got there, the doors stood open. The room contained 2 unoccupied beds, the sheets fresh and taut and tucked. Bibi's drawstring bag stood on the nightstand beside the bed that was nearer to the window. When Nancy peered into it, she saw a toothbrush, toothpaste, and other items, but no pajamas. Each bed came with a narrow closet. One of them proved empty. In the other hung Bibi's jeans and long-sleeved t-shirt. Her shoes stood side by side on the closet floor, her socks stuffed in them. With a squeak of rubber-soled shoes and the scent of soap, a young blonde woman in blue scrubs entered the room. The nurse looked too young to be credentialed, as if she might be just 15 and playing hospital.
"They told us our daughter would be here,"
Murph said. "You must be Mr. and Mrs. Blair. They've taken Bibi for tests."
"What tests?"
Nancy asked. "An MRI, blood work, the usual."
"None of this is usual to us,"
Nancy said, trying for a light tone of voice and failing. "She'll be all right. It's nothing intrusive. She's doing fine." The much too young nurse's reassurances sounded as hollow as a politician's promises. "She'll be a while. You might want to go down to the cafeteria for lunch. You'll have the time." After the nurse left, Nancy and Murph stood for a moment in bewilderment, looking around the room as though they had just now been teleported into it by an act of sorcery.
"Cafeteria?"
he asked. Nancy shook her head. "I'm not hungry."
"I was thinking coffee."
"Hospitals ought to have bars."
"You never drink before 5:30.
"I feel like starting." She turned toward the window, and then, with a sudden thought, turned away from it. "We need to tell Paxton." Murph shook his head.
"We can't. Not now. Don't you remember? His team is on a blackout mission. No way to reach them."
"There's got to be a way," Nancy protested.
"If we tried, and Bibi found out, she'd want our scalps. Even though they're not married yet, she's getting more like him each day. Tough-minded and committed to the way things are in that life."
Nancy knew he was right. Who would have thought it would be her we'd have to worry about instead of him? She switched on the TV. None of the programs was entertaining. All of them seemed intolerably frivolous. The news inspired despair. They went down to the cafeteria for coffee. Chapter 9. Into the Tunnel of Fate. Later, Bibi would be told that the CT scan had been inconclusive but suggestive, that her doctors would have preferred a stroke to what was now suspected. Having eliminated the possibility of embolism or hemorrhage, they proceeded with a growing concern that they refrained from sharing with her. Their smiles were masks, not because they wished to deceive her, but because physicians, no less than their patients, live to hope. Later, too, she would learn that if embolism and hemorrhage were ruled out, her best chance of a full recovery might be a diagnosis of brain abscess, which was a pus-filled cavity surrounded by inflamed tissue. This life-threatening condition could be treated with antibiotics and corticosteroids. Often surgery proved unnecessary. They drew blood for a culture. They took chest x-rays. They hooked her up for an EEG that lasted almost an hour to study the electrical activity of her brain. By the time she was gurneyed to another room for an MRI, Bibi felt as though she had run a marathon up countless flights of stairs. She wasn't merely tired, but fatigued. Such weariness couldn't be the result of what little physical activity the day had entailed. She assumed that her growing exhaustion was yet another symptom of her illness, like the head-to-foot tingling along her left side, the rancid taste that came and went, and the weakness in her left hand. She had no appetite for lunch, and they had offered her only water. Perhaps fasting was required for some of the tests. Or maybe they were anxious to gather all the information required for an urgently needed diagnosis. Because the MRI machine was an enclosed tunnel only slightly greater in diameter than a human body, a nurse asked, "Are you claustrophobic?" "No," Bibi said, refusing a mild sedative as she lay on the table that would carry her into the ominous cylinder. She refused to admit even the possibility of such a weakness. She wasn't a wimp. Never had been, never would be. She admired toughness, fortitude, determination. Instead, she accepted earbuds that allowed her to listen to music and a handheld device with which she could signal the equipment operator if she became distressed. Her time in the machine would be lengthy. Modern MRI technology allowed scans with highly specific purposes. A functional MRI would provide measurements of nerve cell activity in the brain. Magnetic resonance angiography could assess heart function and blood vessel flow throughout the body. Magnetic resonance spectrography would provide detailed analysis of chemical changes in the brain caused by a variety of afflictions. The music proved to be wordless, mellow orchestral versions of songs she couldn't quite identify. From time to time, the machine made thumping noises audible through the music, as if the technician needed to spur the MRI along with hammer blows. Bibi felt her heart laboring. The signaling device grew slippery in her sweaty hand. She closed her eyes and tried to distract herself with thoughts of Paxton Thorpe. A beautiful man in every way. His body and face, his eyes, his heart and mind. She'd met him more than 2 years earlier. 5 months ago, she had accepted his proposal. Just as her name had meaning, so did his. Paxton meant Town of Peace, which was ironic, considering that he was a kick-ass Navy SEAL. Pax was currently on a full silence mission with his team, going somewhere to do something to bad people who no doubt deserved even worse than they were going to get. The team would be operating in blackout mode for maybe a week or 10 days. No phone calls, no tweets. No way for him to be told what was happening to his fiancée. She missed him desperately. He said that she was the touchstone by which he would, at the end of his life, measure whether he had been a good man or not. Fool's gold or the real thing. She already knew the answer. The real thing. He was her rock, and she wanted him now. But she was already steeped in the stoic code of the military and refused to be reduced to tears by his absence. In fact, sometimes she thought she must have been a military wife in a previous life, for the mindset of one came so naturally to her. As the humming machine knocked and thumped, saliva suddenly filled Bibi's mouth. As before, this suggestion of impending regurgitation wasn't accompanied by nausea, and the threat passed. In her mind's ear, she heard her mother say, "It'll be what it'll be." Those 5 words were Nancy and Murphy's mantra, their concession to the ways of nature and fate. Bibi loved them as much as any child loved her parents, but their understanding of the world's true nature didn't match hers. She would concede nothing to fate. Nothing. Chapter 10. The Kind of Girl She Is. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, Dr. Sanjay Chandra had become the principal physician in charge of Bibi's case. Nancy liked him on sight, but for the strangest reason. In her childhood, she'd been enchanted by a book about a gingerbread cookie that came to life. In the illustrations, the cookie, whose name was Cookie, hadn't been as dark as gingerbread, but instead a warm shade of cinnamon, with a lovely smooth round face and chocolate drop eyes. If the book hadn't been at least 40 years old, about the same age as the physician, she might have thought that the artist had known him, and that he'd been the inspiration for the look of the storybook character. Dr. Chandra possessed a sweet, musical voice, as you might expect that a cookie come to life should have, and his manner was likewise pleasing. After the array of tests she endured, Bibi had been returned to her hospital room in a state of exhaustion. In spite of her concern about her condition, she wanted only to sleep before dinner. She had passed out as if she'd mainlined a sedative. Dr. Chandra didn't want to disturb her, and indeed he preferred to wait until the following day to sit with her and discuss what the tests had revealed, after he had more time to review the results. But although Bibi was 22, no longer a ward of her parents, the doctor wished to speak with them first, and at once, to determine, as he put it, the kind of girl she is. Nancy and Murph sat with him at a table in the break room, at the north end of the 4th floor, where at the moment none of the staff was taking a break. The vending machines hummed softly, as though mulling over some grave decision, and the unforgiving glare of the fluorescent lights didn't inspire serenity. "I've told Bibi only that time is needed to review all the test results, to reach a diagnosis and design a course of treatment," Dr. Chandra said. "I'll meet with her at 10 tomorrow morning. It is always a concern to me that my diagnosis and prognosis are presented to my patient in as comforting a manner as possible. I have found that it helps to have a sense, in advance, of the person's psychology and personality." Nancy didn't like the sound of this. Good news didn't require the careful tailoring of the words with which it would be delivered. She might have said as much, except that suddenly she didn't trust herself to speak. "Bibi is an exceptional girl," Murph said. Perhaps no one else but Nancy could have detected the strain in his voice. He looked only at the doctor, as if to meet his wife's eyes would undo him. "She's smart, a lot smarter than me. She'll know if you're putting even the slightest shine on the truth. That'll upset her. She'll want to hear it blunt and plain, not prettied up. She's tougher than she looks." Murph began to tell the physician about the death of Olaf, the golden retriever, who had passed away almost 6 years earlier, a few months after Bibi's 16th birthday. At first, Nancy was surprised that her husband would think this story had any relevance to the moment. As she listened, however, she realized that it perfectly answered Dr. Chandra's question about the kind of girl Bibi was. The physician didn't interrupt, only nodded a few times, as though he had no other patient but Bibi for whom to prepare. When Murph finished telling of Olaf's death, Nancy dared to ask a question, throughout which her voice trembled. "Dr. Chandra, what kind of doctor are you? I mean, what's your specialty?" He met her eyes directly, as though he assumed that she shared her daughter's indomitable and stoic nature. "I'm an oncologist, Mrs. Blair, with an additional specialty in surgical oncology." "Cancer," Nancy said, the word issuing from her with such a note of dread that it might have been a synonym for death. His dark chocolate eyes were warm and sympathetic, and in them she saw what seemed to be sorrow. "Though I really do need to review the test results more closely, I feel certain we are dealing here with gliomatosis cerebri. It originates in the connective cells of the brain and infiltrates quickly, deeply into surrounding tissue." "What causes it?" Murph asked. "We don't know. Scientists have had little chance to study the disease. It's exceedingly rare. We see no more than 100 cases a year in the entire United States." Nancy realized that she had come forward in her chair and that she was holding the edge of the table with both hands, as though to anchor herself against some great approaching turbulence. "You'll remove the tumor," Murph said, making of those words a hopeful statement rather than a question. After a hesitation, the oncologist said,
"This tumor isn't localized like those in other forms of cancer. It has a spider web-like pattern, filmy threads across more than one frontal lobe. It can be difficult to detect. The boundaries of the malignancy are hard to define. In certain cases, primarily in young children, surgery may be an option, but seldom a good one."
Perhaps consoled and given hope by the fact that the glioma wasn't easily detected, Murph said,
"Then you treat it how? With chemo? Radiation?"
"Often, yes.
That's why I want to study Bibi's test results more closely before deciding what we might do to extend her life."
Although she gripped the table tighter than ever, Nancy felt as if she were floating away on a tide of despair as real as any floodwaters. Extend her life? There were lustrous depths in the physician's eyes, and in those depths coiled a knowledge that suddenly she didn't want him to share with them. Dr. Chandra looked down at the table, at Murph, at Nancy once more, and said almost in a whisper,
"It pains me to tell you that there is no cure. Survival time from diagnosis averages 1 year."
Nancy couldn't breathe. Couldn't or didn't wish to breathe.
"But with chemo and radiation,"
Murph asked,
"what then?"
The oncologist's compassion was so evident, his sympathy so tender, that though Nancy irrationally wanted to hate him for what he revealed next, she couldn't muster even anger.
1 year is with chemo and radiation, Sanjay Chandra said. And your daughter's cancer is already very advanced.
Chapter 11. A time when she believed in magic. After she woke from her nap, Bibi freshened up in the bathroom. Her face in the mirror surprised her, sparkle in the eyes, color in the cheeks and lips without benefit of makeup. She continued to look better than she felt, to the extent that she might have been staring not at a looking glass, but into a parallel dimension where another, healthier Bibi Blair lived without a serious concern. Having developed an appetite, she made her way back to bed to wait for the return of her parents and for dinner. The tingling along the left side of her body had grown less intense. The weakness in her left hand diminished, and not once did she find herself dragging her left foot. In the past few hours, she hadn't suffered a recurrence of the foul taste. She knew better than to conclude that the subsidence of her symptoms meant her affliction, whatever its cause, must be temporary. In spite of all its myriad wonders and its exquisite beauty, this world was a hard place. The comforts and joys that it offered, all the sublime moments, were purchased by days of quiet anxiety, by anguish, and by suffering. Such was the world that humanity had made for itself. Thus far in her life, she had enjoyed much more bliss than melancholy, more success than adversity, and she had for some time known that eventually she, like everyone, would have to walk through a fire of one kind or another. As long as she had a chance of coming out the other end intact, she would spare everyone her complaints, and she wouldn't waste energy wishing for a magical resolution to this current plight. For a while in Bibi's childhood, she had believed in magic. A popular series of novels about young wizards mesmerized her, though certain other books had an even greater impact. Also, a few events in her life had suggested otherworldly presences, both light and dark. The dog, Olaf, came to her as if by magic, just when she needed him. And both before and after the golden retriever's arrival, there had been incidents in the apartment above the garage that had seemed supernatural in nature. Those experiences were long past, and time tended to cloud the shine on everything that had been wondrous in childhood. When she recalled those events, the once shimmering mystery of them was now tarnished silver, and it became possible to suppose that there were logical explanations for what had happened back then. When the dinner tray arrived at 5:15, she found the meal to be at such odds with the conventional image of hospital food that it almost renewed her belief in magic. A thick slice of meatloaf, creamy mashed potatoes, a little disposable foam thermos of hot gravy, mixed vegetables that didn't taste as if they came out of a can. She tucked the paper napkin in the neck of her pajama top and ate with the enthusiasm of a hard-working lumberjack. She was relishing the cherry cobbler and hot coffee when her parents at last returned. They were like two clever impostors, formed out of the goop inside an extraterrestrial seed pod, alike in every physical detail to the real Nancy and Murphy, but not quite able to get their attitudes and mannerisms correct. They smiled too much, and none of their smiles seemed genuine. All of Bibi's life, her mom and dad had been blithe spirits. Now they seemed to be wired to bomb timers. She wondered if they knew something that she didn't. Probably not. Most likely, her hospitalization and disturbing symptoms were more than enough to leave Nancy and Murphy as unsettled as they were now. Go with the flow always proved to be a philosophy that worked only until the flow washed you up against a crisis so large it blocked the stream. The deers were, at the moment, both adrift and stranded. Anyway, if they did know something bad, Bibi didn't want to hear it from them. They would divulge it with too much emotion, and she would have to console them. When she met with Dr. Chandra in the morning, she wanted a calm environment and a clear head. Whatever was wrong with her, she would need to think, to understand her options. She would need to find the right door out of this dark place, or, if her situation was more dire than she now knew, slip through the eye of death's needle and away before he sewed her into a shroud. When it became clear that her parents might hesitate to leave when visiting hours ended, Bibi pretended to be falling asleep even as the hospital bed held her in a sitting position. They were at last set in motion by the lubrication of kisses, hugs, and reassurances. Bibi missed them the moment they left the room, but she didn't call them back. Alone, she took the drawstring bag from the nightstand and from it retrieved a small, spiral-bound notebook and a pen. She wasn't in the mood to read the paperback that she had brought, and the TV had no appeal. Instead, in neat cursive, she recorded the events of the day, with special attention to everything that she had felt and thought with each unsettling development. What most intrigued her, for reasons she couldn't quite define, was that she had hearkened back more than once to those years in the Corona del Mar bungalow, when, as a young girl, she had believed in magic. Chapter 12. 12 years earlier. Footsteps of a man unseen. Early on a Sunday morning in February of that rainy winter, 6 weeks before the dog came dripping and nameless along the sidewalk from the sea, Bibi Blair took one of the spare keys to the apartment off a pegboard in the pantry, quietly left the kitchen, and eased the door shut as she stepped onto the back porch of the bungalow. Her parents were sleeping late, which they often did on this first morning of the week. Nancy had no open houses to oversee, as she did on some Sundays, and in this off-season, Pet the cat welcomed shoppers only Monday through Saturday. They had been out well past midnight with friends, leaving Bibi in the care of Chastity Brickle, an insufferably self-absorbed 15-year-old babysitter who had no doubt already, and more than once, failed to live up to her first name. They wouldn't stir for another couple of hours. Rain had fallen before dawn. Now the low gray sky looked more like ashes than like a scrub woman's sodden rags. Bibi didn't bother with an umbrella, but quickly wended her way among the puddles in the brick-paved courtyard, to the garage at the back of the property. At the top of the open stairs, standing on the balcony, she looked back and down upon the bungalow, half expecting to be caught. Her mom and dad were unaware that she spent time in the apartment, and although there was nothing shameful in what she was doing, she preferred that they never learned about those visits. The front door opened on a small kitchen. Blue formica counters, blue and gray speckled linoleum floor, a dinette table and 2 chairs. Last year's wall calendar revealed the page for November. Although the digital clock on the microwave oven glowed with the current time, the refrigerator didn't hum, having been turned off weeks ago. The air was still and cool and faintly musty. Bibi never turned on the lights, lest they reveal her presence even in the daytime, which they would have done on this dim morning. Although lacking blinds, the 2 kitchen windows admitted only gray light as feeble as misted moonglow. In the center of the table stood the round, narrow-necked white vase, from which had often flowered a few roses or carnations. The vase stood empty, its glaze softly radiant in the gloom, as though it might be a milky crystal ball placed there for a pending seance. She stood staring at the floor beside the first chair, where the dead body had been found. All the blood had been cleaned up long ago, but Bibi imagined, that the faintest trace of it remained on the air, a cruel smell. She wrinkled her nose in repugnance. This place had no charm anymore, and after these visits, she felt sad and unsettled. Sometimes bad dreams followed, yet she kept returning. She didn't fully understand what drew her there. She would never find anything to make sense of what had happened. It just was what it was, her parents said, and of course they were right. In addition to the kitchen, the apartment included a living room and bedroom, both furnished, plus a bath and a walk-in closet. She usually toured the entire place, alert and observant, and yet as if she were half in a dream state, seeking she knew not what. On this occasion, however, as she crossed the kitchen toward the living room door, which stood slightly ajar, she halted at the thump of footsteps elsewhere in the apartment. Both the bedroom and the living room featured hardwood floors that were less than half covered with area carpets. The tread sounded like that of a large man, and a few floorboards creaked under weight, not with every step taken, but often enough to confirm that these were indeed footsteps in the apartment, rather than a noise from outside. In spite of the fact that she had been the one who found the body back in the day, Bibi wasn't at first alarmed, only intrigued. Just then, she realized that she had been coming here in expectation of some encounter. What the nature of that encounter might be, she couldn't say even now, but she had anticipated it, and here it was. Louder, louder grew the footsteps. Definitely in the living room now, slowly approaching the door to the kitchen. Fear found Bibi then. Fear, but not blind fright, not panic. She backed past the table, toward the balcony from which she had entered. The portentous footsteps of a man unseen stopped at the living room threshold. The ensuing silence shared the character of certain silences in disturbing dreams, those hushes that settle on the scene as if, after a suitable pause, the curtain will close, and the sleeper arise. Though in fact, it always proves to be instead the quiet just prior to the final shock that wakes the dreamer, gasping. The faintest, scraping ticking arose as the knuckles of the hinge leaves turned against pivot pins in need of oil, and the door swung ever so slowly into the kitchen toward Bibi. It blocked her view of whoever stood on the threshold. Remembering the blood and ghastly eyes of the November corpse, she bolted. She had no awareness of escaping, however, until she found herself crashing down the last steps into the brick courtyard. She looked up the stairs. No one there. Above, the door to the apartment was closed. She must have thrown it shut as she departed. For a while, as the spent sky sluggishly refilled its reservoir with laden clouds drawn off the ocean, Bibi watched the apartment's 2 kitchen windows. No face appeared at either. No suggestion of movement stirred through the gloom beyond those panes. Eventually, she retreated to the wicker sofa on the back porch of the bungalow, where she had left a paperback and the notebook in which she composed the stories about Jasper, the lonely dog. Later, her father appeared, ready to make his weekly inspection of the garage apartment to check for roof leaks and other problems. "Dad." When he looked back at her from the bottom of the porch steps, she said, "Be careful." He frowned. "Careful of what?" "I don't know. Maybe I heard someone up there." As larky as ever, he said, "Maybe that raccoon got down through the attic again. He's damn well gonna pay rent this time." When he returned 10 minutes later, he had found neither the raccoon nor any other uninvited lodger. As the sky gathered rain to spend, young Bibi retreated to her room to write a Jasper story. 2 weeks passed before she dared to return to the apartment. Chapter 13. Young Again in Grief. On the drive home from the hospital, through the alien night, Murph and Nancy shared an awful, solemn silence. The mutual quiet became so oppressive, so suffocating, that several times one or the other tried to slash it away with words, but both were rendered incoherent and emotionally bewildered by the loss that seemed to lie in their future. The unthinkable loss. With greater success in retail and real estate, they had moved from the bungalow 3 years earlier into a 2-story, pale yellow stucco house with sleek modern lines. They still lived in that part of Corona del Mar known as the Village, no longer 3 blocks short of the Pacific, but only 1.5. From the roof deck, from one upstairs room, and from the front terrace on the ground floor, they had an angled view of the ocean that lay beyond the end of the east-west street. Murph had been proud that 2 surf rats, as he still thought of himself and Nancy, could remain in touch with their beach roots and nevertheless earn a major piece of the California dream. That night, however, the house meant nothing to him, and in fact it seemed cold and unfamiliar, as if by mistake they had let themselves into a residence owned by strangers. He and Nancy had always been understanding of each other, always available to each other, uncannily in sync in all circumstances. He assumed they would sit together at the kitchen table, the lights low, maybe in candlelight, and together work their way through the horror and the pain of what had befallen them. As it turned out, neither of them was ready for that. As if the shock, still building force hour by hour, had not only cast them off their moorings, but also had washed them far back in time, both chose to revert to the coping mechanisms of their youth. No doubt they would come together soon, but not yet. Nancy went into the ground floor powder bath, snared the box of Kleenex from the counter, dropped the lid of the toilet with a bang, and sat down as from her came the most wretched sounds of grief that Murphy had ever heard issue from anyone. When he spoke to her and tried to enter the half-bath, she said, "No, not now, no," and pushed the door shut in his face. Feeling helpless, useless, he stood listening to her despairing sobs, to the thin, shrill animal sounds of utter desolation that tore from her between desperate, ragged breaths. She sounded like a child, racked as much by fear as by misery. Her heartbreak sharpened his own until he couldn't stand to listen to her a moment longer. If Nancy reverted to childhood in her grief, Murphy fell back into the angry rebellion of adolescence. He took a 6-pack of cold beer from the refrigerator and carried it up to the roof deck. He wanted to punch someone, anyone, just punch and punch until he was exhausted and his knuckles were swollen. He wanted someone to pay, to suffer and be chastened for the unfairness of Bibi's cancer. But there was no one to hold responsible, nor anyone to comfort him, not in a world where what will be will be. Instead, he sat in a redwood lounge chair, opened the first can of Budweiser, and chugged it as he stared over his neighbors' roofs, over the few lights along the last width of the bluff, stared out into the vast night sea, which lay black under a moonless sky, black under a higher blackness salted with icy stars, its presence confirmed only by the rhythmic rumble of the breakers punishing the shore. Halfway through the second beer, he began to cry. Weeping only fueled his anger, and the angrier he became, the harder he wept. He wished they had gotten another dog after Olaf died. Dogs needed no words to console you. Dogs were the ultimate practitioners of the therapy of touch. Dogs knew and accepted the hard realities of life that human beings couldn't acknowledge until those obvious truths were exhaustively described with words. And even then, there was often more bitter acknowledgement than humble acceptance. Dogless, perhaps soon to be childless, after only 2 beers, Murphy felt lost. If he had tried to go downstairs to his wife at that moment, he wouldn't have been surprised if he'd been unable to find his way off the roof deck. With a crisp, metallic sound, the ring pull peeled open the 3rd can. Chapter 14. She sat up in bed. The dream that came to Bibi the first night in the hospital was one that she'd been having on and off for more than 12 years, since before Olaf, the dog, had found his way to her. She is 10 years old, asleep in her bedroom at the rear of the bungalow in Corona del Mar. She doesn't thrash or whimper, but across her softly illuminated young face past tormented expressions. Abruptly, she sits up in bed, though this awakening is part of the dream in which she still resides. In response to 3 shrieks of a nightbird, she throws back the covers and steps to the window. In the courtyard, lit by only the grin of a Cheshire moon, 2 mysterious robed and hooded figures, tall and shambling, carry a rolled rug, moving toward the garage apartment. Visibility is poor, but Bibi intuits deformities in their limbs and spines. When she realizes that the rug is in fact a corpse wrapped in a shroud, she knows they must be returning the dead man to the place of his demise. As though it feels the weight of her stare, one of the bearers of the body turns its head to look at Bibi where she stands at the window. She expects a dimly visible skull within the hood, the classic countenance of death. But a worse revelation awaits her. The night brightens somewhat, as if an immense solar flare has bloomed on the farther side of the planet, reflecting fiercely off the crescent moon. The hood keeps more secrets than the better light reveals. But before the intruder turns away from her, she sees something that she cannot abide. The glimpse so terrifies her that she does not, cannot, will not carry the image with her into the waking world, but instead confines it to the world of sleep, forgotten or at least repressed. For the second time in the dream, young Bibi sits up in bed, breathless, trembling, chilled to the marrow. When she switches on the lamp, she discovers the shrouded burden that the hooded creatures had been carrying. The wrapped figure sits in a corner chair, for the moment still. Then it squirms in the confining shroud and speaks. The third time Bibi sat up in bed, she was awake and no longer a child. By repetition, the nightmare had lost much of its power years earlier. She no longer cried out on waking or trembled, but the skin creped on the back of her neck, and a thin sweat cooled her brow. As on other such occasions, a rough voice followed Bibi from the dream, speaking words out of context.
Is everything.
The voice was always the same one, but it didn't repeat the same words every time. Sometimes he said, "Supreme Master," or "So sadly to seek," or "The word was," or scraps even more mystifying. The other hospital bed remained empty. She was alone. The ambient glow of the suburban sprawl laid a yellow faux frost on the window. Above her headboard, the lamp by which she'd written her impressions of the day was at its lowest setting, bright enough only to allow proper care when the nurse looked in on the patient. The dream, which had been frequent when Bibi was 10, occurred less often as the decade passed. Now it came once or twice a year. In the early days, she'd thought it might be predictive, but it was a dark fantasy that could never unfold in the real world. Entering adolescence, she sometimes brooded about the persistent dream's possible symbolic content. Because it recurred so often back then, she also wondered if she might be disturbed, psychologically unbalanced, as in crazy waiting to happen. But no, that was the worst kind of young adult novel hokum. Tragic young girl hiding her tripolar, psycho-paranoid, true werewolf nature from the world, and from herself, until she has a breakdown the very day before she would have been voted the most popular girl in 9th grade and would have been kissed by the cutest bad boy rebel in school. Even at that young age, she was remarkably self-possessed, confident of her right to be in the world and her ability to make her way on her own terms. Now she dismissed the dream for what it surely always had been, nothing more than proof that finding the body by the dinette table had been traumatic. The abundance of blood, the blind and drooling eyes, the mouth gaping in a silent cry. The bedside clock read 3:49 a.m. In little more than 6 hours, she would receive a diagnosis from her physician. She had no reason to fear Dr. Sanjay Chandra, just as she had no reason to fear the bearers of the dead in a dream. There were no boogeymen. She would be well. All would be well. All manner of things would be well. Reclining once more, her head upon her pillow, she closed her eyes. She told herself where she would be a day from now, a week from now, a year. Soon she slept again, and this time her sleep wasn't sullied by a nightmare. When the seizure struck Bibi, her body spasmed on the bed, and from her throat issued thick, wordless grunts. The episode was mild and brief, however, and it did not wake her. Chapter 15. One Moment of Truth Among Many. Room 456 had 3 chairs for visitors. They were cheap, and only as comfortable as they had to be for the name chairs to apply. Dr. Sanjay Chandra didn't want to loom over Bibi as she lay in bed, reporting on her health from a superior height. He placed 2 chairs by the window, and they sat facing each other, with blue sky and scattered white clouds to Bibi's right, as if she were receiving this news in the foyer of heaven. In spite of wearing a white lab coat over iron-gray suit pants, a pale blue shirt, and a blue tie, and although he had arrived carrying an ultra-thin laptop with which he could evidently access all Bibi's test results, Dr. Chandra had none of the intimidating presence that was natural to some physicians and cultivated by others. Soft-spoken, with an air of serenity that suggested that he had made peace with this world of endless frustrations and with his own ambition, he seemed less like a doctor than like a counselor of the troubled. In preparation for this meeting, Bibi had taken a shower, brushed her long dark hair, applied makeup, and donned a sapphire blue silk robe over her pajamas. If the physician had bad news to deliver, she intended to receive it with style, to appear in no way pitiable or, in the least, defeated. The diagnosis proved to be bad indeed. Her prognosis even worse. A year to live. A year of decline and suffering. She knew now why Dr. Chandra had wanted to speak to her alone. Neither her mother nor her father possessed the emotional fortitude to watch her receive this news. Her reaction, no matter how stoic, would have undone them, and Bibi would have been too concerned about them to remain focused on her options as single-mindedly as she must. With the gentleness and compassion of a caring chaplain in a death row conference with a condemned man, Dr. Chandra explained why Bibi was without good options. Her cancer was far advanced. Even caught early, gliomatosis cerebri was too dispersed in the brain for surgery to be a permanent solution. At this stage, chemotherapy and radiation would gain her little time, if any. And the side effects will make the days ahead harder, Bibi. Much harder, I'm afraid. No offense, she said, but what about a second opinion? I asked Dr. Beryl Chemerinsky to provide one. She is a highly respected surgical oncologist at another hospital, with no connection to me. She concurs with my conclusions. I wish she didn't. You can do chemo and radiation, nevertheless. Only you can make that decision. She met his eyes for the longest time. He didn't look away. At last, she said, I guess they call this the moment of truth. I believe in truth, Bibi, and I know you do as well. She looked down at her hands. She made them into fists. The left one wouldn't close tight. I want to fight it. Chemo, whatever. 1 year to live, huh? Really, just 1 year? We'll see. Chapter 16. A memory inexplicable in these circumstances. After Dr. Sanjay Chandra departed, before Nancy arrived with Murphy, Bibi sat with her notebook and pen in one of the chairs by the hospital room window to record her thoughts and feelings while they were fresh. She was anxious, but not in the grip of dread. Not yet. The news had been a hard blow. However, she regarded it not as a calamity, but as a summons to action. Often her notebook provided a refuge from the world, and with it she seemed to step out of time, into a place where she had the leisure to reflect on her impressions and emotions before acting on them. This time out frequently saved her from doing and saying things she would have regretted. As she settled into the chair, her attention was drawn beyond the window to a flock of large seagulls. The hospital lay only a few blocks from the ocean. The birds soared, plunged, soared again, each to its own intentions. Exhilarated by the gift of flight, their joy as clearly expressed as any messages ever printed on the heavens by the skywriting planes that advertised to summer beach crowds. Into her mind came a memory of gulls on a December morning when she was 18. She was crossing the university campus to visit Dr. Solange St. Croix, who, with an email, had called her to a student-teacher conference. The gulls were joyful then, too, but if she thought they were an omen foretelling a rewarding meeting with the professor, Bibi was soon disappointed, left confused, embarrassed. In spite of heavy competition, Bibi had earned one of the few places in the university's renowned and exclusive creative writing program. Some of its graduates had over the years become best-selling novelists and literary stars. For 3 months, she had diligently honed her craft, until her work had caught the eye of Dr. St. Croix, whom some called the Holy Mother of the writing program. The professor's office decor set new standards for minimalism. 1 desk, cold steel except for a black granite top, 2 chairs. The visitor seat featured wafer-thin blue cushions that ensured discomfort if one lingered past 15 minutes. To the left of the long window stood a narrow bookcase with 8 shelves, all half empty, as if to suggest that from the entire history of literature, only a few volumes merited inclusion in this collection. On the desk were only a laptop, currently closed, and beside it the printout of an essay that bore Bibi's name on the cover page. Dr. St. Croix, tall, thin, attractive in spite of herself, wore her graying hair in a bun long out of style, and dressed as severely as a grieving widow. Her default image was of a cool, composed, and brilliant writing guru. She could be warm and funny, but she paid out her smiles sparingly, revealing her wit when least expected, thereby magnifying its effect. Now her eyes shone as cold and blue as the chemical gel in a refreezable ice pack. Her smile had flatlined. Bibi knew that she was in trouble, but she didn't know why. "Miss Blair," St. Croix said, "I understand you have expressed to other students some uncertainty about the value of being here." Dismayed to hear her perhaps naive concern expressed in those words, she said, "No, not at all. I've learned so much already." "You worry that the system of inspiration at the core of this program is a confining set of rules, that to an extent it encourages disparate voices to sound alike." "Someone has exaggerated my concern, Dr. St. Croix. It's just a small thing that I think about. It's natural to have little doubts." "Our system of inspiration is not a set of rules, Miss Blair." "No, of course it's not. We don't press upon our students either a way of thinking or a rigid set of values." Bibi doubted that was true, but she kept silent. "If you think in fact we do just that," Solange St. Croix said, "then you have a fine excuse to drop out, one that even exasperated parents might have to accept as reasonable and ethical." Bibi half thought she hadn't heard correctly. Drop out? With undisguised contempt, the professor indicated the 4-page manuscript. "How reckless of you to write about me." The recent assignment had been to choose someone in the writing program, student or instructor, someone you knew but whose residence, whether dorm room or apartment or home, you had never visited, and then to create as vividly as possible a credible living environment that grew from what you had observed about that person. But, Dr. St. Croix, you put yourself forward as a subject. And you know perfectly well it's not what you've written that is outrageous. It's what you've done." "I don't understand. What have I done?" Bibi recoiled when she saw that her claim of puzzlement angered Solange St. Croix beyond all reason. The woman's posture was that of righteous indignation. Something worse than vexation and barely less than wrath drew her face into leaner lines. "What you think is clever, Miss Blair, is only low cunning. I have no patience for you. I won't dignify your behavior by discussing it." Her face flushed, and she seemed no less embarrassed than she was furious. "If you don't drop out, I will see that you're expelled, which will complicate any academic future you may have and be a stain on you as a writer, in the unlikely event you have a future as one." Even then, people didn't push Bibi around without consequences. She stood up for herself when she was in the right. She leaned into trouble. She was likewise practical, however, and she knew that she was outgunned in this inexplicable conflict. If she stayed, she would be struggling forward with a sworn enemy who was the founder of the writing program. She had no future here. Besides, while it was true that she had learned much in the past few months, it was also true that she entertained serious doubts about the program. When Bibi reached for her manuscript, Solange St. Croix drew it back. "This is my evidence. Now get out." Beyond the hospital window, the seagulls sailed westward in a loose formation and out of sight. Bibi didn't know why the birds triggered the memory of Dr. St. Croix, instead of recalling to mind one of the hundreds of memorable experiences she'd had involving surfing and the beach, where gulls were omnipresent. Unless perhaps it was blind hope that had made the link between then and now. Leaving the writing program had turned out to be a good thing, had led to her becoming a published author much faster than otherwise would have been the case. And so, perhaps death from brain cancer was no more inevitable than had been the ruination of her writing career. That made a kind of sense. But she knew intuitively that it wasn't the correct explanation. She never had figured out what had so incensed the professor, and now she wondered if the offense of which she had never been properly accused was in some mysterious way related to the death by brain cancer that she now faced. Chapter 17. In the hours before the crisis. Bibi was sitting on the edge of her bed, making a list in the spiral-bound notebook, when her parents arrived with the intention of lifting her spirits as best they could, although they didn't succeed in this. The moment that they walked through the door, the stricken look in their eyes was poorly synchronized with their smiles. They didn't fail her. They never could. Only she could keep her spirits up. Anyway, she wasn't depressed, certainly not despairing. She didn't have time for that, or the inclination. Even as grim as it sounded, her prognosis was a challenge, and the only reasonable way to respond to a challenge was to rise to it. She was still the girl whose mind was always spinning, and now it spun out tasks for her mother, which she added to the list in the notebook. "They're keeping me here until tomorrow, maybe even till the day after. Dr. Chandra needs to do a few more tests to plan a course of chemo and radiation. The choice is mine, and I'm going to fight. I need you to go to my apartment, bring my laptop. I'm going to research the crap out of this. I need changes of underwear and socks. My feet get cold. Some of my nice soft towels, the ones here are scratchy, and all my vitamins. My iPod with the headphones. I'll have to use headphones in here." Because she maintained a post office box, she needed her mail to be collected and brought to her. She described a few other errands as she appended them to the list, and then she tore off 2 pages and handed them to her mother. Grateful to have something to do other than dwell on his daughter's situation, Murphy said, "We'll split up the work, Nancy. You take the apartment stuff. I'll do the other running around." Bibi said, "No, Dad. Let Mom take care of it. You get back to business." He looked perplexed, as if he had forgotten that he was anything other than her father. "What business?" "The one Pogo is this very minute running into the ground." He shook his head. "But I can't." "You can. You must. If I'm going to devote all my time to this battle, I won't be writing. My income will dry up. Mom's commissions will probably go to hell while we're fighting this. You'll have to support me, as if I were 10 years old again." "You have to, Daddy." Hugs and kisses, declarations of love, clumsily expressed covenants to face the future together with resolution, to win in spite of the terrible odds. And then her parents were gone. After using the bathroom, while washing her hands at the sink, Bibi studied her reflection in the mirror, until her vision blurred and one face became 2, smeary and distorted. Vision problems were a symptom of gliomatosis cerebri. She gripped the sink with both hands, taking slow, deep breaths, wondering if she would go blind. Not yet. Her vision cleared. Chapter 18. Something bad and something worse. Bibi took her lunch by the window. She ate every bite. Other than surgery, treatments for cancer often caused prolonged bouts of nausea and a depressed appetite. She needed to forget about being svelte and pack on several pounds of reserves to get her through the coming battle. She supposed that eventually she should shave her head, instead of waiting for her hair to fall out in a mangy fashion. The more she took control of her appearance, the better. Poor Paxton would come home from war to find that his fiancée had morphed into a bald sumo wrestler. Well, he said he would always love her, through the bad times no less than the good, and she believed him. If she had him all wrong, which she didn't, but if she did, then she was better off knowing the truth sooner than later. The only plus to having brain cancer might be that it provided the ultimate test of your guy's true intentions. Given a choice between putting herself through gliomatosis cerebri and putting Paxton through a lie detector test, she would of course have chosen the latter. But she hadn't been given a choice. A perky blonde volunteer in a candy striper uniform, smelling of a lemony perfume, came to collect the lunch tray. Bibi arranged for the girl to go to the cafeteria and buy a supply of power bars in various flavors. I want to look like John Goodman by next week.
Who's John Goodman?
A large actor. He played Roseanne Barr's husband on TV.
Oh, yeah. He's in lots of movies. He's cute.
A nurse arrived to get a urine sample. A phlebotomist drew 5 vials of blood. A woman, from legal, had papers to be signed. Bibi engaged in only minimal small talk with them, though for most of her life she had been a fountain of words. Everything in this world amazed and fascinated her, from the fragile beauty of a lily to the mysteries of quantum mechanics, and she usually had to share her wonder or burst. Being named Bibi had encouraged her to chatter away because, even as a child, she had been determined to impress upon everyone that, in spite of her name, she wasn't a toy, not frivolous, but a keen observer of the world, a philosopher by the time she graduated from the potty chair. She had never been for long struck speechless, until she received a diagnosis of brain cancer. Her mother returned at 5 o'clock with everything that Bibi had requested, and her father phoned minutes later to say that the 3 of them should have dinner together in her room, not hospital food, but whatever outrageous, high-calorie, fat-rich takeout she wanted. Cheeseburgers and milkshakes, burritos, 4-cheese pizza, anything. No, Dad, Mom's exhausted. Nancy began to protest, but Bibi raised one hand to quiet her. You both are. These 2 days have been hard on all of us. You and Mom have dinner, just the 2 of you, with a good bottle of wine. I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to do some research on my laptop while I eat, then early to bed. I hardly slept last night. I'll ask for a sedative. I want to be dreaming about a certain Navy SEAL by 7 o'clock at the latest. To get Nancy out of the room and off to dinner, Bibi had to escort her along the hallway to the elevators. Alert for any tendency of her left foot to drag, determined not to become Quasimodo with boobs, she walked with her shoulders back and her head up. What about the tingling? Her mother asked. The 50 cell phones on mute, head-to-foot thing? It's quieter, and I haven't had that rancid taste all day. Baby, I can see your left hand's still weak, so I'll use the other one to scratch my butt. In the elevator alcove, the doors to one of the cabs slid open. Nancy didn't get aboard. This is so wrong. I can't just leave. As the doors started to slide shut, Bibi blocked them. Mom, we have to stay as normal as possible. The 3 of us can't group hug 24/7. We'll melt down if we do. When Nancy tried to speak, she couldn't. Her mouth trembled. Bibi kissed her mother's cheek. You're a sweetie. Now go. Eat too much. Drink too much. Live, Mom. Live. I sure intend to. In her hospital room again, she sat at the small table by the window and used her laptop to learn about anti-cancer and cytotoxic drugs, alkylating agents, nitrosoureus, anti-metabolites, mitotic inhibitors. At least her disease was enhancing her vocabulary. As the March afternoon dressed itself in scarlet to approach the evening, a nurse's aide brought a dinner tray. Suitable reading with dinner did not include an article about the side effects of chemo. As she ate, Bibi watched amusing dog videos on YouTube. The bad thing happened when she got up from her chair to wash her hands. A sudden pain of migraine intensity split her skull. She almost dropped to her knees. She staggered, made her way onto the bed, and pressed the call button for a nurse. Sudden headaches could be a symptom of gliomatosis cerebri, a consequence of pressure on the brain. However, they usually occurred in the morning. The tests she'd undergone the previous day hadn't revealed excess cerebrospinal fluid. No hydrocephalus, the doctor had said. Maybe that had changed. Having raised the upper half of the bed, she sat with both hands clasped to her skull and imagined that she could feel the bone itself deforming with each throb. The nurse arrived, asked a few questions, and returned with aspirin plus another pill. Bibi didn't ask about the second medication, just swallowed it with a long drink of water. "I'll keep checking on you," the nurse promised. "Now, rest." When the woman left, Bibi twice tried to recline, but both times she panicked when a vivid sense of falling overcame her. More than a mere feeling, it was an absolute conviction that she would tumble backward into a bottomless void, as if she were sitting on the brink of eternity. Besides, the very act of leaning backward as much as an inch or two intensified her headache. Even knowing that the inclined bed would prevent her from so much as lying full length on her back, she made no third attempt. Sitting forward, head hung, eyes closed, she wrapped her arms around her torso as if to anchor herself. To her surprise, in 5 minutes or less, the pain began to diminish. Aspirin didn't work that quickly. Evidently, she owed her relief to the second medication. When she opened her eyes, red radiance bathed everything, and she at first thought that she must be having vision problems again. Then she realized that none of the lights were on, and that the room, previously brightened by only sunshine, was now illuminated by the sunset, which had melted the sky into a fire-shot river of molten glass, slowly flowing west and away. She reached for the lamp control that was clipped to the bed rail. The oval dimmer switch felt wrong in her fingers, felt soft and scaly, as if she had gripped the head of a living reptile, and the pale cord wriggled in protest. She dropped the switch and watched with astonishment as her suddenly stiff-fingered hand pecked at the air like a bird pecking at a tree trunk to feed on crawling insects. Pecked violently, pecked, and she couldn't control it. Seizure, she thought. And as if confirming her own diagnosis, she grunted and mewled like an animal and made thin hacking sounds in the back of her throat. The stiffness in her hand spread up the arm, through her body, and she fell backward against the inclined mattress, which stopped her, but she didn't feel as if she had been stopped. The brink she had feared earlier was there, and she was overcome by a sensation of plunging into a void, down and down, plummeting, although the hospital room shimmering with crimson light didn't recede, which it should have if she were really doing an Alice down a rabbit hole. Several glossy spots of darkness appeared in her field of vision, floating like fat beads of black oil in the red radiance. First, fewer than a dozen, then scores, then hundreds. As all light vanished and the glistening blackness flooded over her, she tried to cry out for help. But like all drowned girls before her, she had no voice. Chapter 19. 12 years earlier. If only it were just a ghost. 2 weeks after fleeing from the apartment above the garage, 4 weeks before Olaf padded into her life, on another sleep-in Sunday for her parents, young Bibi rose and dressed while the last defenses of the night barely held off the advancing dawn. She tucked 2 granola bars into the pockets of her fleece-lined denim jacket, and as the morning spread its flamingo-pink wings across the east, she walked 2.5 blocks to the park along Ocean Avenue. She sat on a bench at Inspiration Point to watch the breaking surf and the dark sea as mottled green-black as watermelon skin. From that perch, she sometimes imagined herself to be one of a pirate crew sailing on violent tides, or else a whale so big that she feared nothing in her shadowed watery world. This morning, she imagined life after death, not as it might be in heaven, but as it might be here and now, in this world, if such things as ghosts were real. After finishing the first granola bar and deciding not to linger long enough to eat the second, she returned home. If she was a girl of action, a girl of unshakable intentions, like the girls whom she most admired in the books that she most enjoyed reading, she could no longer shrink from the mystery that demanded her attention. By the alley gate, she let herself into the courtyard between garage and bungalow, climbed the stairs, hesitated on the balcony. 2 weeks earlier, the gray, wet day had been appropriate to seances and conjurings, and to unsettling encounters with restless spirits. Under this bright and lively sky, with the warbling and clear, short whistles of meadowlarks celebrating the recent dawn, being in the mood for poo was easier than being in the mood for Poe. Nevertheless, Bibi stood at the door, staring through the 4 panes in its upper half, studying the kitchen before she dared to enter. There was no corpse apparent either on the floor or standing grim and moon-eyed in expectation of her. She went inside. On this brighter morning, the kitchen seemed to be a benign, if not entirely welcoming place, until Bibi noticed the one change since her previous visit. On the table, the spherical white vase, which had held no flowers before, not for months, now contained 3 withered roses. The once green sepals of the flowers' receptacles were brown, and the petals were mostly brown as well, with few remaining traces of red coloring. Some petals had fallen to the table, where they lay as curled and crisp as the shells of dead beetles. The sere and shriveled roses looked as if they had been here longer than 2 weeks. They were so thoroughly dehydrated that they might have been in the vase since November. She should have left the apartment, but she couldn't. Unlike many other 10-year-old girls, she didn't dream of being a princess or a pop star. She wanted to be plucky, intrepid, and lion-hearted, stalwart, valiant. Superman and Supergirl had no appeal for her. Everything was too easy for them and other invulnerable superheroes without genuine danger. Bibi knew that life could never be that way. Every surfer surfed with sharks unseen and swam with the risk of riptides. Death was real. You had to face that truth if you were ever to grow up. She wanted no caped costume with an S upon her chest, but she would have been proud to wear a sweater with a small embroidered V, a V for valiant, though only if by her actions she earned it. Therefore, rather than retreat from the mystery of the roses, she moved past the table toward the living room door, which stood open, as she had left it 2 weeks earlier. Someone, something, had pushed it inward before she'd fled. As on that day, the door blocked her view of the threshold, where someone had been standing. She felt confident that no one would be standing there now. As she approached the door, she heard footsteps on a creaking hardwood floor, as she had heard them on her other visit. She halted, listening, but then realized the footsteps were moving away from her. Lion-hearted girls seldom retreated when they were threatened, and they never turned tail and ran without good reason. When she passed the door and reached the threshold, trembling more than she would have liked, no one waited there. She saw a door swinging shut at the farther end of the living room. It closed with a bang and rattle. None of the furniture had been removed. After what had happened here, Nancy and Murphy didn't want another tenant. Eventually, they would dispose of the furniture, sell it, or give it away to Goodwill. Rather than proceed to the bedroom, Bibi considered sitting on the edge of an armchair to await developments. Sometimes, patiently waiting to see what happened next was much wiser than making it happen, which was one of the differences between truly smart girls in smart books and airheaded girls in witless books. After a hesitation, as a weakness crept into her legs and her mouth went almost as dry as the flowers in the kitchen, shame made her cross the living room. You were either plucky or not, stalwart or not, and the lion-hearted didn't make excuses in the quick of things, when you either gave it or you didn't. She halted at the bedroom door. Trying not to hear the rapid knocking of her heart, she listened for what sounds might come from the next room. She cocked her head to the left, to the right, and when her gaze drifted lower, she saw the blood on the doorknob. Red, glistening, wet. A single drop slid off the knob and fell to the floorboards in what seemed like slow motion. Valiant girls were more than spunky and resolute. They were also wary, heedful, and prudent. And they knew with clear-headed certainty when it was wise to act upon those virtues. She didn't bolt, but she backed slowly away from the bedroom. She turned and walked across the living room, quietly through the kitchen, out of the apartment. After she locked the door, she needed to hold the handrail as she made her way down to the courtyard. On the back porch of the bungalow, sitting on the wicker sofa, Bibi reviewed events, 1,000 threads of thought spinning through the loom of her young mind, weaving a strange fabric. She wouldn't tell her parents what had happened. They would find no flowers or blood in the apartment, just as her father had found no intruder 2 weeks earlier. Besides, Bibi sensed there was something she knew that she didn't know she knew, an elusive understanding that, if she could arrive at it, would make sense of everything. The morning grew mild, but Bibi remained cold to her bones. Chapter 20. A condition of complete simplicity. Bibi realized she was awake when she heard the nurse talking with the nurse's aide. She wasn't able to open her eyes or speak. She could only listen. One said, "She's exhausted, poor thing." The other took her pulse, seemed to be satisfied, and let go of her wrist. Bibi realized that she was breathing shallowly, making a sound like a soft snore. They must think she was asleep. No one witnessed the violent seizure when it felled her earlier. They pulled the sheet and blanket up to her neck. She tried to tell them it wasn't sleep that held her quiet, but something worse. The words formed in her mind, not in her mouth. She heard the nurse and the aide leaving, then a mortal silence. She lay mute and blind and limp, unable to be sure whether she was lying on her back, on her chest, or on her side. No muscle in her body would respond to her command. A remembered fragment of verse came to her, its source for the moment forgotten. A condition of complete simplicity. She was, indeed, in a condition of complete simplicity, and although she should have been frightened, she wasn't. Valiant girl she would be, as she had been for so long, plucky and intrepid and stalwart, lion-hearted. A condition of complete simplicity, costing not less than everything. With the second line of verse, she recalled the source, Little Gidding by T.S. Eliot. She took some comfort from the fact that, though her body seemed to have seceded from her soul, her mind remained clear and still part of her kingdom. Fragments of other Eliot lines came to her. Quick now, here, now. At the still point. Neither from nor towards, where past and future are gathered. Bibi drifted away once more into a nothingness that might have been a more solemn oblivion than mere sleep. Later, she revived in a panic, acutely aware of the severe decline in her condition. Paralysis, blindness. Her tongue cinched into a knot that wouldn't allow her the grace of words. She had gone downhill faster than rhyming Jill after she tripped over the idiot Jack. Suddenly, the big question was whether chemo and radiation made any sense in her case, or whether the better course of treatment, the more humane course, would be to give her a box of morphine lollipops and let her suck her way out of this world in some hospice run by kindly nuns. Valiant girl or not, she wanted to cry for herself. But if she wept, she couldn't feel the heat of tears or the tracks they made down her face. She woke again in the night, and this time she could open her eyes and see by the dimmed lamp above her bed. The orientation of her body became obvious to her as well. She was lying on her right side, facing the first, still empty bed, and the door at the farther end of the room. That door opened, and a man entered, backlit by the hall light as he approached. Even when the door eased shut behind him, closing off the light, he remained a silhouette. Bibi saw the leash as he arrived between the beds. Earlier, someone had put down the railing. The dog stood on its back legs, 4 paws on the mattress, favoring Bibi with the fabled smile of its breed, a golden retriever. Perhaps more than any other breed, Goldens had unique faces, and although for a moment she thought that this was Olaf, It wasn't. This was just some good Samaritan with a therapy dog named Brandy or Oscar or whatever. These days, hospitals were veritable dog parks, with hordes of well-meaning people trying to make the sick and the depressed get with the Uplift program. She had seen others like these two since being admitted as the poster girl for aggressive tumor maturation, and they were all sweet, the people and the dogs, though she declined their determined efforts to help her find the giggles in gliomatosis. Her left hand lay palm down upon the mattress. She could see it, but not move it. The dog began to lick her hand, and at first she couldn't feel that canine caress. Soon, however, her sense of touch returned, and the warm, wet tongue working between her fingers filled her with a wild hope. To her surprise, she broke her paralysis, moved the hand, and repeatedly smoothed the fur on the retriever's noble head. As she petted the dog, their eyes met. She knew that hers were dark and unrevealing, but the retriever's were so gold and luminous and deep that its gaze stirred something within her. That lustrous stare awakened the slumbering child that Bibi had once been, the easily enchanted girl who, in recognition of inevitable adulthood, had taken a page from the Book of Bears and had hibernated through a long winter. When the dog dropped from the bed, Bibi said, "No, please." But the visitors moved away. At the door, as he opened it just wide enough to slip out into the hall, the man turned to look back, still just the outline of a man, and said, "Endeavor to live the life." Bibi had heard those words before, although in her current condition she couldn't quite remember when. Alone in the near dark, she couldn't decide if something extraordinary had happened or if she had hallucinated the encounter. She flexed her left hand, which was still moist with the dog's saliva. She could feel her body to all its extremities. She wiggled her toes. When she tried to roll onto her back, she had no difficulty doing so. As a great weariness descended, she wondered if she was awake or dreaming. In the absence of the loving dog, whether or not it had been real, a bleak sense of isolation pierced her, and she felt alone and lost. Her voice shamed her for the misery it revealed. Valiant girls did not so boldly disclose the distress of mind and heart, but it was all there in his name when she spoke it. Paxton. Pax. Oh, Pax, where are you? And then a wave of darkness washed her into sleep, or something like it. Chapter 21. Half a World Away from Home. The head shed, senior commander, planners called it Operation Firewalk. They had an endless supply of colorful names for special ops missions, some of them literary, which proved they had gotten a well-rounded education at Annapolis. There would be no firewalk, no doves from scarves, no ladies sawn in half, no other illusions that made magicians' audiences applaud. Just a street-level strike that should be, to the bad guys, as unexpected as an earthquake. Paxton Thorpe and 3 guys on his team had come down from the cold hills in the night, having taken 2 days to make their way from the insertion point, where the helicopter left them, to the outskirts of the town. Had they been dropped closer, the helo noise would have been an announcement no less revealing than if they had been preceded by a bluegrass band on a flatbed truck draped with red, white, and blue bunting. They wouldn't have been able to cross the open ground and enter those streets without being cut down. Surrounding the town were fields once tilled, now fallow. The last planting had never been harvested. Months of searing heat and stinging cold and skirling winds had threshed the crops and withered the remaining stems into finely chopped straw and dust, all of it so soft that it produced little sound underfoot. Depending on where he stepped, Pax caught a musty scent that reminded him of the feed bins and hayloft in the barn on the Texas ranch where he had been raised. The moon had risen in daylight and had set behind the mountains before midnight. Under feeble starlight, tens of thousands and even millions of years old, the 4 men relied on night vision goggles. As far as the world was concerned, this place ahead of them was a ghost town. If you believed in spirits, you would want to pass on by, because here the hauntings, if there were any, would surely be horrific. The remote town had been established above a rare aquifer in otherwise barren territory, and the citizens tapped the deeply stored water to transform the surrounding fields into productive farmland. For a few generations, people had lived here in rural peace, unschooled and mostly happy in their ignorance. And then, the barbarians arrived in a fleet of stolen military vehicles, bearing rocket-propelled grenades and automatic carbines. Perhaps 600 residents were killed in the taking of the town, half the population, and the flag of the conquerors, black with a red slash, flew on every street by the second day. After the prettier women endured gang rape and dismemberment, the remaining citizens, men, women, children, were executed in the following 3 days. Bodies were stacked by the hundreds in pyres, sprayed with gasoline and set afire. On the 6th day after the invasion, the killers took down their flags and left. They had wanted nothing in that settlement, only its destruction. Savages though they were, they nevertheless filmed the massacre and made a recruitment video that spoke to the souls of like-minded radicals everywhere. It had found an eager audience on the internet. 17 months after the massacre, Lead Petty Officer Paxton Thorpe and 3 warriors, 3 friends, 3 of the finest men he'd ever known, Danny, Gib, and Perry, were on the hunt for big game where, only a week earlier, no targets were thought to exist. Some in the American media called their primary target the Ghost, which lent him an air of glamour, intentionally or not. Pax and his guys called their quarry Flaming Asshole, F.A. for short. Back in the day, F.A. had led the assault on this village, but that was not the only crime for which he was currently sought. It seemed unlikely that he would return to such a place of slaughter, far from the comforts of civilization that terrorist leaders now felt to be their right, far from most of his multitude of admirers. But the headsheds had intel that they found convincing, and they were far more often right than wrong. They were in a nation not worthy of that designation, but at least it wasn't currently an active supporter of terrorists or colluding with anyone against the United States, and its wrecked economy couldn't support a military adequate to regularly patrol most of its territory. Pax and his men had gotten in without an encounter. But now, it might be fan and feces time. The town contained more than 200 buildings, mostly 1 and 2 stories, none higher than 3, some of stone, many of mud bricks covered with stucco, crudely constructed, as if no engineer existed in this country with more than a medieval education. A third of the structures had been reduced to rubble in the assault, and the remaining were damaged to one degree or another. If F.A. and 6 of his most trusted allies were holed up here, they would most likely secret themselves in a central building, so that no matter from which point of the compass a hostile force might arrive, they would have plenty of warning that a search of the town had commenced. Intel suggested that a 3-story building at the northwest corner of the burg offered an ideal observation post. The team's attention needed to be focused only east and south for some sound or sign of habitation. The roof had a parapet behind which they could remain hidden, conducting surveillance with 2 periscopic cameras. As Paxton, Danny, Gib, and Perry came quietly out of the fields to the back of the building, they passed the horned skeletons of what might have been 3 goats, which regarded them with hollow sockets as deep as caves. The savages who killed the people of the town had also shot the livestock, leaving the animals to rot where they fell. The back door had long ago been broken down. They cleared the rooms as though they expected resistance, but found no one. The walls were bullet-pocked. Spent cartridges littered the floors, also chunks of plaster and broken crockery, and what might have been bits of skull bones with streamers of human hair attached. Debris-strewn stairs led to the flat roof. The 4-foot-high parapet was as described. In the liquid dark of the arid night, they dared to stand, surveying the ghost town to the south and east, looking for the smallest of lights, whether mundane or supernatural, finding neither. Having arrived safely, they slept 2 at a time, the other 2 always alert and listening, watching. Every sound would travel far into the hush of the dead town, and therefore they said nothing to one another. They had been through so much together that none of them needed conversation to know what the others must be thinking. They remained on the roof after sunrise, when the chill of night only half relented, though they stayed below the parapet. They wouldn't execute a search on foot until they had given their quarry and his men 24 hours to inadvertently reveal their location. They had their periscopic cameras, their ears, and patience. Nothing had happened by 4 p.m., when Pax raided his MREs for beef jerky, chicken noodle soup, and a power bar. He ate sitting on the roof, his back against the parapet wall. He wore body armor, but his Molly-style web system with all the gear attached was a separate rig that could be taken off and set aside. His pistol lay on the roof a mere foot from him, a Sig Sauer P220 chambered for .45 caliber. Abruptly, Bibi came into his mind. With such force that, startled, he almost bit his lip along with the half-eaten power bar. He thought of his singular girl often every day, but this unbidden image of her lovely face bloomed vividly in his mind's eye, as no memory had ever pressed itself upon him before. He recognized the moment. He and Bibi stand-up paddleboarding side by side in Newport Harbor on a sunny summer day. She'd said something funny, and his comeback had cracked her up so much that she had almost fallen off her board. The vision of her face, prettily contorted in laughter, so lifted his spirits that he tried to hold on to it, to freeze-frame the recollection in all its astonishingly sharp and poignant detail. But memory wanes even as it waxes. She faded, and could be summoned back only in a less intense manifestation. Paxton glanced at his G-Shock watch. 4:14 p.m. local time. That would be 4:14 a.m., where Bibi lived, half a world away. She should be home in bed, sound asleep. Worry wound its way through him, not just the usual worries he sometimes had when he thought about Bibi, but a deep disquiet unique to this moment. He wondered if he had gone on a blackout operation at the worst possible time. Chapter 22. What the hell just happened? This time, stilting in silence, the robed and hooded bearers of the dead convey the corpse along a hospital corridor where the roof and ceiling have been scalped away, allowing moonlight to bathe the scene. They enter Bibi's room, and the face of one so shocks and horrifies, as always before, that she rebels against consideration of it and sits up in bed, sits up, and wakes not from the dream, but from one dream scene to another. Gone are Death's 2 henchmen, or whatever they might be. In one of the chairs by the window, in the red radiance of a sunset, sits the corpse, cocooned in a white shroud, glowing with the reflection of the burning sky. The fabric masking its face stretches, and a shallow concavity appears as its mouth opens. From it comes the voice that she knows well. The forms. Things unknown. Frightened of hearing more, she sits up once again, but this time not in another dream scene, this time in the real hospital room. Morning had come, with a difference in it. The tingling in her left side had completely relented, head to foot. Not one prickle, tickle, shiver, no static in the nerve paths. Sitting in bed, she flexed her left hand, which had at times seemed to be the instrument of another Bibi than her, some other self who wished to use it to her own and different purposes. Now she had full control of it once more. No weakness. She closed it into a fist, and though her fist was small, she liked the look of it. No headache, no dizziness, no foul taste. With an exhilarating quickness, she said, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. She sells seashells by the seashore. Each word escaped her perfectly formed, without a slur or slip of tongue. She put down one of the safety railings and sat on the edge of the bed, where for a moment she hesitated, warning herself that the cessation of symptoms didn't mean that she was somehow cured. If she dared to cry out in wonder and celebration, her voice might trigger an abrupt collapse into her previous condition. But no, that was pure and foolish superstition. There were not 3 goddesses of destiny as the ancient Greeks had believed, no sisters spinning and measuring out and cutting the thread of each life who might take offense at her delight in having escaped the fate of cancer. She got out of bed and into her slippers, walked the room, walked it, and then did a silly little dance. And in each case, her left foot, just like her right, performed as she demanded, without a moment of stiffness or a misstep. Through the doorway came a nurse, Petronella, whose hair was pulled tight and braided at the back. She'd been on duty the previous day and proved to be an efficient and confident woman who had seen everything that anyone in her career could expect to see, and who seemed never to have been for a moment unsettled or caught unaware by any of it. Her chocolate-brown face warmed now with surprise and amusement as she stopped just inside the threshold and said, "Girl, what's gotten into you this morning?" "I can dance," Bibi said as she performed a modest soft shoe number. "Maybe you can," the nurse said, "but I'll wait to see the evidence." Bibi laughed and clapped her hands 3 times quickly. "No funky left foot, no tingling head to toe, no nothing. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, perfectly pronounced Petronella. I'm not sick anymore." The nurse's smile first froze and then melted. With pity in her eyes and sympathy in her voice, she said, "Things come and go. Then they come again, child. It's best to stay real with that." Bibi shook her head. "It's true. It's real. I don't know what the hell just happened, but something sure did. I can feel it through and through. Clean. Healthy. I need to talk to Dr. Chandra. He needs to see me. We've got to take another look at this." Chapter 23. 12 years earlier. She just can't leave it alone. After another 2-week reprieve from temptation, the Sunday morning quiet, the sunless day fog-bound and chilly, the key in the lock, the creak of the hinges, the white vase on the table without flowers this time, the open inner door, the living room threshold, the living room itself, the closed bedroom door. If the blood on the doorknob had been real on her previous visit, someone had wiped the brass clean in the meantime. Sometimes Bibi didn't understand herself. She wasn't a foolish girl, yet she had returned. She knew that she was no coward, that she didn't need to test her courage, but here she stood. She remained convinced that the dead didn't come back, and yet she wondered. Worst of all, she understood that it wouldn't be a good thing if one of them did find a way back into the world of the living. Nonetheless, a part of her sort of undeniably yearned to have just such an encounter, supposing, of course, that it turned out to be magical in the best possible way. She worried that she might have dark impulses. She knew about dark impulses because she'd read about them in novels. She read at a 10th grade level, 5 grades above her station, which led her to believe that she must be well informed about compulsions, fixations, obsessions, manias, and morbid drives. Such dark impulses could be of the mind or the heart. She was certain that she was not insane, and so she hoped that whatever dark impulses she had were of the heart, and were therefore not particularly dangerous. Valiant girls routinely did brave things, or else they lost their chance to be above the herd. Thereafter they became sad, timid women, washed-out wallflowers, pitiful drudges condemned to drab lives in gray rooms. Bibi had been boogie boarding since the age of 7, full-on surfing for almost a year now, and she had no intention of becoming a would-have-been, had-been, washed-up, washed-out loser, either now or 50 years from now. You had to drop in from the peak, shoot the curl, tear it up when the surf was off the Richter. No fear. That was the difference between a true surf rat and a goob, a spleet, a Wilma, and a wanker. Valiant girls could never be goobs, spleets, Wilmas, or wankers. She turned the knob and opened the bedroom door. Everything remained pretty much as it had been back when the apartment was occupied. The bed had been stripped of its spread, blanket, and sheets, leaving only a mattress cover, and the pillows had been put away in a linen closet. Otherwise, nothing had changed. Like a ghost sea, like high tide, as high as it might have been a million years earlier, thick fog pressed at the 2 windows, and only a murky, drowned light found its way inside. Because the bedroom lay at the back of the apartment, the lamps that Bibi turned on couldn't have been seen from the bungalow, even if there had been no fog. The bathroom stood open. but the walk-in closet door was closed. She surprised herself by knocking on it. No response. She thought, drop in from the peak, rip it, don't hair out. She opened the door, turned on the light. Valiant girls didn't believe in boogeymen, and there wasn't one waiting for her. A pull rope hung from a ceiling trap door. She knew that if she yanked on the rope, the trap would come open on sturdy hinges and springs, and a segmented ladder would unfold from the back of it. For the first time during this visit, she heard noises that she hadn't made. They came from the attic. She considered the rope, but, somewhat to her chagrin, she didn't at once reach up for it. Someone must have pushed hard on the trap door from above, for it swung open, and the spring sang like an annoyed cat. The ladder unfolded to the closet floor. Peering into the gloom above, Bibi said, "Captain? Are you up there, Captain?" Chapter 24. How sweet it would be if it could be true. This time, the MRI machine seemed not in the least ominous, not a tunnel of doom, but instead a passageway to resurrection. Bibi didn't need the earbuds that she had required previously, didn't want the music, because her racing thoughts were music of a better kind, the equivalent of up-tempo jazz full of sizzle and sparkle, thoughts shot through with amazement, astonishment, wonder, and not a little awe. The impossible had happened. She knew. She knew. She didn't need to wait for the test results. She felt the truth of remission in her bones, in every part of her healthy body. They said that gliomatosis cerebri never went into remission. Until now. Let them do it all again. The functional MRI, magnetic resonance angiography, magnetic resonance spectrography. They would find nothing, not even one cluster of cancer cells. Her joyfully spinning thoughts repeatedly spun back to the incredible mystery at the heart of this new chance at life, to the unfathomed reason for her reprieve, a puzzle that challenged the writer in her to understand the hidden story. After the MRI, they wanted to repeat certain other tests. She could tell by their expressions that they were thunderstruck by the results they had thus far seen. None of them was rash enough to tell her that the impossible had happened. Not yet. Not before they were absolutely sure. But Bibi knew. She knew. Mira Hernandez was young to be the head of nursing in such a large hospital. She appeared to be no older than 40, a pretty woman with glossy sable hair, wide-set eyes as black as the fur of a Halloween cat, and full lips, the bottom one of which she kept chewing as she listened while Bibi answered her questions. Nurse Hernandez sat in a chair by the window, the one in which Dr. Sanjay Chandra had sat the previous day, when he had delivered the dreadful prognosis. Bibi sat facing the nurse in what she now thought of as her lucky chair. In fact, every item in the room now seemed to be a lucky something. The lucky table between them, the lucky bed, the lucky TV that she had never turned on, her lucky silk robe, her lucky slippers. "I need you to help me understand," said Nurse Hernandez. "You think the golden retriever cured you?" "No. Maybe. Hell, I don't know. The dog had something to do with what's happened. It must have. Listen, I'm not saying it's a miracle dog. What would that mean, anyway, miracle dog? Sounds ridiculous. But the dog and the man who brought him, they must know something. Don't you think so? I think so. Well, the man might know something. The dog wouldn't necessarily know. Who knows what dogs know? And even if the dog knew something, it wouldn't be able to tell us what it knew because dogs can't talk. So we need to talk to the man." Nurse Hernandez regarded Bibi in silence for a moment and then said, "You seem to be agitated." "No, not agitated. I'm hyper. Good, hyper. Hyped up. Wouldn't you be too if you were riddled with brain cancer one day and free of it the next?" The nurse didn't want to encourage false hope. "Let's not get ahead of the doctors, Bibi. See, the thing is, I had a huge seizure last evening when no one was here. I thought I was dying. Passed out. Later, I woke when a nurse checked on me. She figured I was asleep, but I was paralyzed, and I couldn't speak, and it was awful. I knew I was nearly gone, almost out of here, worm food. The next time I woke, it was the dog. After the dog, I wasn't paralyzed anymore. I could talk. And this morning, when I woke like this... She made a fist of her previously weak left hand and pumped it in the air. I knew something good had happened. The biggest good thing possible. As nice as she might be, as patient as she was, Nurse Hernandez nevertheless looked as if she wanted to say, but that's the point, it isn't possible. Instead, after typing a note on her laptop, she said, "See, my problem is, we don't allow any therapy dogs in the hospital after visiting hours. There weren't any here last night." "There was one," Bibi insisted cheerily. "A beautiful golden." "Are you sure you couldn't have dreamed it or hallucinated it? My hand was warm and sticky with dog drool." "Okay, well, so the man with the dog, what did he look like?" "He was backlit, just a silhouette, and then in shadows." "What was the dog's name? Do you remember?" "I don't know. The owner didn't say." "The first thing they usually do is introduce the dog." "Maybe usually, but not this time." After the nurse typed on her laptop again, she looked up and smiled, but there was a look of misgiving in her eyes when she said, "I'm sorry. I don't mean this to sound like a police interrogation, Bibi. I really do want to understand if it turns out I'm cured." "It's okay. You can say it. You won't be encouraging false hope. I am cured. You think I'm hyper now? Just wait till Dr. Chandra tells me there's no cancer. I'll be bouncing off the walls. That's the kid in me. Most people can't wait to leave kidhood behind, but I keep the kid in my heart, you know? And once in a while, she gets out. It's a writer thing. The past is material. You never want to forget how it was, how it felt." Nurse Hernandez listened with interest, as if she didn't think Bibi was just babbling. When she could get a word in, she said, "What did this man with the golden retriever say to you?" "Nothing. Until he was going out the door with the dog. Then he looked back and said, 'Endeavor to live the life.'" The nurse frowned. "What did he mean by that? It sounds, I don't know, it sounds odd, kind of formal, don't you think?" Bibi shrugged. "Probably he just meant that I should get on with my life." She had heard those words before, but couldn't remember when or where. She wondered why she failed to tell Mira Hernandez that she had heard those words before. Suddenly, she had a girl detective thought that pleased her. What about security cameras? They usually store their video for 30 days. If you review it from last night and see this guy and his dog, then you'll know I wasn't dreaming. Chapter 25. 12 years earlier. "Captain? Are you up there, Captain?" When the ladder folded out of the ceiling to the floor of the walk-in closet, Bibi knew that an invitation had been issued, but she hesitated to accept it. In spite of the rigid geometry of the ladder, something about the way it zigzagged downward in segments made her think of a snake. As she stared up into the attic, the darkness above retreated, although not entirely, when a string of bare bulbs brightened the upper realm from gable to gable. This second invitation failed to encourage her to ascend in search of the captain. She had called him captain because at one time he had been a captain in the United States Marine Corps. He'd had many colorful adventures in times of war and times of peace, and Bibi had enjoyed his stories, no matter how often she cajoled him into repeating them. He'd held other jobs after leaving the Corps, and he'd been the tenant in the apartment above the garage for 5 years, until she found him dead in the kitchen, lying in so much blood that he seemed to be afloat. Captain was a man of courage and integrity and honor. She had always been safe in his company. He would never have harmed her. He would have died for her. If the captain was in the attic, even if he had come back from a place where dead heroes went for eternity, surely she had no reason to fear him. Valiant girls didn't discourage, and certainly didn't defeat themselves by abandoning reason and indulging superstition with all its irrational fears. "Captain?" she asked again. "Are you up there, Captain?" In answer came the sweet ringing of bells. Rather, it was the ringing of a single special bell that sounded like three. The captain had brought it back from Vietnam many years earlier, a souvenir of his days in a wearying and misfought war. Beautifully crafted of silver, the size of a wine glass, the bell housed an ingenious mechanism. The three clappers were suspended so that they operated simultaneously and yet didn't interfere with one another's arcs. The first clapper struck the waist of the bell. The second summoned sound from the hip of the classically shaped silver. The third from the lip. The three notes were different but complementary, and together they produced a most pleasant musical ringing. Before the war, before the gray pall of communism, Vietnam had been a land of enchantment, with unique myths and much exotic lore. By its appealing music, the bells suggested the magical nature of the country's history. The memory of the elegant shape and glimmer of the silver form, the unison notes, each an octave apart from the one below it, and her profound affection for the man who had owned this bell at last drew Bibi up the ladder. Upon his death, Captain had no siblings or children in far-flung places for whom his charming little collection of souvenirs needed to be accounted and forwarded. Nancy said all those items were Bibi's if she wanted them, and she wanted them very much. The sight of his humble treasures, however, sharpened her grief. Back in November, less than 3 months earlier, her mother had helped her pack them away for the day when the sting of Captain's death had been dulled by time. Although she mourned him no less than she had on the day that she found his corpse, she entered the attic with a tentative gladness equal to her intense curiosity, which wouldn't be quenched. Particle board provided a floor, and the raftered space rose high enough for an adult to stand erect everywhere except near the eaves. Upon Bibi's arrival, the ringing stopped. At the periphery of vision, movement caught her attention. She looked up to see what, for an alarming moment, appeared to be lazily billowing smoke, evidence of a smoldering fire. But those fumes were only slithers of mist seeping through the screen that covered the attic vents, as though the ocean of fog outside possessed curiosity about the contents of the houses currently submerged in it. Little of the room's copious contents had been the property of the captain. Most belonged to Nancy and Murphy. Bibi had forgotten where in the aisles of stacked boxes the bell and other items had been tucked away. Sans bell, in the small, soundless exhalations of fog, the silence pooled so deep that Bibi felt as if she were in a cellar rather than an attic. She might have thought that she had imagined the silvery ringing if the ladder and the lights hadn't been proof of another presence. Because the 1-inch particle board had been securely screwed to the joists rather than nailed, her feet found no creaks in it as she moved along the center line of the attic, looking left and right into the aisles of shelving and free-stacked goods. The captain had provided the labor to replace the old rotting plywood flooring, one of a number of small jobs that he did for free to prove his value as a tenant, although no one felt it needed to be proved. That was just Captain's way, always wanting to be useful. When she reached the next-to-last aisle at the east end of the attic, Bibi discovered a presence, perhaps the one who for some weeks she had been seeking with both yearning and misgiving. He, or someone, stood at the back of the aisle, 10 feet from her, in the shadows past the fall of light. The apprehension that she had overcome before, that she felt was unworthy of her, flowered again, a black-petaled fright that severely tested her image of herself. Valiant girl? Or was she just another uncertain and confused kid, pretending to be mature and brave, self-deceived by the fake-out she pulled on everyone else? "Captain?" she said softly. The presence moved toward her, into the light. She realized then that madness and sanity were two worlds separated from each other by no more than a single step. Chapter 26. People of Sinister Intentions. When Nurse Hernandez returned to Bibi's room, she brought with her the chief of security for the hospital, whom she introduced as Chub Coy. Whether Chub was his real name or a nickname, he lived up to it. Pleasantly rounded rather than markedly fat, He moved with the lithe and supple ease of a dancer, which was peculiar to certain amply padded people. His last name was less appropriate than his first, because he was neither taciturn nor shy. Mira Hernandez powered the unaccompanied first bed to its maximum height, and Mr. Coy opened his laptop on the mattress. Bibi stood with them as Mr. Coy tapped into the hospital's video files from the night just past.
"Aren't any security cameras in patients' rooms," he said, "or in other areas where their privacy has to be protected. Frivolous lawsuits already jack up medical costs. Costs would go through the roof if everybody's grandma won $1 million in court because she'd been humiliated being filmed while she used a bedpan."
In a gently chastising tone, Nurse Hernandez said, "Of course, maintaining patient privacy is important for much better and more important reasons than defending against legal action." Mr. Coy in no way indicated that he realized he'd been quietly admonished for his frankness.
"The stairwells are all monitored, and the public elevators, but not the elevators the staff use to move patients around. We monitor all the hallways. If a patient steps out of a room with his hospital gown untied and back, and then wants $10 million because security had to look at his pathetic bare butt, well. So we have to go to court and hope there's maybe at least a couple sane people on the jury. Not that I'd bet on it."
Nurse Hernandez looked past her associate and smiled at Bibi, and Bibi returned the smile reassuringly.
Mr. Coy said, "Here's the main east-west fourth-floor hallway, just outside your room. The time's at the bottom."
The digital clock on the screen read 4:01 a.m. As the seconds flashed past and 4:01 turned to 4:02, a golden retriever appeared at the side of a man in a hoodie. The guy kept his head lowered as if to prevent the camera from capturing his face. He pushed open a door on the left and followed the dog through it.
"Mr. Hoodie just went into your room," said Chub Coy.
He fast-forwarded the video.
"Then he comes out 3 minutes later at 4:05. There he is. He and the dog leave how they came, by the elevator."
"Just like I told you," Bibi said to Mira Hernandez. The nurse shook her head. "Wait." Turning away from the laptop, face-to-face with Bibi, Mr. Coy said,
"Here's the problem. At that time of night, we're locked up except for the main lobby entrance and through the ER receiving area. There's no video of that guy or his dog using one of those, either coming or going."
"Some other door that was supposed to be locked must have been open," Bibi suggested.
"Not a chance. We run a tight operation. Here's another thing. It so happens the camera in the elevator he used goes on the blink at 3:50, 10 minutes before he sachets on scene. So there's no video of him and the dog in the elevator, either coming up or going down. The camera in the ground floor elevator alcove is working, but it never shows Mr. Hoodie either boarding the cab or getting out of it later."
Bibi looked at the laptop screen, where video from the previous night showed the corridor after the mysterious visitor's departure. "I don't understand."
"Me neither," Chub Coy said. "It's stupid to think he and the dog boarded the elevator mid-floor, coming through the hatch in the ceiling of the cab. No way, Jose. So did you recognize the guy?"
Bibi met the security chief's eyes. They were gray-flecked with blue, a steely contrast to the round, amiable face in which they were set. "Recognize him from the video, but he didn't show his face."
"From his posture, his walk, the dog."
"No, I didn't recognize him."
"Whatever he was up to," Chub Coy said. "It wasn't good."
"Well, I don't know. But somehow I'm cured."
"The doctors confirmed that?"
"Dr. Chandra is meeting with me this afternoon."
"I hope you had a miracle. I really do," Coy said, although he clearly had his doubts. "But see, I was a real cop before this. I've known a bunch of bad guys. People that act like Mr. Hoodie. You can bet the rent money. They've got sinister intentions."
Chapter 27. 12 years earlier. What she did when she didn't go insane. Bibi didn't remember turning away from the presence in the attic, but the next thing she knew, she was descending the ladder to the floor of the walk-in closet. At the bottom, when she looked up, she saw that the lights had been extinguished in the high room. Panic hadn't seized her. She was in the grip of something else, perhaps shock, that rendered her half-numb to all sensation. Her mind wasn't spinning at the moment. Instead, each smallest impression and sentiment twitched to the next, as if a pair of lever-wrench pliers in her brain were ratcheting them along in a futile attempt to restore her usual flow of thoughts. She hesitated at the foot of the ladder, breath held, expecting someone to come into view above, uplit by the closet light. But when no one appeared, she gave the lowest segment of the ladder the hard push required to start it folding back into the ceiling. The ladder drew the trapdoor shut behind it, and the pull rope swayed back and forth like a pendulum. She didn't remember passing through the bedroom or the living room, but she became aware of being in the kitchen, standing at the dinette table, staring at the white vase. It had been empty when she entered the apartment. Now, it contained 3 fresh scarlet roses. As she descended the stairs from the balcony, thick fog flowed behind her and billowed around her as if it were the train of a magnificent white dress. In the courtyard, she could barely see the bricks underfoot, and the bungalow seemed to drift like a ghost ship on a shrouded sea, its lines visible but its substance unconvincing. When she went into the house, her parents were still sleeping. Bibi retreated to her room, took off her shoes. Without removing her clothes, she slipped under the covers. Something more had happened in the apartment attic than she had the fortitude to contemplate. She pushed away the memory of what had occurred, for it was both too frightening and too sad to bear, a weight no girl of 10, perhaps of any age, could carry for an hour, let alone for a lifetime. Better to put down that burden and let time bear it away. She slept without rest, a sleep of denial and forgetting. Her mother woke her. "Hey, sleepyhead, get a move on. We're going to brunch and then the movies." With the covers pulled to her chin, Bibi said, "I don't want to. I stayed up all night reading." That was a lie, but not a mortal one. "You go without me. There's leftover chicken in the fridge. I'll make a big sandwich." Picking up a book from the nightstand, where at least one novel remained always near at hand, Nancy read the title, "The Secret War in the Garden." Pretty thrilling, huh? Bibi agreed. Imagining themselves to be free spirits, footloose children of nature, her parents encouraged their daughter to be independent and self-directing. She would never be chastised for staying up most of the night, either to read or to watch one stupid thing or another on television. "The movie is supposed to be totally funny," Nancy said. "It's the new Adam Sandler." Insisting on her exhaustion by keeping her eyes shut and her face in a sort of slack pout, by speaking with weary exasperation, Bibi said, "He's not funny." "You're too old for Adam Sandler, huh?" "Decades." "My daughter, the 5th grade sophisticate." "Well, all right. But don't hit the surf alone." "I never do, and it's too cold anyway." She remained in bed for 15 minutes after her parents left, to be certain they were gone. A short while later, as she sat at the kitchen table, finishing a breakfast of chocolate milk and Eggo waffles smeared with peanut butter, she began to tremble, and then to shake uncontrollably, as if the hinges of her bones had come loose every one, and all at once. She didn't ask herself why the shaking. She didn't want to know why. It wasn't about a ghost, either real or imagined. Ghosts couldn't harm her. Even if it had been a real ghost in the attic, she would most likely never see another. Ghosts didn't swoop up every day from all around, like sparrows and meadowlarks taking wing. If something else happened in the high room, some moment of insight or even revelation, it had been of so little importance that it had evaporated from memory while she'd slept, before her mother woke her. She insisted that she just had a chill. That was all. That was enough to explain the shakes. Leaving the last few bites of the meal on her plate, she went into the living room, where the gas fireplace featured an electronic ignition. She switched it on with a remote control. Hands thrust in the pockets of her jeans, she stood at the hearth, basking in the heat, staring into the blue and yellow flames that leaped around the ceramic logs. Sometimes she liked to search for animals and faces in the shapen clouds of a summer day. Flames were too quick and fluid for the eye to glimpse the suggestion of any presence other than fire, and that was a good thing. When the shakes passed, she decided to walk to the park along Ocean Avenue and sit on the bench at Inspiration Point, even if the fog still largely obscured the Pacific. The sea always calmed her, even just the scent of it, and the soothing sound of waves dashing against rocks and splashing across the sand. But as she stepped onto the front porch, even before she pulled the door shut, an unexpected flood of tears spilled from her. She wasn't a girl who wept in front of others, and she retreated into the bungalow. She didn't wish to understand this bitter emotion any more than she had cared to analyze the cause of her shaking. She wanted only to stop crying, to shut off the flow before it might wash into view a reason for this grief, if it was grief, or this dread, if it was dread. When she realized that the tears might be as persistent as the shakes, she ran for the only medicine that reliably cured any bout of unpleasant feelings: a book. Although her mother thought that Bibi had stayed up all night reading The Secret War in the Garden, which was the third young adult novel in a beloved fantasy series, she hadn't yet begun the story. Now she snatched the book off her nightstand, hurried with it to the living room, switched on a floor lamp, dropped into an armchair, and sought refuge in the tale. The first rumors of war came from the field mice, who traveled daily between the garden behind the Jensen house and the world below, which was far larger than our world and still unknown to most people, though known to certain children. At first, as Bibi read, she wiped her tear-streaked face with the sleeves of her sweatshirt. Soon, however, the blurred print became clear, and her eyes stopped sabotaging story time. And so it was that hour by hour, day by day, she moved away from the disturbing knowledge that she needed to put behind her. The eerie and unsettling experience in the attic became about nothing more than an apparition or hallucination. She rejected the revelation that had been part of the incident, cut it from the cloth of memory, and sewed shut the hole it left. Or thought she did. She read books and wrote stories about Jasper, a black and gray dog who had been abandoned by his owner and sought a new home along the coast of California. A couple of weeks later, when a golden retriever came to her out of the rain, she kept him and named him Olaf. As kids do, she made a confidant of her dog and told him all her secrets, as she knew them. She told him about Captain, how wonderful he had been. She told Olaf that the apartment above the garage was an evil place, but she didn't tell him why. Chapter 28. A Visit from the Doctor. Bibi had folded the pajamas and the robe into her drawstring bag and had donned the jeans and long-sleeved t-shirt she'd been wearing when Nancy had brought her to the hospital. This was an expression of confidence in her belief that the brain cancer had gone into remission, that the glioma hadn't merely shrunk, but had vanished. When Dr. Sanjay Chandra entered the room, Bibi was pacing, not to work off a bad case of nerves, but with impatience to get back into the world and reclaim her life. He halted at the sight of her, and his expression was so solemn that something caught in her throat, as if she had tried to swallow a large bite of meat without chewing it, though she hadn't eaten anything. What appeared to be solemnity, or even distress at the news he had to deliver, proved to be awe. Nothing in my years of practice, nothing in my life, has prepared me for this. I'm not able to explain it, Bibi. It's not possible. But you are entirely free of cancer. The previous day, Nancy had said that Dr. Chandra reminded her of Cookie, the gingerbread cookie that had come to life in an old children's book that she had shared when Bibi was 5 years old. The resemblance owed more to Nancy's sense of whimsy than to fact, and it certainly wasn't so pronounced that some snarky magazine would pair Dr. Chandra's and Cookie's photographs in a separated-at-birth feature. However, everything about the physician, his boyish face, chocolate drop eyes, musical voice, humility, and charm, made her want to like him. Upon his confirmation of remission, she loved the man. She flew to him like a child into the arms of an adored father. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she gushed. exhilarated even as she was embarrassed by her exhilaration. He returned her embrace and then held her at arm's length, his hands on her shoulders, smiling broadly and shaking his head slowly as if marveling at her. The first diagnosis wasn't mistaken. You did have gliomatosis cerebri. I'm sure I did. I know I did. Other tumors can break down and be absorbed, and the remission can be surprisingly quick. It's not common, but it does occur. Except with this cancer. Never with this hateful thing. I'll want to see you for follow-up. Quite a lot of follow-up. Of course. Oncologists specializing in gliomas will want to study you. Study me? I don't know about that. I don't think so. What is it about you that made the impossible possible? Is it genetic? A quirk in your body chemistry? A higher functioning immune system? Studying you might save uncountable lives. She felt irresponsible for having shied away from the prospect of being studied. Well, if you put it that way, I do. I put it that way. He released her shoulders. His happy expression was infused with wonder again. Yesterday, when I said you had at most a year to live, you said, "We'll see." Do you remember? Yes? It's almost as if you knew then that you'd go home today. Chapter 29. The Poison Ivy Itch of Intuition. Because Nancy and Murphy were coming for a long visit at 4 o'clock, Bibi hadn't called to tell them what had happened in the night, or that her death sentence had been miraculously commuted. Although she'd known that her health had been restored, she hadn't wanted to pop the champagne cork with them, figuratively speaking, until she had Dr. Chandra's confirmation. Besides, she wanted to see their surprise, their disbelief, their joy, when they walked through the door and saw her in street clothes, her former glow restored. 15 minutes before Bibi's parents were due, Chub Coy, chief of security, peered through the open door. His pale blue shirt with epaulets looked fresh, and his dark blue slacks still held a sharp crease. He said, "Got a minute?" Rising from a chair by the window, Bibi said, "Suddenly I have millions of minutes." Failing to match her smile, Coy entered the room. "Since I spoke to you last, we've quick-scanned the parking lot video for the past 24 hours. No Mr. Hoodie. No golden retriever. Seems they didn't drive here or walk. And I'm not a guy who believes in crap like teleportation. What about you? You believe in teleportation?" "What? No, of course not." So I asked myself, did they come here more than a day ago and hide out in the building? Are they still hiding in the building? "Why would they do that?" she asked. "Damn if I know." He shrugged and looked bewildered, pretending for a moment to be without suspicion. "So we searched the place, end to end. Nada. Zip." He walked past her to stare out the window, head tipped back, pondering the sky. "It makes me feel stupid, you know? So I kept looking at the same scrap of video till I noticed something weird. Want to guess what it was?" "I have no idea." Still at the window with his back to her, Chub Coy said, "When the guy and the dog come along, they pass 2 other people going the opposite direction. A nurse, then an orderly. Neither one glances at Mr. Hoodie. Kind of peculiar, huh? That hour, the hoodie, and not even a glance. But stranger still, here's this beautiful dog at 4 in the morning, and they don't glance at it either. People see a beautiful dog, they stare, they smile. Most want to pet it, ask the owner its name. They're off duty now, the nurse and the orderly, so I called them. Both swear there wasn't a dog. They're adamant. They never passed a dog in the hallway. You know what I'm wondering now?" "I don't have a clue," Bibi said. "I'm sure you'll tell me." He turned from the window to face her. "I don't know how it's possible, but just about anything is these days when it comes to fiddling with digital recordings, sound or image. So I'm wondering if some hacker breached our security archives, somehow inserted Mr. Hoodie and the dog in our video, made them be where they never were." Perplexed, Bibi said, Who'd go to all that trouble? And why? Instead of answering her, Chub Coy said,
"Watching it about 100 times. I still can't see any technical giveaway. The guy and the dog register with the same clarity as the nurse and orderly. The light plays off them exactly as it does other people in the scene. But I'm no expert. A first-rate techie specialist, an analyst with the right credentials, should be able to prove it's a fraud."
"Except for one thing you seem to have forgotten," Bibi reminded him. "I saw them. The man, the dog. They came into my room. The dog stood on its hind feet, put its front paws on my bed. Those lovely, luminous gold eyes. It licked my hand." She held up her left hand, as though a residue of case-closing golden retriever DNA might still be found between her fingers. The security chief's blue-flecked, steel-gray eyes were to him as scalpels to a surgeon. Direct and sharp and intent on cutting through all deception, his gaze seemed to flense her with exquisite delicacy, peeling away the layers of her image in a search for the most artful chicanery, some subtle telltale that would put the lie to everything he'd been told.
"These days,"
he said in a dead-flat voice from which he took care to bleed all inflection,
"I may be just a glorified mall cop in a somewhat more respectable environment, but I was once the real thing, and I still have good gumshoe instincts."
Regarding him with growing amazement and uneasiness, Bibi asked, "What are you saying?"
"I'm not saying anything, Miss Blair."
"That I'm some kind of suspect?" He raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes in an unconvincing pretense of surprise, as if she had misinterpreted what he'd said and had leaped to a conclusion about his intentions that astonished him. "What am I supposed to have done?" she asked, not with offense or anger, but with a kind of amused bafflement. "Faked the remission of my cancer? Tricked the MRI machine? Deceived all my doctors? Does any of that make sense?" If the irrepressible joy she felt as a result of her recovery hadn't been still so fresh in Bibi's heart, the security chief's smug smile would have ticked her off.
"That old cop intuition, Miss Blair. It's like poison ivy. It just itches and itches. You can't ignore it, so you have to scratch it real good to get relief."
With those words, which Bibi took to be a promise or even a threat, Chub Coy headed for the door. She said, "Try some calamine lotion. It has a funny smell and it's lady pink, but it relieves the itching." Without glancing back, Coy left the room. The soft laugh that escaped Bibi had only a slight nervous edge. She said, "Looney Tune." Chapter 30. Proud collector of 10,000 heads. Throughout the morning and the afternoon of their first day on the roof of the 3-story building, the 4 members of the SEAL team used periscopic cameras with non-reflective zoom lenses to scan the dead village without much risk that sunlight, flaring off the glass, would betray their presence. The images transmitted to the display screens were crisp, clear, and tedious. When the sun moved west, but not directly behind Paxton and his men, they were bold enough to poke just their heads above the parapet to study the townscape. A drab, gray and sand-brown hodgepodge of characterless structures, bullet-pocked stucco, cracked and crumbling concrete, and iron security gates hanging useless from broken hinges, strewn through the rubble. Their target, the ghost, whose name was Abdullah al-Ghazali, was holed up somewhere in these grim ruins, and he had with him 6 acolytes, all true believers, 2 of them possibly women. He had chosen to hide in this town, whose population he had slaughtered 17 months earlier, perhaps because he thought it was the last place anyone would look for him, but perhaps because the atmosphere of an abattoir appealed to the bastard, surrounded as he was with memories of vicious cruelties and abhorrent violence, which he found delectable. Paxton had studied the culture that produced such men, but a lifetime of study wouldn't help him understand why they became death-loving haters of everything the rest of humanity held dear. An equal opportunity terrorist who murdered not only Jews and Christians and Hindus and those who had no faith, Abdullah al-Ghazali also butchered Arab tribes other than his own, Muslims he considered less than pure. He claimed to have taken, or ordered taken, the lives of 10,000 people, and most experts thought he had undercounted. He usually moved with impunity through countries impressed by his barbarism, but not since the past October. In spite of Homeland Security and no-fly lists and surveillance of every transportation system coast to coast, he had gotten into the States, activated 10 sleeper cells, planned 2 attacks, led one, on shopping malls, and murdered 317 people. Most of his associates had been killed or arrested, but he had escaped the United States, only to find that he was now too hot to be welcomed in those kingdoms and fake democracies that had once provided him with rent-free villas when he needed them. Pax, Danny, Gib, and Perry had been sent to provide justice, which in this case did not require a judge and jury. Now that they were in town, they were eager to do the job and go home, impatient with the need to conceal their presence until the targets revealed themselves, instead of boldly going on the search. Later in the afternoon, only half a block away, a man appeared on the flat, railed roof of a 2-story building on the farther side of the street. Although he was dressed in gray to match the concrete around him, his camouflage was pathetic. A pair of binoculars hung around his neck. The SEALs at once put down their field glasses and ducked out of sight. Perry raised a camera on its stick so that it barely cleared the parapet wall. The instrument was so small, there was little danger that the watchman would spot it. Perry and Pax lay with the display between them, watching an enhanced image of the terrorist. Not Abdullah, one of his butt-kissers. The guy lit a cigarette and took 2 draws before raising his binoculars to survey this jumping-off place that he and his companion used as their rat's nest. Having put up a second camera, Gib and Danny huddled over that display. 4 men scoping the scene, analyzing the smoker's behavior, were better than 2. Each might see a crucial detail that the others missed. For starters, Pax figured the 6 targets must feel safe if one surfaced only periodically to perform a cursory surveillance of the town. Maybe their edge had worn off because they were doing good dope, which, among their teetotaling kind, was a common indulgence. Mass murder was stressful. They had to chill out somehow, after all. 317 shoppers, 10,000 victims. Back when Muammar Gaddafi had ruled Libya, the Ghost had done an American TV interview from a villa there, in which he'd said, in addition to the usual propagandist rant, that he possessed a small collection of severed heads in one of his residences. The heads, he declared in his taunting manner, were much like books on a shelf, each one a story. He wished that he had a library large enough to hold 10,000. Throughout the day, Pax had thought often about Bibi, worried about her, wondered about the vivid image of her that had thrust into his mind the night before. Now, she receded to a back corner of his thoughts. A job needed to be done. He and his guys would do it as well as it could be done, and with considerable satisfaction. Chapter 31. Crazy when you least expect it. Nancy and Murphy didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and as usual, when torn by conflicting emotions, they succumbed to both, switching back and forth, and back again, from tears of joy to tears that watered a large garden of what might have happened fears. They made such a spectacle of themselves in the hospital room that a nurse stepped in and politely asked them to remember, please, that the other patients needed peace and quiet. As soon as Bibi had the discharge papers, her parents shepherded her along the corridor, into the elevator, down to the lobby, out to the parking lot, both of them often talking at the same time. They had 1,000 questions, and they wanted to hear everything that had happened, but they weren't able to stop themselves from interrupting her with hugs and kisses and exclamations of relief, some in surfer lingo. Epic, boffing, totally sacred, just a pure glasshouse pipe of a day, stylin'. Which, for the first time, sounded wrong coming from them, as though their daughter's flirtation with death had made them desperate to be young again. Dinner had to be special, celebratory, a night to be remembered forever, an amped-up commemoration of the impossible become possible. Bibi knew too well what that meant. The best combination Mexican and burger joint in town, where cheese came on everything and the spices were hot, hot, hot. Too many bottles of icy Corona, too many shots of tequila, But she went along with the plan because she was hungry, happy, still afloat on wonder, and because she loved her mom and dad. They were always sweet, always amusing, and they weren't alcoholics, only special occasion drunks once a month or so. During the dinner, Nancy whispered in Murphy's ear and left the table for 10 minutes. When she returned, giggling, Murphy whispered in Nancy's ear. Then he went away for 10 minutes. They were clearly conspiring at something, and Bibi half dreaded what it might be. They were generous and thoughtful, but a surfeit of emotion and too much booze could be a wicked combination that motivated them every so often to drop upon their daughter a wildly inappropriate gift. To observe the publication of Bibi's first novel, they'd presented her with an illegal tiger cub, which seemed reasonable to them because one of the big cats was a featured player in the book. Of course, she'd contacted animal welfare authorities, pretended to have found the cub in the park, and made sure that the little fellow went to a first-rate refuge for exotic animals. She didn't want another tiger, or, God forbid, an elephant, but she said nothing, because nothing she said would stop them once they had agreed on a perfect gift. Her parents could hit you with crazy when you least expected it. Bibi had drunk little beer and no tequila while convincing Nancy and Murphy that she was keeping pace with them. Now she insisted they couldn't drive her to her apartment. She would take them home and, in the morning, return their BMW. They snuggled in the back seat as if they were teenagers. At the house in Corona del Mar, their attempt to disentangle and clamber out of the car was worthy of Ringling Brothers' finest trying to exit a joke vehicle the size of a riding lawnmower. Nancy paused in that performance to say, "When you get home, angel girl, just go with it." Go with what? Grinning, her dad said, "You'll see." Oh no, I didn't think it would be tonight. "It's just what you need," Murphy assured her. "What I need, Dad, is a hot bath and bed." "Her name's Callida Butterfly." "Whose name?" He closed the door and bent down with Nancy to grin at Bibi through the front passenger window. The two of them waved and blew kisses, as though she hadn't been dying just the day before. As if she were 18 and going off to college. It'll be what it'll be. And it had turned out to be some kind of miracle. Even if the good twist might be impossible, inexplicable, Nancy and Murphy would, by morning, have put all the recent stress and worry behind them, would waste no psychic energy on wondering why or what if. They would grab their boards and hit the beach, so to speak, and respect fate by giving no thought to it until they were slammed by the next thing that would be whatever it would be. On the drive to her apartment, Bibi repeatedly reminded herself that, having had her ticket taken away and torn up as she waited on the banks of the River Styx, she should be grateful for every breath and accept every annoyance and frustration with patience. Easier said than done when someone named Callida Butterfly was apparently waiting for you with just what you needed. She parked in one of the two spots reserved for her apartment and switched off the headlights, but not the engine. She considered putting down the power windows an inch to provide ventilation and sleeping in the car. That was a childish impulse. She hadn't been a child even through much of her childhood. She shut off the engine, but took no satisfaction in her maturity. In the apartment complex courtyard, in the expectant stillness of the night, the palms and ferns were as motionless as plants in a diorama. Ribbons of steam rose and withered from the heated, eerily illuminated pool, and a young man as sleek as a trout swam laps so effortlessly that his arms sliced from the water only a quiet slish, slish, slish. Carrying her drawstring bag and laptop, Bibi climbed the open iron staircase to the long balcony that served the third-floor units. When she came to the door of her apartment, she found it open wide. Beyond the threshold and the shallow foyer, extravagant bouquets of red and white roses dressed the living room, as if a wedding would soon commence. And all the shimmering light issued from candles in glass cups that crowded every surface not occupied by flower vases. As Bibi hesitated in the foyer, a woman stepped into view from the right. She wore flat-soled white shoes, white slacks, and a short-sleeved white blouse. She might have been taken for a physical therapist or a dental assistant, except for the blue silk sash that she wore as a belt,
the gold star on blue field silk scarf at her throat, dangling silver earrings, each ear with 3 hoops of different sizes, and enough expensive-looking bracelets and finger rings to stock a jewelry store. She was an Amazon, 5'10", maybe 6 feet, formidable but feminine, with a face reminiscent of Greta Garbo, if Greta Garbo had looked a little more like Nicole Kidman. She was about 40, with clear, smooth skin, blonde hair cut in a page boy, and eyes that were blue or green or silver gray, depending on how the quivering candlelight revealed them. In a voice both slightly husky and melodious, she said, "I am Callida Butterfly. Welcome to this first day of your new life." Except that her parents were more traditional in some things than they believed themselves to be, except that their beloved and otherwise libertarian surf culture didn't have much patience for woman-woman or man-man romance, Bibi might have thought that their gift to her would turn out to be her first lesbian experience. But of course it was far different from that. She was about to learn why she had survived brain cancer. Part 2. Girl with a Mission. Girl on the Run. Chapter 32. Solange St. Croix and the Butterfly Effect. Callida Butterfly traveled with a folding massage table and a small ostrich skin suitcase. Featuring 2 compartments, the case could be opened from either side. Half of it contained the lotions, oils, and items related to massage. The other half held things she needed for her second occupation, which she had declined to reveal until she completed working on Bibi's tense, knotted muscles. "If you're thinking about what comes next," Callida had said, "you're not getting the full effect of the massage." "If I'm wondering about what comes next and why you're being so mysterious," Bibi had replied, "that won't relax me either." "The writer that you are. I guess you're used to being a kind of dictator, telling the characters in your stories what to do." "It doesn't work that way." "Good. It doesn't work that way with me either." Taking off her rings and bracelets, she said, "Now you lie down and be a good girl." Holding a towel across her breasts, wearing only panties, Bibi had done as she was told. Her embarrassment passed quickly because of Callida's brusque yet reassuring manner. An uneasiness remained, but she couldn't identify a cause. Maybe it was a lingering effect of the cancer scare, the residue of concerns that need no longer worry her. The table had a cutout for her face, so that she was looking at her living room carpet, where reflections of candlelight flowed and wimpled almost like water. "Did you bring all the candles and roses?" Bibi asked as she waited for the massage to begin. "Heavens, no. Your parents asked me to have them delivered at the last minute. I can get anything done on a 2-hour notice." "How do you manage that?" "I have sources. Proprietary information. Now shush." Callida switched on an iPod. Israel Kamakavivo-Ole, whose voice was one of the warmest ever recorded, began to sing a soothing medley of Somewhere Over the Rainbow and What a Wonderful World. "How did you get in here?" "Your mom has a spare key, right? She put it in an envelope and left it with the hostess at the restaurant. I picked it up." About 5 seconds after the first touch, Bibi realized that Callida Butterfly had magic hands. "Where did you learn this?" "Do you ever shut up, girl? You be quiet and just float." "Float where?" "Anywhere. Nowhere. Quiet now, or I'll tape your mouth shut." "You wouldn't." "Don't test me. I'm not your ordinary masseuse." In spite of the faintest uneasiness, Bibi got with the program. The candlelight purling and undulating on the carpet proved hypnotic. Just as she began to float, she wondered if the woman massaging her was, in fact, Callida Butterfly. Someone could have disabled the real Callida, or even killed her, taking her place in order to... To what? No. Such a twist was a novelist's conceit, and not a good one. Bad thriller plotting. Or a movie with shrieking violins and the latest scream queen channeling a young Jamie Lee Curtis. The rippling, curling candlelight. The music. Callida's magic hands.
Soon Bibi was floating again. Floating anywhere. Nowhere. Somewhere. Gelson's supermarket. An express checkout lane. 7 months after she had dropped out of the university. Bibi was puzzled that memories involving Dr. Solange St. Croix, such old news after all, should trouble her twice in 2 days. That afternoon, 3 years earlier, she stopped at the market for a head of lettuce, a few ripe but firm tomatoes, radishes, and celery. Carrying everything in a handbasket, she recognized her former professor standing last in line for the express checkout. Her first inclination was to retreat, explore a few aisles even though she needed nothing more, waste enough time for the holy mother of the university writing program to make her purchases and leave. The encounter she'd had with the woman in that minimalist office with the half-empty bookshelves had left, however, an enduring sore spot on Bibi's ego. She always stood up for herself, never pig-headedly, never without good reason. But on that occasion, she had backed down with uncharacteristic wimpiness, shocked and confused and unsettled by the professor's inexplicable fury. If she withdrew now, hiding out in the bakery department, she would suffer a second blow to her self-respect, this one more deserved than the first. To be honest, there was another consideration. In the 7 months since leaving the university, living with her parents, she'd written 6 short stories. 3 had been accepted for publication, by the Antioch Review, by Granta, and by Prairie Schooner. Such prolific production and acceptance were remarkable for a writer not yet 19. In one of the smaller rooms of her heart, Bibi harbored the unworthy desire to share her success with her former professor. She stood in line behind her target, telling herself not to force the moment, to wait for the woman to notice her. She wouldn't take a snarky tone when disclosing her good fortune. Striving to sound sincere, she would thank the professor for all she had learned in those 3 months, as if being harried out of the university had been a valuable service, had awakened her to her faults, and had brought her to her literary senses. She would be so convincingly humble and ingenuous that Solange St. Croix would be left speechless. The professor's handbasket contained 9 items, and when her turn came at the checkout conveyor belt, she turned to her left to unload her purchases. She saw Bibi from the corner of her eye and turned to face her with an almost comical expression of astonishment. The woman seemed to be wearing the same outfit as on the day in her office when she'd breathed fire, a tailored but drab pantsuit, and a blouse the gray-green of dead seaweed. Her graying hair was still in a bun, her face without makeup, and her blue eyes were cold enough to freeze her opponent in a smackdown with the mythical Medusa. Before Bibi could get out a word, the professor said, "You bold little bitch!" spraying spittle with the bees, and her face contorted with what seemed to be both anger and fear. "Following me! Stalking me!" Before Bibi could deny the charge, the woman rushed on. "I'll call the police on you. Don't think I won't. I'll get a restraining order, you crazy In the river of invective that followed, she used the C word, the T word, the F word more than once, and it was impossible to tell whether rage or genuine terror scored higher on her emotional Richter scale. "Get this girl away from me! Someone help me! Get her away from me!" 3 shoppers had stepped into line behind Bibi, making retreat a clumsier bit of business than she would have liked. Maybe they knew who the esteemed professor was, or maybe she looked so unthreatening and widow-like that, in spite of her foul language, they were inclined to sympathize with her. On the other hand, customers and clerks and aproned bag boys stared at Bibi, gaped at her, as if she'd committed an offense against the helpless older lady that, although witnessed by none of them, must have been malicious in the extreme. With St. Croix still asking for help and warning everyone about her dangerous assailant, Bibi made her way among the shoppers in line behind her and turned left, crossing the front of the store. Rattled as she rarely was, mortified, she didn't know where she was going. That is, until she put down her handbasket of vegetables on a display of Coca-Cola, said, "Excuse me," to a young mother and child with whom she collided, and headed for the nearest exit. So much for floating. "You tensed up all of a sudden," said Callida Butterfly. "Just a bad memory." "Men said the masseuse, making a wrong assumption.
Nothing we can do about them, except shoot them, if it was legal.
Bibi hadn't gone back to Gelson's for a year, although it was her favorite market. Even to this day, she imagined an employee now and then recognized her, and, to be safe, kept out of her way. She hadn't seen Dr. Solange St. Croix since, hoped never to see her again. With no slightest clue to puzzle out the reason for the professor's bizarre behavior, Bibi had decided it must be early-onset Alzheimer's. A draft stirred the candle flames for a while, and fluttering cascades of soft amber light spilled across the room, which smelled sweetly of roses. Bibi took slow, deep breaths and exhaled through the face hole in the massage table.
That's better,
Khalida said.
Much better.
A few minutes later, she said,
We're done with this part, kid. Now, let's find out why you were spared from brain cancer.
Chapter 33. Waiting for the wrong people to show up. Fully dressed, feeling pleasantly wrung out, Bibi opened a chilled bottle of Chardonnay, poured 2 servings, and brought the glasses to the chrome dinette table with the red formica top. Khalida Butterfly had moved some of the candles from the living room and distributed them on the table and countertops to provide the proper mood for the second thing that she had been hired to do. Laying her ostrich skin suitcase on one of the chrome and black vinyl chairs, Khalida said,
Do you know what divination is?
Predicting the future, Bibi said.
Not entirely. It's also a tool for uncovering hidden knowledge of supernatural means.
What hidden knowledge?
Any hidden knowledge,
Khalida said, as she opened the half of her suitcase that didn't contain items related to massage therapy. I don't believe in prognostication, all that stuff. Khalida wasn't offended. She said cheerily,
Well, the way it works is, you don't have to believe in it for it to be true.
Bibi saw, among other things in the bag, a Sig Sauer P220, or maybe a P226. She recognized the weapon because the P226, chambered for 9mm ammunition, was the standard pistol issued to SEALs. Paxton had purchased his own P220 because it was chambered for .45 caliber and more likely to knock a bad guy down hard in close combat. The 2 guns looked all but identical. Bibi had her own P226, which Paxton had taught her to use, an engagement gift. The uneasiness about Khalida, which Bibi had shaken off, now crept up on her once more. Why the gun? Khalida took a pistol from the suitcase and put it on the table.
Divination creates the psychic equivalent of seismic waves, shock waves. The vast majority of people can't feel them, or don't realize what they're feeling, but certain people can feel them, and sometimes locate the source.
What certain people?
The wrong people. That's all you need to know. Mostly they let me alone. They've learned better than to mess with Khalida Butterfly.
Because eccentric people and the details of their obsessions were good material for fiction, Bibi was genuinely interested when she asked, Do you have silver bullets in the gun? Taking from the suitcase a bottle of rubbing alcohol, a small roll of inch-wide gauze, and a self-dispensing roll of adhesive tape, Khalida said,
Didn't figure you for the kind of writer who would leap to a cliché. Good old American ammo will do the job.
Bibi settled into one of the chairs, holding her wine glass in both hands. What's your real name?
Khalida Butterfly, believe it or not.
I'll buy the Khalida, but who were you before Butterfly?
Okay, you've got me. I am caught, revealed. Before I was Khalida Butterfly, I was, of course, Khalida Caterpillar.
The masseuse diviner placed a small packet, twice the size of a matchbook, beside the rubbing alcohol, and then turned to rummage in the suitcase once more. Bibi reached across the table, picked up this newest item, a seamstress's kit of needles in a variety of sizes. Replacing the packet where she'd found it, she said, What are you going to sew?
Flesh.
The answer required another question, but Bibi didn't ask it. A session of fortune-telling, though pointless, had seemed to promise a little fun. But moment by moment, the weirdness mounted and the mood grew darker. Nancy and Murphy had gotten involved with some strange people over the years, but most of them were harmless surf dudes who had been clamshelled, prosecuted, and thoroughly rinse-cycled by so many monster waves that their common sense had been washed out of them. Callida didn't seem crazy in a dangerous way, but she didn't seem to be as tightly wound as a new spool of thread either. The last things the woman took from her bag were a folded white cotton cloth, a silver bowl, and a flannel sack with contents that rattled softly when she put it down. I didn't know my parents were into this. I mean, they never want to think about the future. You know, it'll be what it'll be. Callida sat, picked up her glass, and poured half the wine down her throat as if she had no interest in the taste of it. Like I said, divination isn't only fortune-telling. Oh, that's right. It's also for uncovering hidden knowledge by supernatural means. What knowledge did Mom and Dad want uncovered? You're a nice kid, but you're nosy. I would no more divulge my experiences with other clients than a priest would tell you what someone said in confession. Bibi felt rebuked, but to no degree embarrassed. When did you go into this divination business? Rather than answer, Callida finished the rest of her Chardonnay in one long swallow. She put down the empty glass and met Bibi's stare, and seemed to want to see how long her client could tolerate silence between them. Candlelight ceaselessly fingered her face, as if trying to lift the shadows that veiled part of it. Earlier, the color of her eyes had seemed to fluctuate, depending on the angle at which the light entered them, but now they were a steady green, and striated in such a way that they reminded Bibi of the eyes of the tiger cub that her parents had given her. After picking up the bottle and refilling her wine glass, Callida at last answered the question. I started 27 years ago. I was 16. My mother taught me. What's your mother's name? Thalia Butterfly. Butterfly and butterfly. So it's a two-diviner practice, like mother-daughter attorneys or something. My mother died 12 years ago, and it wasn't an easy death. Although Bibi didn't know what to believe, she nonetheless felt bad for having been flippant. I'm sorry. What happened? One night, after a session like this, the wrong people showed up. They tortured and then dismembered her. If you think that's just a story, you can check it out online. The crime was never solved. Chapter 34. The Eye of the Needle. Astragalomancy was a method of divining the future, or learning hidden knowledge by rolling dice. A ceromancer dropped melted wax into cold water and interpreted the figures thus produced. Halomancy required the reading of the shapes made by casting a handful of salt on a flat surface. A necromancer sought answers by communicating with the dead. When Callida pulled the drawstring on the small flannel bag and spilled the familiar lettered tiles onto the dinette table, she said, My mother devised and perfected the occult art of scrabblemancy. Bibi almost laughed, but then she remembered the brutal murder and dismemberment that could be researched online. She swallowed the laugh and washed it down with a sip of wine to conceal how close she had come to giving offense. Even in such vain and silly pursuits as divination, you could unwittingly encounter a sociopath and become the object of her wrath. In fact, the more fruitless and outre the subject of your interest, the more likely it might be that those without a moral compass and with a taste for violence, empty and wandering in search of convictions, might cross your path. Besides, she didn't want to hurt Callida's feelings. We are told that in the beginning was the Word, Callida said, and that the world, the entire universe, was spoken into existence. My mother speculated that the best material with which a diviner could work would be words, not human entrails or lines in your palm or a handful of salt cast on a table, but words. And if words existed before matter of any kind, before suns and worlds and seas and human beings and fortune-tellers, well, then an alphabet must have existed even earlier, so that words could be formed. Therefore, letters are more fundamental and powerful than anything else a diviner could use to force the secrets of the universe into view. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, Bibi Blair,
And you must answer truthfully, frankly, because I'll conduct the session in different ways depending on your response. Does scrabblemancy make sense to you? Not, do you believe it will work, but does it make sense? And to what degree? When Callida leaned into the table, tilting her head toward Bibi, her blonde hair shimmered forward and flared slightly to each side of her face, like golden wings, and her eyes were disconcerting in their hawkish intensity and predatory focus. As much as Bibi wanted to like the woman, moments such as this made her feel as though they had been born on different worlds and could never fully relate to each other. Does the theory make sense? And to what degree? Callida repeated in a whisper, and in the glass cups on the table, candles popped and hissed as the flames found impurities in the wicks, as if the melting wax were speaking in sympathy with the diviner. It makes a little sense. I mean, in the context of divination, Bibi said, striving to be truthful without being dismissive. But I'm more interested in things being spoken into existence than I could ever possibly be in using the occult to discover hidden knowledge. What if things spoken into existence, who spoke them and why, is the same thing as hidden knowledge? But I don't believe they are, Bibi replied. The hawk-eyed diviner seemed to search the depths of Bibi's eyes as a real hawk, gliding in its gyre, would scrutinize a meadow far below, seeking a mouse to hunt down and snatch up. Then she sat back in her chair, and the wings of flaxen hair closed against her face, once more curtaining her ears. She drank from the refilled glass, again finishing half the wine in one long swallow. When she put down the glass, she said, "Did you lock the front door when you came in?" Bibi nodded. Yes. Is there a second door? No. Are the windows locked? Yes. Then let's begin and finish quickly. The less time we're at it, the safer we'll be. As the diviner swiped the Scrabble tiles off the table and into the silver bowl, rings sparkling with candlelight, Bibi sipped the wine and savored it, considering whether her parents would be insulted if she refused the second part of their gift and sent this woman away. Callida returned the bowl to the table. From the seamstress's packet, she selected the largest needle, held it in a candle flame, and then placed it on the folded white cotton cloth. She removed the cap from the rubbing alcohol, stuck the thumb of her left hand into the bottle, let it soak for a minute, and then screwed the cap on once more. When the diviner picked up the 2-inch needle with her right hand, Bibi said, "You're not serious." As she began speaking softly in a language that Bibi didn't recognize, Callida thrust the needle through the plump pad of her own thumb, not through the nail, but behind it. The crown with its eye protruded from one side of the thumb, the gleaming point from the other, and about a third of the shank couldn't be seen because it was buried in the flesh. "Why the hell did you do that?" Bibi demanded, as blood oozed from the entrance and exit wounds and dripped onto the cotton cloth. Callida spoke a few more words in the arcane language and then, through clenched teeth, hissed in distress before answering, "Your skepticism prevents you from being involved enough for this to work. So I have to be more intently focused to compensate for your doubt. Nothing focuses the mind quite like pain. This is nuts." "If you keep up your useless commentary," the diviner warned, "I'll have to put a second needle through the meat of my palm." "Not if we stop this right now." Bibi pushed her chair back from the table. Callida grimaced. "We've begun the session. We must complete it. Close the door I've opened, or those psychic shockwaves I mentioned earlier won't stop. They're a beacon, an irresistible summons. You'll have visitors you do not want." Bibi's skepticism wasn't absolute. The piercing needle and the blood argued for Callida's sincerity, if not for her sanity. After a hesitation, Bibi sat. She pulled her chair closer to the table. Her mother and father hadn't become strangers to her because of their interest in divination and this bizarre gift. The fullness of her love hadn't diminished whatsoever. Her comfortable image of them, however, was evidently an inadequate likeness, and her long-held assumptions about their interior lives now seemed deficient, immature, if not naive. Stirring her right hand through the wooden tiles in the silver bowl, Callida seemed to speak to an invisible presence. "I bleed for answers. I cannot be denied. Attend me." To Bibi, she said, "How many letters should I draw?" I don't know. How would I know? You've got to participate, girl. How many letters?
Bibi looked at the kitchen window above the sink and was only somewhat relieved to see that indeed it had been locked. 11, she said, though she had no reason why that number and not another. 11 letters. Chapter 35. A World and a Half Away. Paxton and Danny didn't believe in ghosts. Perry allowed for the possibility, but never expected to see one. Only Gib was as certain of the reality of unmoored spirits as he was of the existence of the air he breathed, for his mother, who had raised him alone, sometimes saw his dead father walking in the fields behind their house, or standing under the oak tree in the yard, or sitting on the porch, smiling and translucent. On those occasions, she said it made sense that dear Harry would decline to move on as souls should, considering that he had loved her and Gib as no man had ever before loved his wife and son. Gib never glimpsed the apparition, though he yearned to see it. He knew it must be real, because his mother never lied, and each time she saw the wraith, she grew luminous with delight. Yet none of the four seals, including open-minded Perry and true-believing Gib, felt that this town in the barren outback of hell might be haunted. If any place in the world should have made you feel that it lay aswarm with otherworldly presences, it should have been this doomed village. But perhaps the cruelties visited upon these people had been so demonic and vicious, the murders committed with such cold-blooded pleasure and violence, that the many victims had been killed twice, in body and in spirit, and had no choice of either an afterlife or a lingering haunt. At 3 a.m., when the seals had left their surveillance post on the roof, moving into the narrow streets with a stealth that only ghosts could have matched, the town seemed never to have supported life, to have been forever as dead as any crater on the airless moon that shed now only a quarter of its potential light. The dwellings were crammed together, each walled from its neighbors, curiously isolated in proximity to the others, segregated, crude and sullen-looking places, lacking any sense of comfort or community, each family a separate tribe on its own speck of an archipelago, so that no aura of history adhered to the structures either. Nor did they serve even as monuments to those who had once inhabited them. Pax wondered if this deadest of dead places would be the death of him, but he didn't dwell on the thought. Difficult as it might be for civilians to believe, a battle-hardened seal valued his life less than the lives of his buddies, less even than his honor, which was the only attitude to have if he wanted to win a war. They had split into two teams, and had circuitously approached the target house by using the streets that paralleled the one onto which it faced. Pax and Perry entered, from behind, a damaged building that stood across from what might be Abdullah al-Ghazali's nest. They took 15 minutes to ease through the walled and debris-strewn backyard and through the ruined interior to the front door, which had been blown off in an attack 17 months earlier. Crouching just inside the doorway, they studied the house across the street from this closer vantage point, wearing night vision gear, and confirmed what they had seen previously with periscopic cameras and binoculars. The structure was intact, except for pockmarks and divots chipped out by bullets, all the windows protected by exterior metal shutters. Instead of mud bricks plastered over with stucco, the house appeared to be more modern, constructed of reinforced concrete, not an uncommon preference in a country where unending sectarian and tribal warfare, once fought with rifles, had long ago escalated to machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. At 5:11 a.m., the mission-specific satellite phone in Paxton's jacket pocket vibrated. The caller could be only Perry, who, with Gib, had taken up a position on the roof of the building to the east of the target house, with a view of its backyard. Perry spoke softly.
Faint interior light, leaking around a shutter. Just now.
This served to confirm that the cigarette smoker on the roof, seen the previous afternoon, hadn't merely used the house as an observation platform, but had taken shelter there, perhaps with the mass murderer, Abdullah al-Ghazali. Pax and his guys wouldn't move against the house until full daylight, and even then they would wait as long as the situation supported a delay, hoping for some indication that the smoker wasn't the sole occupant. If the 7 terrorists were spread out in, say, 3 widely separated houses, an attack on one would alert those quartered in the other 2, and the element of surprise would be lost. In that event, the odds of nailing al-Ghazali himself weren't as good as they ought to be. Regardless, the assault would occur during the coming day. A further delay was too risky. From somewhere in the waning night came the eerie cry of that desert wildcat called a caracal, and Paxton tensed. Chapter 36. Scrabblemancy. Crazy as it was, with the pierced thumb and the blood and the tiger-eyed blonde Amazon, with candle wicks popping and hissing, with salamanders of candlelight chasing their own lithe shadows across the tabletop, with the fragrance of roses rising with ever greater and somehow funereal intensity from the next room, and with the threat of unknown enemies gathering in the night to home in on psychic waves that Bibi could in no way detect, she nonetheless found her disbelief suspended. For the moment, Callida Butterfly had a presence, an air of authority that would make the most committed skeptic doubt his own doubt. The diviner stirred her right hand through the wood tiles that filled the silver bowl, neither watching to see what letters her fingers plucked from that alphabet soup, nor trying to discern them by a braille reader's touch. "I command the secret knowledge regarding Bibi's cancer cure," she said, her husky yet musical voice conveying an intolerance for resistance from whatever occult power she meant to interrogate. "I bleed for answers. I can't be denied. Attend me. Why was Bibi Blair spared from gliomatosis cerebri?" She dropped 4 tiles upon the table, and they clicked like dice, and then 2 more, and 3, and a final 2. Some tiles were face down, and she turned them over. She arranged them from A to V, and had this: A-A-E-E-F-I-L-O-S-T-V. She lined them up on the table so that if she turned to her left and Bibi to her right, both could read them. From 11 letters, even if there were duplicates, many words could be formed. Although Bibi made no move to organize the tiles, she saw leave, leaf, fast, feast, soft, solve, float, soul. Callida fingered 4 letters out of the lineup. Evil, which didn't improve Bibi's mood. "We must use all 11 of them to find the true message," the diviner explained. First she spelled out, "a fate so evil," and studied it for a moment, but then said, "No, that's not an answer. At most, it's a half-assed threat." "Threat? Who's threatening you? Or is it me being threatened?" Rather than answer either question, Callida rearranged some of the letters to spell East, Evil, Oaf. "Off to a false start," she said. "Evil isn't the key word." A quiet but growing urgency in Callida's manner, a puzzling continued intensification of the fragrance of roses until an odor of floral rot seemed to underlie their perfume, a quickening of the pulse and flitter of the many candle flames, so that the table swam with silverfish of light and phantom moths beat their soundless, insubstantial wings against the walls. Bibi began to feel that she was slowly, then more rapidly, succumbing to a fever, not born of physical illness, a fever of unreason as dangerous as any infection. On the table, foil a tease made no sense, and it left 1 letter unused. Via least foe was likewise without clear meaning. Suddenly Bibi saw what the diviner did not, and reached out to spell, "to save a life." "That's it," Callida loudly declared, with no slightest note of uncertainty. "Kid, you're a natural for this, intuitive. The client never sees the message. They sit like toads, waiting for me to feed them flies." Bibi said, "Let me get this straight. So I was spared from cancer to save my life. I sort of already knew that." "No, girl, that's not what it says. You can read the words, but I can read the words and their intended meaning. You were spared from cancer so that you could save the life of someone else. Bibi didn't at once buy into that interpretation. Save from what? When? Where? Why? She wasn't an adventurer, not a superhero. She hated tights and capes. Not a woman of action unless the action was on the written page. Who? She asked. Save who? That's what we ask next. Not quite ready to pose the question, the diviner picked up her glass and quickly swallowed the remaining wine. Bibi realized now that the Chardonnay was either to help Callida cope with the pain of the needle piercing her thumb, or to boost her courage, or perhaps both. Stirring her right hand in the silver bowl full of tiles, the diviner said, I bleed for answers. I can't be... Before the woman could finish, Bibi's smartphone, lying on the table, issued a call tone that imitated the antique ring of a rotary dial telephone. She glanced at the screen and said, There's no caller ID. Ignore it. Failure to take the call clearly alarmed Callida. No. If you don't answer it, we won't know if it's them. Them? Who? The wrong people. Her candle glitter stare no longer seemed to be that of a diviner confident that she had her foot on the throat of whatever supernatural entity she had been consulting. Answer it, for God's sake. Further disquieted, Bibi took the call. Hello? A man said. Top agent. Huh? Who is this? What does that mean, top agent? I don't know what you're talking about. Why play dumb? It's the license plate on your car. Oh. Not my car, my mother's. Who is this? The caller hung up. Some guy, Bibi told Callida. I drove Mom's car home. He wants to know what the vanity plate means. Callida's worried frown folded some of the youth out of her face. Doesn't sound like one of them. Whether it's one of them or not, he must have seen me when I drove home. Or he's in the parking lot right now. Everything's sort of sliding, isn't it? Sliding? What do you mean? Downhill. Over the edge. Into chaos, Bibi said, and wondered why her usual self-possession seemed to be failing her. Well, she hadn't prepared herself for a world with these sudden new and strange dimensions. She had prepared herself to write stories for the Antioch Review, for Granta, for Prairie Schooner, to publish a first novel with Random House. She didn't possess the emotional and psychological flexibility to deal easily with sudden, inexplicable cancer cures and the supernatural consequences that followed them. Callida looked at her oddly. Everything is always sliding. Life is an avalanche, kid, and you know that as well as I do. Sometimes a slow and more enjoyable kind of sliding, sometimes wild. I read your novel. It's in there, The Avalanche. Get your skis on, girl, and ride the snow wave. Don't let it wipe you out. Yeah, well, right now I feel like a spleet. A what? A goob, a wanker, a Wilma. She picked up her half-full glass. She pulled a Callida and finished the Chardonnay in one long swallow. To save a life, the diviner said, reading the tiles on the table. Now, let's find out whose. Chapter 37. Every mama's baby's got to pee. The shriek of the caracal in the night had worried Pax, because he thought it might be the work of a mimic. When two shrieks followed and seemed to originate in a far different place from the first, his concern increased. If he and his guys were known to be in town, maybe they were being stalked by agents of some local warlord, signaling readiness to one another in the language of caracals. There were caracals in the Middle East, though their numbers were much lower than in Africa and Asia. Iranians had once trained those cats to hunt birds. Although caracals weighed as much as 40 pounds, they could leap straight up as high as 7 or 8 feet, biting and battering down 8 or 10 birds at once from a low-flying flock. Pax and Danny had stood ready, awaiting another cat cry to judge its authenticity. MK-12s in hand, wishing the guns pumped out a more damaging caliber. Yet time had passed, and the dawn had come without incident. Sometimes a caracal was nothing more than a caracal. As the first hours of light brought no wind, only a deepening quiet, Paxton hoped for some telltale to confirm that more than one of the terrorists resided in the shuttered house. At 8:47, his satellite phone vibrated. Perry called from his position, with Gibb, on the roof of a 2-story building east of the target house. He spoke in hardly more than a murmur.
"One male, not the smoker. Backyard. 2 buckets."
"Say again."
"Buckets. Carrying buckets."
After a pause, Perry said,
"Back gate. Into the street. Moving south."
"Weapon?" Paxton asked.
"Drop leg holster."
If the terrorist hadn't been armed, and if he had ventured far enough from the target house, they might have tried to capture him for interrogation. But one shot would alert the other bad guys, and, if intel was correct, bad girls.
"Probably night soil,"
Perry said. He was a fan of historical fiction, especially novels of war and seafaring set in the 18th century. Occasionally, he used antiquated words, not pretentiously, not even consciously, but because they had become part of his vocabulary.
"Clarify. Night soil,"
Paxton said.
"Shit,"
Perry replied, which was pretty much what Pax thought he'd meant. Like most small to medium-sized settlements in this blighted country, the town was in some respects medieval. No sewage system, no septic tanks, no indoor plumbing, except in a few cases a hand pump in the kitchen sink, tapping a private well. There would be an open-air communal latrine just beyond the last buildings, basically ditches and a series of baffles, where people relieved themselves or to which they carried their products. It would be situated to ensure that the prevailing winds, more often than not, carried the stink away from the town, which meant in this case to the south and west. Perhaps the personal hygiene standards of Abdullah al-Ghazali forbade the dumping of their waste in a far corner of the backyard. More likely, they periodically disposed of it in the communal latrine because the stench it produced and the cloud of flies it drew would identify their hideout as surely as if they had raised over the house one of their black and red flags. Into his phone, Pax said,
"1 bucket for men, 1 for women." "Honorable modesty,"
Perry agreed, and he terminated the call. Short of knocking on Abdullah's door and pretending to be from the Census Bureau, they weren't going to get any better confirmation that all 7 terrorists were in the house. The buckets were superb intel. In the deep shadows, just inside the doorway of the building that faced the terrorists' haven, Paxton and Danny began quietly to set up the Carl Gustaf M4 recoilless rifle, an anti-tank weapon that was also effective as a bunker buster. Chapter 38. Give Death a Kiss. Bibi was wired. Not on Chardonnay. Wired on the weirdness of it all. Cranked up by a feeling of impending violence. Like the air pressure before the first lightning flash of a storm so strong that it might spawn the mother of all tornadoes. Apparently, some weird guy lurked in the parking lot, obsessing over the meaning of the vanity plates on Nancy's sedan. And evidently, a nameless presence stalked the kitchen, because the smell of rotting roses had become a stink, because the candle flames were undulating 3 or 4 inches above the lips of the cups that contained them, and because the room had suddenly grown chilly. The wall clock and her wristwatch had stopped, their sweep hands no longer wiping away the seconds, and the digital clock on the microwave had gone dark, as if something that lived outside of time had stepped into this world and brought its clockless ambiance with it. Perhaps the psychic wave detectors, aka the wrong people, whoever or whatever they might be, were already on their way to Bibi's apartment to beat her to death, or suck her blood, or steal her soul, whatever the hell they did to those cretins who were foolish enough to think that a little divination session over the kitchen table would be harmless, gosh, perhaps even fun. 24 hours earlier, Bibi wouldn't have taken any of this seriously. For she had been a highly efficient, driven autodidact who had taught herself at least 2 college degrees worth of knowledge, a level-headed realist who enjoyed fantasizing, yes, but who always knew precisely where the borderline was between the real world and false interpretations of it. She'd had a keen eye for the too bright, too fuzzy worlds of idealists, and for the too dark, too complicated versions of reality concocted by paranoids. Now, the borders seemed to have been erased, or at least blurred, and for the first time in her life, she felt that among things a modern woman needed, a gun was no less essential than a smartphone. "I need a gun," she declared. And though the words sounded alien to her nature, she knew that she spoke the truth. Callada's pistol lay on the table, but she pulled it closer to her, beyond Bibi's reach, as if she didn't rule out the possibility that her client meant to shoot her, the messenger. "I don't need yours. I have one," Bibi said. Paxton insisted on it. "But I keep it in a box in the closet." When Bibi started to get up from her chair, Callada said sharply, "Sit down. We have to finish this, and quickly." With her right hand, the diviner stirred the loose tiles in the silver bowl. "I bleed for answers. I cannot be denied. Attend me." The air grew chillier. To Bibi, she said, "The name of the person you're meant to save. How many letters?" "I don't know." "You do know. You just don't know you know. How many letters?" Bibi guessed. 10? After Callada plucked the tiles from the bowl, she placed them side by side in alphabetical order. A, B, E, E, H, L, 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 S, Y. Seeing names in that mess was harder than seeing words, but after a moment, the diviner spelled out Sally Beale. "Know anyone with that name?" "No." "It isn't necessarily someone you know." Callada rearranged the tiles into Shelley Abel. "This is ridiculous," Bibi said. But she couldn't deny the room had gone so cold that her breath and the diviner's smoked from them. As before, Bibi suddenly saw what Callada did not, moved the tiles around, and formed the name Ashley Bell. As she slid the last 2 letters into place, she heard the silver bell with the 3 tiny clappers that Captain had brought back from Vietnam. And although their ringing was clear and sweet and undeniable, she knew that she heard them only in memory. As if Callada were a curious cat and Bibi were a ball of string in need of unraveling to reveal the wild secret at its center, the diviner watched her client intently, waiting for the best moment to snatch up a frayed end and run. "The name is familiar to you?" Bibi shook her head. "No." "I can see it is." "No. But I'll admit it resonates." "Resonates?" the diviner said, wanting something more specific. "It's so euphonic. It makes you want to know the person who goes by it, to see if she's as pleasant as her name." "She or he? It could be either." "It's a she," Bibi said with immediate conviction. "How can you be so sure?" Bibi frowned. "I don't know. I just am." "You not only have to find her, you have to save her." As Bibi stared at the name, it had half drawn her into a trance, as though each of the 10 letters must be a syllable in a sorcerer's spell. Now she shivered and looked up at the diviner and said, "Save her from what?" "Should you ask? And draw more letters?" "No. We're running out of time. We've been too long at this." Bibi realized that warmth had returned to the kitchen, and that the clocks were working once more, as was her wristwatch. "I need to know why she's in trouble, or will be, where she lives, what she looks like. I have 1,000 questions." A mule as thin as a paper cut escaped Callada as she extricated the needle from her flesh. She pressed her bleeding thumb against the blood-stained cotton cloth. "We only get so many answers for free, and then they begin to cost us dearly, word by word. Now peel off a few 3-inch strips of that adhesive tape for me." Producing the first strip with the dispenser's built-in cutter, Bibi said, "Cost us what?" Hurriedly winding the gauze around and around her thumb, keeping it tight to stanch the bleeding, Callada said, "Time. Our allotted time. Days, then weeks, then months. Our lives melting away fast from the farther end. And then we pay with something worse." "What could be worse than losing part of your life?"
losing the capacity for passion and hope, being left alive but with no emotions other than bitterness and despair.
She held out her thumb so that Bibi could apply the length of tape.
No additional answers we might get would be worth the cost.
The roses in the living room smelled sweet again. The flames had stopped leaping violently above the rims of the clear glass cups. The fluttering reflections of candlelight on the tabletop and the walls no longer reminded her of swarming insects. The air of impending violence should have diminished. It hadn't. While the diviner hastily used 3 more strips of tape to encase the gauze, Bibi came further to her senses, much as the once cold room had returned to warmth. I can't do this. Glancing at the clock, displeased by the time, Callida said,
Can't do what?
Save a life. Whoever she is, wherever she is. It's crazy on the face of it.
Of course you can do it, the kind of girl you are. Besides, you have no choice now.
I might end up doing more harm than good. I'm planning to marry a hero, but I'm not one myself. I mean, I don't think I'm a coward, but I don't have the skills. Pouring the Scrabble tiles from the bowl into the flannel sack, returning the sack and the bowl to the ostrich skin suitcase, Callida said,
You asked why you were spared from cancer. You were told. If you're not prepared to do it now, there's a terrible price to pay.
More harm than good, Bibi repeated. It could end up with this bellwoman dead. And me too. Getting to her feet, closing the suitcase, Callida said,
You've already been on a date with death and survived. If he shows up again, kiss him and tell him he has to wait. Make it a good kiss. Put some tongue in it. Now grab your gun, girlfriend, and let's get the hell out of here.
What? No. Bibi yawned and stretched. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Callida regarded her as if she had just announced that she would lie down in a cauldron of boiling oil.
If you stay here 10 more minutes, you're dead. Maybe 5.
But this is my apartment.
Not anymore. Not after what we just did here, which drew their attention. Now the apartment is theirs, and no lock will keep them out.
Chapter 39. Love Call and War Cry. Assuming that Abdullah al-Ghazali and his associates were heavily armed and ready to die a martyr's death, it would be suicide to blow down the door and fight the 7 of them room by room. And 7 would be the number, because the women would not be bystanders. If Intel had their identities right, these 2 mothers in more than one sense of the word, had with enthusiasm provided 4 of their young children for service as human bombs. This spec op was the science fiction movie equivalent of a bug hunt, for which the sole hope of success would be the ruthless application of maximum force. The Carl Gustaf M4 recoilless rifle weighed 15 pounds, 4 less than the M3, and had an overall length of 37 inches. The ammunition was heavy, but considering the nature of all possible targets in the ghost town, none of which could be defined as a true bunker, merely above-ground buildings often of dubious construction, they had chosen to bring only 4 rounds. To compensate for this extra weight, which would complicate an overland trek, they carried less ammo for their rifles and pared their gear down where possible. 2 men were required to operate the weapon, one to fire it and the other to load. Paxton would fire and Danny would load. And they agreed to launch not from the doorway of the abandoned house, but from a long-ago shattered front window. Some guys called the Carl Gustaf the Carl Johnson, a surname used as slang for the male sex organ, and others called it the Goose. But whatever its name, the launcher was more effective than Thor's hammer, with a range of more than 1,300 meters. Abdullah's current residence stood little more than 20 feet away. A blowback of debris would be significant. Firing over the windowsill from a kneeling position, they could duck their heads after launch and hope that most of the trash flung in their direction would rattle harmlessly off the walls that surrounded the window opening. After they both put on double ear protection, Danny arranged the 4 rounds on the floor, under the window. Kneeling, Pax shouldered the Gustaf. Danny opened the Venturi lock, a handle that moved the hinged breech to one side for loading, and inserted the first round. The roof of the two-story building across the street from the rear of Abdullah's rat hole provided a high mud brick parapet with cutouts fitted with widely spaced iron bars, an ideal setup for a sniper. Perry and Gib lay at different crenellations, watching the back of the house and the street. In the quiet of the morning, the empty buckets, swinging from their handles, squeaked as the murderer returned from the community latrine. He let himself through the rear gate and crossed the yard, a rectangle of cracked and littered concrete. Someone had been watching for him. The door opened. He went inside. Perry called the one number programmed into his satellite phone, and when the connection was made, he said, "Everyone's safe at home." Given the short range to target, Pax didn't need either the 3 times optical sight or the fitted iron sights. The impact explosion at once rocked the morning, while blowback junk rattled, pocked, pinged against the front wall of their house and whistled through the window over their heads simultaneously, or so it seemed, with the blast. There were the smells of concrete dust and hot gases from the Gustav, and Danny sneezed as he opened the Venturi lock to load the second round. A Carl Gustav round could slam through steel-reinforced concrete as if through cheese, and the overpressure from the explosion tended to screw up most of a building's interior. From their roof position across the street, Perry and Gib weren't able to see what happened to the front of the house, but the entire structure quaked and swayed and deformed, and 2 exterior shutters on the back windows blew off, clanging against the concrete yard as spikes of window glass bounced and splintered on the pavement. At most 20 seconds after the building was slammed, the back door flew open, and 2 men staggered out, disoriented and no doubt half dead. The night soil manager drew the pistol from his drop-leg holster, and the new guy carried a fully automatic carbine with an extended magazine, maybe an Uzi. Gib needed 1 shot to take out the would-be Scarface, a second to ensure the kill, and Perry dropped the other terrorist, sparing him from further latrine duty. Following the second round from the Gustav, the house resembled a set from a Transformers movie after a robot had stomped through it. Pax was prepared to use the remaining 2 rounds, and Danny loaded one, but the building swayed as though constructed of pudding and crashed in upon itself, clouds of dust billowing into the street. They tore off their ear protection, snatched up the MK-12s, ventured outside as the air slowly cleared. Approaching the target house, they were cautious, though the chance of anyone within having survived seemed nil. Perry and Gib came in from the street to the east, which was when Pax learned that 2 had been sniped, leaving 5 under the rubble. Time now to call in the carrier-based helo to extract the team, though the task remaining wouldn't be easy. The point was to prove you couldn't kill 317 Americans and live long enough to brag about it to your grandchildren. They needed to find Al-Ghazali, photograph his face or what remained of it, and take a tissue sample for DNA. Otherwise, some anonymous, internet-savvy bonehead would fake proof that he was Al-Ghazali, and 31% of Americans would believe him. Pax started to call for the helo when Bibi's face bloomed so vividly in his mind's eye that the ruins of the ghost town ceased to exist for a moment. If previously he'd suspected she was in trouble, he knew it now. This was battleground intuition on steroids, and more than intuition. He had to wrap the op, ditch this cesspool country, and call Bibi as soon as the blackout rule no longer applied, when they were at sea, aboard the aircraft carrier. Chapter 40. Downhill, over the edge, into chaos. Callida Butterfly was a whirlpool, a vortex of dark energy that couldn't be resisted, so that Bibi was caught up in the woman's fear, felt it swirling through her. So convincing was the diviner's anxiety, so distraught the series of expressions that tortured her face, it proved impossible quite to believe that she could be a fraud with criminal intent. And there had been too many bizarre occurrences to dismiss her as a delusional paranoid. Something extraordinary was happening, about to happen, approaching fast, and the prudent course seemed to be to get out of its way before it arrived. In the bedroom closet, as Bibi opened the shoebox and retrieved the holster with the Sig Sauer P226, Callida said, "I'll leave my massage table. It'll slow me down.
I'll get it later, next week, whenever. Can you hurry, kid? Come on, come on.
Bibi shrugged into the shoulder rig, adjusted it, pulled a blazer off a hanger and slipped into it. The pistol already held a full magazine. She glanced at herself in the closet door mirror. The gun didn't show under the coat. Her reflection didn't quite resemble the one to which she was accustomed. Hair kind of wild, windblown on a night without wind. Strangeness swimming in the dark pools of her eyes, hard edges in her face that she hadn't seen before. She thought she looked like a desperado, or a perfect idiot. In the living room, as Callida snatched up her suitcase, Bibi grabbed her purse and laptop. Damn it! Why did Mom and Dad sick you on me?
Not their fault. They couldn't know. Nothing like this ever happened when I did them.
Nothing like what?
The disgusting rotten smell, the cold from nowhere, the weird candle crap, the clocks. The wrong people coming.
Following the woman to the front door, Bibi said, I figured stuff like that always happened.
Never happened to me before.
Never? Bibi pulled shut the door. She fumbled with the key to engage the deadbolt. But you're the diviner, the big kahuna. Hastening along the balcony toward the stairs, Callida said,
It happened to my mother sometimes. She warned me about it. But maybe I didn't take her seriously enough.
Wait up. Bibi hurried after the blonde. Didn't take her seriously? Really? I mean, really? Your mother, who was tortured and dismembered?
No need for the snarky tone, kid. Sometimes you can be pretty damn insensitive.
The long-legged scrabblemancer bounded down the stairs 2 at a time, her footfalls hammering reverberant groans from the ironwork. In vanilla-white slacks and top, flamboyant sash and scarf, multiple hoop earrings, and a glittering trove of finger rings, she might have been a glamorous fugitive from a 1950s movie comedy about a Las Vegas showgirl on the run from the mob. Nimble and agile, Bibi plummeted after her, risking a bad fall, but proving, if there had been any doubt, the symptoms of gliomatosis cerebri were gone without a trace. Hey, sometimes you can be damn frustrating.
Better than snarky.
I wasn't snarky.
Ear of the beholder,
Callida said, as she came off the last flight of stairs and made her way between the row of sun loungers and the glimmering pool, where the trout-swift young man had earlier been swimming laps. Sprinting to close the gap between them, Bibi reached with her left hand and snared the expensive-looking gold star-on-blue-field silk scarf that trailed behind Callida, hoping to use it to ransom a few answers from the panicked diviner. The exquisite scarf wasn't merely wrapped around the woman's throat, however, but was instead loosely knotted, which called before the court the laws of physics, in particular those that dealt with motion, action, and reaction. With a choking sound, Callida Butterfly abruptly ceased forward motion and dropped her ostrich-skin suitcase to clutch at the strangling silk, simultaneously staggering backward 2 steps and colliding with Bibi, whose forward speed was at that instant decisively checked. For a moment, they wheeled around each other like the gimbal mountings of a gyroscope. But though one of the functions of a gyroscope was to maintain equilibrium, they weren't able to maintain theirs. They teetered together on the pool coping, a mere degree of tilt away from a wet plunge. When Bibi thought to let go of the scarf, the forces of nature, which had been cunningly engineered to make amusing fools of human beings in most circumstances, at once rebalanced themselves, thereby casting both women off balance. Callida fell to her knees on the pavement, while Bibi tottered backward and dropped hard into a sitting position on one of the sun loungers. The Amazon diviner had progressed from fear and anger to terror and rage. She acted on the latter as she thrust to her feet, cursing Bibi and the Thorpe children that she hadn't yet produced.
Get away from me! Stay away from me, you insane, crazy bitch!
As Callida turned toward her dropped suitcase, Bibi said, Crazy bitch! Me! 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 I was just having the best day of my life, that's all. Free of cancer. Then you show up and... But she abandoned that line of response. She loathed the whine in her voice. She did not want to paint herself as a victim. Valiant girls did not whine. They never played the victim, even if there were benefits to be had from inhabiting that role, which there were, huge benefits, which was why everyone wanted to be a victim these days. Half of Calida's custom-crafted two-sided suitcase had fallen open when she dropped it, spilling the silver bowl and some of the other items that she used for divination. She stooped to repack with urgency. Bibi rose from the lounge chair. Look, maybe I am crazy. Running from my apartment because you say someone's coming, someone or something. I don't even know who or what or why. Crazy for buying into this Ashley Bell thing. But here I am. So tell me how to find her. Tell me who these wrong people are. Turning to face her, suitcase in hand, Calida said bleakly,
Oh, you'll know them.
Because the apartment complex catered to young professionals, most of them single, thought had been given even to the lighting in the courtyard. In the service of romance, or whatever the hippest of the cool called it these days, the tall bronze lamps and every fixture used in the landscape lighting produced a calculated radiance, a candescence, resplendence, that flattered every face, that buttered an appealing sheen of health on the skin of every limb and curve that might be revealed. In this well-schemed, computed, designed light, Calida remained as pale as bleached flour. Oppressed by fear, she had a face that appeared sliced bread flat, incapable of offering any expression other than dread.
You'll know them when you see them.
What are we going to do? Bibi asked.
We aren't doing anything. I don't want to be anywhere near you. Not now. Not ever. What I'm going to do is run. Run and hide.
With that, she turned away and hurried toward the parking lot, all of her bejeweled and silk-scarfed glamour gone. Now just one more desperate woman, overwhelmed by the madness of the world. Chapter 41. 6 years earlier. The warrior Olaf and his Valkyrie. For 6 happy years, the foundling Olaf had been an exemplary companion, as pure of heart, as noble, as joyful, as loving as any dog who had ever lived. He had walked out of the rain to become his beloved girl's best friend, and he had kept faithfully at her side through every mood and circumstance, taking to the sea and surfboard as enthusiastically as she did. When he first showed symptoms, the cancer had already spread from his spleen to his liver and heart. Dr. John Kerman called it hemangiosarcoma. Although Bibi was a lover of language, that was a word she would hate for the rest of her life. As if it weren't merely a word, but also one of the names of evil. Neither chemo nor radiation would extend the dog's life. The veterinarian estimated that Olaf had a week, at most 2 weeks, to live. Bibi gave her cherished friend all the affection that could be squeezed into so little time, fed him all of his favorite treats, and some that he'd never tasted before. She took him on easy walks, not where she determined, but where he seemed to want to go. They sat on the bench at Inspiration Point for hours, watching the sea in all its serenity and all its tossing glory, while she shared with the golden retriever every confidence, as always she had. Her mother and father weren't surprised by Bibi's devotion, but they didn't expect that her commitment to Olaf's comfort in his last days would extend to participation in the act of euthanasia. The moment might arrive when the cancer, thus far largely painless, would begin to work its agony in the flesh. With human beings, a natural death was a death with dignity. But animals were innocents, and as their stewards, people owed them mercy. Bibi decided not only that Olaf must not suffer, but also that he must not be in the least afraid when the moment came to put him down. The dog liked his vet, but he didn't like needles and became anxious at the sight of them. Only his trusted mistress, so precious to him, might inject him without causing him so much as a moment of fear. Dr. John Kerman was a good man, extending every kindness and courtesy to people and animals alike, but he didn't at first think it wise to grant young Bibi's request to administer the mortal drugs herself. Although mature for her age, she was nevertheless only 16. Soon, however, she convinced him that she was up to the task, both emotionally and intellectually. During that week, each time he had a dog to be anesthetized for teeth cleaning or other procedures, Dr. Kerman welcomed the girl into his surgery to observe how a catheter was placed in a leg vein. She also attended 2 emergency euthanasia sessions, observing solemnly, and wept only later at home. Using green grapes and hypodermic syringes, she practiced the carefully angled insertion of a needle. On the morning of the 10th day after they had been given Olaf's prognosis, the dog came to a crisis, suffering a sudden weakness in his legs. His breathing became labored, and he began whimpering in distress. John Kerman arrived at the bungalow with his medical kit, confirmed that the moment had come, and on the nightstand in Bibi's bedroom, he placed the instruments that she would need. Murph called Olaf to the bed, and for a few minutes they left the girl alone with the retriever, that she might look into his eyes and whisper endearments to him, and promise him that they would meet again one day in a world without death. When Bibi was ready, the vet returned to stand to one side and watch, prepared to intervene if the girl lost her courage, or if she appeared to be about to make a mistake of procedure. Nancy and Murph got onto the bed with Olaf, to hold and stroke and reassure him. The dog exhibited none of his usual fear at the sight of the needles, but watched his mistress's hands with interest. They were delicate but strong and steady hands. Once the catheter had been placed in the femoral artery of the left rear leg and taped in place, Bibi inserted the needle in an ampule of sedative and expertly drew the required dose. Through the catheter port, she slowly administered the injection. Dr. Kerman's preferred two-step technique wasn't to put the dog down in a sudden hard fall, but first to bring on sleep in a gentle fashion. As the barbiturate flowed from the barrel of the syringe into the vein, Bibi looked into Olaf's eyes and watched as they clouded with weariness and fluttered shut to enjoy his last rest. When the dog was deeply asleep and certain not to feel even the barest moment of panic when his cardiac muscles stuttered, Bibi used the second needle to inject the drug that stopped his noble heart. On the drive to the pet cemetery with her mom and dad, Bibi sat in the back seat, holding the blanket-wrapped body of Olaf in her lap. The Power Pack 2 cremation system was housed in a garage-like building behind the pet cemetery offices. Usually, if the family wished to wait during the cremation, they did so in the visitors' lounge in the front building. After watching Olaf's body be placed alone in the cremator, Bibi insisted his ashes must not be mingled with those of other animals. Nancy and Murph preferred to wait in the lounge, where there were magazines, a television, and coffee. Bibi remained in the back building, perched on a chair in one corner, watching the hulking cremator, sitting witness to her companion's voyage through fire. More than 2 hours later, when the ashes were presented to her in a small urn, the bronze was warm in her cupped hands. The Vikings believed that fallen warriors were conveyed to Valhalla by beautiful maidens known as Valkyries. On the bench at Inspiration Point, on beach walks, and elsewhere, Bibi sometimes had explained to Olaf that the world was a battleground, that, in a sense, every man and woman was a warrior, which was part of Captain's philosophy that he shared with her in the years before Olaf had come along. Everyone struggled. Everyone fought the good fight, or raised arms against those who fought it. "You're a warrior, too," she said, and the retriever always looked at her as though with understanding. Dogs try to do what's right. Most of them, anyway. And dogs suffer. They're tormented and starved and abused by people unworthy of them. Who knows what you endured before you found me, my furry warrior. That afternoon, leaving the crematorium, she was Olaf's Valkyrie. Although she couldn't take him to Valhalla, only home to the bungalow and to her bedroom, where she holed up for 3 awful days, felled by grief, unable to talk to anyone, not even to her mom and dad. In the meeting with Nancy and Murph, when he had delivered the news of Bibi's brain cancer, Dr. Sanjay Chandra had wanted to know what kind of girl Bibi was, her psychology and personality, so that he could determine how best to share with her the diagnosis. Murph had said, "Bibi is an exceptional girl. She's smart. She'll know if you're putting even the slightest shine on the truth. She'll want to hear it blunt and plain. She's tougher than she looks." When those words had not adequately conveyed the kind of girl she was, Olaf's euthanasia was the story that Murph had then shared with the physician. Chapter 42. The Book of Leaping Panther and Gazelle. Bibi watched Callida Butterfly fleeing the courtyard until the woman disappeared into the parking lot and the night. Amped on adrenaline, apprehension, and the mystery of all things, Bibi glanced at her wristwatch. 10:04. Looking up at the third-floor balcony, she thought of her bed. Under the currents of energizing fright and amazement that kept her mind spinning, she felt a deep weariness that, given a chance, would surge up and overwhelm. The unfinished wine in the bottle of Chardonnay might be just the key to open the door to dreamland. Would she really be at risk in that cozy haven, where she had for years locked out the world and all its temptations, all its frustrations, to create worlds of her own? Callida said yes, said run, said hide. But the name Callida wasn't a synonym for truth. When Bibi had left the apartment, the roses had been as beautiful and fragrant as when she'd first come home, not rotting as she thought they were while she'd been mesmerized by Callida at the kitchen table. Here, in the fresh air and normalcy of the California night, she could half convince herself that nothing of the recent events had been as strange as it had seemed at the time. Half convinced wasn't convinced enough. Heart still beating too fast, too hard, she picked up the purse that she dropped when she collided with the diviner, slung it over her left shoulder. Carrying her laptop in her right hand, she started toward the parking lot. An object lying in a fan of trembling palm frond shadows and lamplight caught her attention. She scooped up a small hardcover book that must have fallen out of Callida's suitcase with the other divination gear. Bound in high-quality tan cloth, the volume featured 2 inlaid, stylized Art Deco figures, crafted of intricately stained and engraved leather. They were depicted back-to-back, in profile, a panther leaping toward the spine, a gazelle leaping toward the right. There was neither a title nor an author's name. From nearby came the deep, hoarse, trumpeting cry of a great blue heron, startling Bibi. She surveyed the sky, certain she had heard the bird's flight call low overhead. Except for a distant police helicopter thumping through the cool night, nothing plied the heavens. A bird the size of the heron, 4 feet tall with a 6-foot wingspan, couldn't be overlooked in motion. When the cry came again, louder and more protracted than before, it seemed to be not a common expression out of nature, but from out of time. A mystical alarm meant to shake her awake from her indecision. Hoping to be gone before the wrong people showed up, she ran out of the courtyard and into the parking lot. Chapter 43. 6 years earlier. 3 days in a locked room. The story that Murphy had told Dr. Sanjay Chandra ended with the cremation of Olaf and with Bibi's retreat into her bedroom, where she remained for 3 days alone with the urn that contained the dog's ashes. This seemed to be the natural endpoint of the tale, but there was another scene known only to the girl. Perhaps it didn't qualify as a fully developed scene, only as a coda. No one but Bibi could know the extent and complexity of it. In any other family, a 16-year-old girl wouldn't have been able to sequester herself in her locked bedroom for 3 full days, feeding on a supply of apples, cheese and peanut butter crackers, and dry roasted almonds. When her parents were asleep, she ventured out to snatch sodas and bottled water from the refrigerator. She refused to respond to questions addressed to her through the door, though after the first few hours, her parents granted her the consideration of silence. Her mother and father had always loved her deeply and without reservation, had always wanted the best for her, but their love had not been twined with expectations. They hadn't given her guidance regarding anything more than the rules of the household. Never had they suggested that any endeavor or aspiration was better than anything else she might be doing or wished to achieve. Their politics, to the extent that they had any, were libertarian, and their love for their daughter grew in a libertarian garden. If their attitudes in this matter had been different, the family might have been a place of unceasing argument and tension, for even by the time that Bibi was 6 or 7, she had ideas about some subjects that were different from her parents' positions on those issues. Often in her childhood, relatives and others had commented on her quiet nature and reserve, by which they intended to imply that she seemed shy, or, worse than shy, aloof. Had observed that she was unusually assured and self-reliant for her age, by which they meant that she struck them as being peculiar and suspicious. Had noted always with well-meant concern that she took everything perhaps too seriously, that she engaged in every activity, whether reading books or surfing or competitive skateboarding or learning to play the clarinet, with a disturbing intensity, by which they wished to warn that she had the potential for obsessive-compulsive disorder, and had remarked in a tone of praise, characterized by uneasiness, that she might be some kind of genius or prodigy, or at least gifted, by which they avoided saying that they found her a bit weird. Nancy and Murphy understood that, in one sense at least, an alien lived with them, an otherworldly but benign creature who loved them but didn't understand key things about them, such as the "it'll be what it'll be" doctrine that stood central to their creed. And they were cool with their daughter's difference. Therefore, with the urn containing Olaf's ashes always near at hand, Bibi spent 3 days in solitude, though she was never lonely and certainly not bored. At her small corner desk in her armchair, and often sitting up in bed, she wept with grief and wrote for hours at a stretch. Sometimes she made entries in her spiral-bound diary, at other times composed fiction in a large lined yellow tablet, her meticulous cursive script never faltering, regardless of the length of those sessions. Frequently in the past, she had written while in a condition of infatuation, with ideas, with language, with storytelling, when, for an hour or two at a time, she had neither the desire nor the will to look up from the page. Alone with Olaf's ashes, this infatuation was shot through with desperation, energized despair, as never before. Her primary motivation during those 3 days was to argue herself out of some bad ideas, one in particular, compared to which mere suicide would have been preferable. She exhausted herself with writing, so that it seemed when she crashed, she should have had no imagination left to craft stories in her sleep. But her dreams swelled with wild adventure, threat, and mystery. She dreamed repeatedly, but not exclusively, of the tall and monkish figures in a variety of settings and scenarios. When those menacing phantasms turned toward her, she erupted from the nightmare every time, certain that she would have died in her sleep if she had glimpsed more than the pale moonlit suggestion of their horrific faces. On the 3rd day, she remembered a trick of forgetting that the captain taught her. In more than one war, Captain had seen things. The bloody aftermath of human viciousness, outrages from the darkest end of the spectrum of cruelty, that disturbed his sleep night after night, that left him despondent. He couldn't bear to live with the memories. The trick of forgetting had been revealed to him by a gypsy or a Vietnamese shaman, or by an Iraqi version of a voodooist. The captain couldn't remember the identity of his benefactor, no doubt because for some good reason he had used the magic procedure to forget that person too. Anyway, what you needed to do first was write the hated memory or the reckless desire or the evil intention on a slip of paper. The trick worked for more than the disposal of garbage memories. Then you said 6 words that had great power. Said them with sincerity, with all your heart. After you had spoken that incantation, you put the slip of paper in an ashtray or a bowl, and you set it afire. Or you scissored the paper into tiny pieces and flushed them down a toilet, or buried them in a graveyard. If you recited those magic words with humility, and if you were entirely truthful with yourself when you claimed to want forgetfulness, you would receive it. Bibi forgot. Not forever, as it turned out, but for years, she forgot the bad idea that she had written on the slip of paper. The thing she had wanted to do, had almost done, that would have ruined her life. Her sharp grief remained, but her fear was lifted from her with the memory. She slept without dreams that night, and on the following day, returned to family life. That was the 3rd time that she had used the captain's method of forgetting. She, as yet, had no memory of the 1st and 2nd. Chapter 44. Adjusting to Paranoia. In the lot behind the apartments, the parked vehicles and the thick posts supporting the roofs of the open-air carports provided cover for anyone who might have bad intentions. At the very least, Bibi expected the guy who brooded over the meaning of vanity license plates. She walked directly to her Ford Explorer, which was parked beside Nancy's BMW. Step by step, she surveyed the night for a suspicious malingerer, ready to drop the laptop and draw the pistol from her shoulder rig to warn him off. She reached her SUV without being assaulted, and in the driver's seat, at once locked the doors. She felt foolish for wondering if the Explorer would explode when she switched on the engine, and of course, it did not. Whatever real-life drama she had been thrown into, it thus far had been free of mafia movie cliches. Just as she pulled out of the lot and turned left, headlights flared behind her, glaring off her rearview mirror. A sedan followed her into the street. When she turned right at the first intersection, so did the other vehicle. After 2 more turns, she had no doubt that she was being tailed. Might this be one of them? One of the mysterious wrong people? She wondered, capitalizing the term for the first time. No. Common sense argued that adversaries with paranormal abilities, which the wrong people evidently possessed, wouldn't need to resort to standard private investigator techniques, shadowing her the same way that a PI would conduct surveillance of a wife suspected of adultery. There was only one means by which to identify the follower in the sedan, but Bibi hesitated to plunge into a confrontation. She was grateful to Paxton for encouraging her to get a firearm and teaching her how to use it. But the difficult truth was that acquiring a gun, with expert knowledge of its function, wasn't adequate preparation for pointing it at another person and squeezing the trigger. For 5 minutes, she drove a random route, brooding about options. The tail fell back and moved closer and fell back again, even allowing another car to come between them and provide him with cover, but he didn't fade away as she hoped he might. At last, she became sufficiently agitated to force the issue. She drove to Pacific Coast Highway, to an area that boasted a wealth of trendy restaurants and night spots, ensuring a flood of traffic and enough witnesses to make her feel safe. She timed her approach to an intersection and stopped first in line as the controlling light turned red. The stalker on wheels was 2 vehicles behind her, mostly blocked from view by a Cadillac Escalade. She put the Explorer in park, set the brake, and got out. As she strode past the Escalade, which sparkled with a surfeit of aftermarket gewgaws, the man behind the wheel flashed her a scowl and a what-the-hell gesture, powering down his window to say gratuitously, "You don't own the road, bitch!" In a mood, she drew one finger across her throat, as if threatening to slash his, and left him to worry that he had insulted a violent lunatic. The stalker slouched in a black Lexus. Even through a windshield half cataracted by reflections from a street lamp, the identity of the driver was as apparent as it was surprising. Chub Coy, the head of hospital security, who had all but accused Bibi of lying about the middle-of-the-night visit by the man with the therapy dog. Chub Coy sat like a humorless Mr. Toad behind the wheel of the Lexus, his old cop intuition no doubt itching like poison ivy. The moment he saw Bibi coming, Coy wheeled the Lexus to his left, nearly clipping her with the front bumper, and crossed the double yellow lines into the southbound lanes. To a chorus of car horns and shrieking brakes, he completed a 180-degree turn and accelerated into the night. Chapter 45. No haven from her enemies. Bibi Blair trembled violently when she got behind the wheel of the Explorer and pulled shut the driver's door. The cause of her shakes wasn't primarily fear, although fear was part of it. Anger. Yes, all right. Coy's offensive invasion of her privacy angered her. But she was smoldering, not hot. The principal cause of her distress was indignation, shock, and displeasure at the intrusion of massive unreason into the workings of the world. Resentment at the sudden tangle of narrative lines in her life, which she had spent so many years crafting into a tight and comfortable linear story. The whole Callida business made no sense. Opening a door to somewhere else, to a cold and smelly rotten flower elsewhere in which dwelt hostile and inhuman powers. The hoodie-wearing Good Samaritan and therapy dog who were visible to some cameras but not to others. Now Chub Coy and his itchy intuition, trailing her through the night. Far beyond the limits of his authority, which extended only as far as the hospital grounds. In retrospect, she was pretty sure it had been Coy's voice on the phone asking about Top Agent. He had come into her life before Callida Butterfly, before the divination session that supposedly had invited the supernatural upon her, before Bibi had even heard about the wrong people. and yet common sense insisted that each weirdness was linked to the others. The driver of the Escalade behind her pressed hard on his horn the instant the light changed, having gotten in touch once more with his essential rudeness, now that Bibi turned out not to be a violent psychopath. A few minutes later, on a residential street lined with massive old sycamores gone leafless at winter's end, she parked at the curb to think. She turned off the headlights, but not the engine, because she felt safer if she remained able to rocket away from the curb at an instant's notice. Think. Since everything had gone screwy in her apartment, she had been reacting with animal emotion to events, instead of with her usual calm and consideration. She had been playing by their rules, the silly-putty rules of crazy people. Now she realized that by doing so, she had contributed to the momentum of the insanity. Think. The unreal and flat-out seemingly impossible things that had happened would have logical explanations if she thought about them enough. And the threats that seemed to be rising all around her would then either diminish or even evaporate altogether. Think. Her phone rang. The caller ID indicated that Bibi was phoning herself. So they were mocking her. Clever bastards. Whatever else the wrong people might be, they were apparently techno-wizards. She answered with minimal commitment. Yeah? A man with a silken, subtly seductive voice said, "Hello, Bibi. Have you found Ashley Bell yet?" She told herself that by participating in a conversation, she would be playing by their rules. But if she terminated the call, she stood no chance of learning anything useful. She said, "Who is this?" "My surname at birth was Faulkner." From that peculiar reply, Bibi inferred that obfuscation and evasion would define his style, but she played along. "Any relation to the writer?" "I'm delighted to say no. I hate most books and bookish people, so I changed my name. I am now, and have been for a long time, known as Birkenau Terezin." He spelled it for her. "Friends call me Burke." She doubted that such a name appeared in any Orange County phone book, on the voter rolls, or in the property tax records. "What can I do for you, Mr. Terezin?" "I'm standing now in your apartment." She didn't take the bait. "If I may say so," Terezin continued, "you have taste, but lack the means to afford fine things. The result is an earnest but tacky attempt at interior design. Your parents have resources. Why didn't you reach into their pockets?" "Their money is theirs. I'll make my own." "Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. We found the 248 pages of the novel you're currently writing, which we're taking, along with your computer. We will destroy both." Bibi glanced at the laptop lying on the passenger seat. The 248 pages were duplicated in its memory. "We'll also get the laptop," Terezin said. Bibi wouldn't give him the satisfaction of reacting to that lame attempt to make her think he could read her mind. "And if you should copy the pages onto a flash drive, we'll get that as well. And smash it." On the sidewalk, a man approached through pools of lamplight and lakes of sycamore darkness. He was walking a German shepherd. To her caller, Bibi said, "What do you want from me?" "Only to kill you." Man and dog passed the explorer. She watched them recede in the passenger side mirror. Terezin continued, "I'd rather it wasn't something as common as a bullet to the head. Too banal for a writer whose short stories have appeared in such esteemed magazines. Death by 1,000 stab wounds would be nice, especially if we used 1,000 sharpened pencils and left you bristling like a porcupine." The response that occurred to her was straight out of a low-rent TV drama, so she remained mute. "We believe in justice, Bibi. Don't you think all living things deserve justice?" "You do," she said. "Cancer cells are alive, Bibi. Did you ever stop to think about that? They are so enthusiastic about life. They grow far faster than normal cells. A tumor is a living thing. It deserves justice."
I haven't done anything to you, she said, being careful not to whine and thereby suggest weakness.
You offended me. You deeply offended us when you allowed your ignorant masseuse to demand answers. Why was Bibi Blair spared from cancer? The answer is simple as this. So that she could die another way.
Bibi had no hope that conversing reasonably with the homicidal fanatic would convert him to clear thinking, and there was a chance that she would stoke the fires of his madness and make him more dangerous than he already was. Neither could she survive by hanging up on him and pretending that he didn't exist. She went to the quick of it and said, "Who is Ashley Bell?" The worm of condescension turning in his voice was almost as loud as his words.
You aren't taking this pathetic quest seriously, are you?
Why do you care if I am or I'm not? Rather than answer her, Terezin said,
To us, you're just a worm, a pissant, something we step on without noticing. You don't have a hope of finding her. We'll find you first and put an end to this. Did you know, lovely Bibi, that every smartphone is also a GPS? Everywhere you go, the traitorous phone reports your whereabouts in real time.
She knew this, of course, but never imagined that she might be quarry.
Anyone who has the right connections with the police or with certain tech companies can find you at any moment of any day. And anyone with the ability to hack their systems can find you too, my lovely pissant.
The phone felt alive in her hand.
And your 3-year-old Ford Explorer, Terezin said, bought without your parents' money, a proud statement of your independence. Of course, it has a GPS. You can be followed by satellite anywhere you go. And by the way, if you go to Mom and Dad for help, we'll kill them too.
She switched off the phone and dropped it on the floor. But she knew that wasn't good enough. Its perpetual signal would still locate her. Although she killed the engine of the SUV, that wouldn't be good enough either. She zippered open her purse, crammed into it the slim book with Panther and Gazelle, zippered it shut, and grabbed her laptop, and with it, the sole remaining 248 pages of her unfinished novel. She threw open the door and got out of the Explorer. By abandoning the phone and the Ford, she would be conceding a possibility to the impossible. If she believed that the wrong people could find her by such traditional means as high technology, it seemed she also had to accept that when Khalida held a divination session, these same people were alerted to the practice by the psychic equivalent of seismic waves that they could follow back to the source. Headlights appeared 3 blocks to the west, ice-white and flaring strangely through the sentinel sycamores, as if this were the witchy light emanating from an extraterrestrial craft, stretching the bare-limbed shadows until they broke. When Bibi pivoted at the sound of an engine, she encountered more headlights 2 blocks to the east, as an immense SUV rounded the corner with the menace of a vehicle packed full of CIA assassins. The moment seemed too genre movie to be taken seriously, but many of the least credible movie villains of the past few decades had in recent years manifested in the real world, as over-the-top as any sociopath portrayed by any scenery-chewing actor. To run west or east might be to flee into the jaws of a pincer, and to go north would require dashing across the street in full view. Left with no viable alternative, after the briefest hesitation, Bibi accepted the fact of this new dark and unfathomed world in which she found herself. She ran across the sidewalk, onto the front lawn of a shingle-sided house with dormered roof, white trim, deep front porch, and windows glimmering like the panes of a candled lantern. This was a place where you took refuge after a long and dispiriting day, where you could always go home again. But it was no home to her, and she suspected that if she attempted to take refuge there, her knock would bring to the door Chub Coy, or the once-named Faulkner, now known as Birkenau Terezin, or someone more surprising and even more hostile. She raced alongside the residence, through the outfall of light from the windows, into the black night of the backyard. No destination yet in mind, driven by an instinct that promised safety only in perpetual motion. Part 3. From time to time, the world goes mad.
Chapter 46. Where she went when she couldn't go home again. Phone discarded, vehicle abandoned, clinging to the laptop not for its inherent value or its function, but for the 248 pages that existed nowhere except in its memory, Bibi Blair entered the backyard of the shingled house, wondering if she might be running from a twisted equivalent of the police detective in Les Miserables, or from a variant of the robot assassin in The Terminator, as if it mattered a damn whether her ordeal conformed to classic fiction or to pop art. From the street came the bark of brakes, but no crash. Either an accident had been averted, or two vehicles were disgorging pursuers. The property was encircled by one of those stucco-coated concrete block privacy walls that Californians called a fence. At the rear of the lot, Bibi put her purse and computer on top of the fence. She got a two-hand grip on the bricks that capped the stuccoed blocks and climbed into another backyard. Having retrieved laptop and purse, she set out past a swimming pool dimly revealed by the quarter moon, circulation pump rumbling. In the passage between the dark residence and the property fence, a bicycle with a front-mounted cargo basket leaned against the house. Bibi put the laptop and purse in the basket and wheeled the bike into the street. She boarded it and pedaled westward, adding theft to the crime of trespass. Glancing back, she saw no one, and dared to believe that they wouldn't discover she had nabbed the bicycle. If bad men actually were pursuing her on foot, and if they returned to their SUVs to conduct a wider search, she would be dead when they caught her on the street. Their type wouldn't be afraid to risk a four-wheel drive execution in public. Right away, she needed to get down from the hills and out of sight over the Balboa Peninsula Bridge, so they wouldn't know which way she'd gone. When she reached Newport Boulevard, she swung left past the hospital, leaning hard into the turn to shorten the arc and maintain speed. Out of the turn, onto a straightaway, all downhill from there to the peninsula. 3 lanes, little traffic at the moment. If there was a bike lane, she had no interest, preferring the wide, clear pavement. Stones and sticks and junk ended up in the bike lane, all kinds of crap that, at high speed, could send you wobble-wheeled into an embankment or jack your ride out from under you. Leaning forward, head low, slicing through the cool night air. Going faster than she had ever ridden a bicycle before, passing some of the cars and trucks, all of the drivers staying wide of her when they realized that she was among them. She would have been exhilarated if she hadn't been expecting the wrong people to ram her from behind. She was anxious about encountering the police, too. The bicycle didn't belong in the center of the boulevard. She wasn't wearing a helmet, as the law required. And she was carrying a concealed weapon. She had a permit for it, but if there was a misunderstanding... Before she quite realized it, the harbor glimmered to her left, and she was crossing the bridge. She raced down the final slope to the flats of the peninsula. Here, land was in such short supply and so valuable. The seriously wealthy and the merely well-to-do lived in fabulous waterfront houses on postage stamp properties, within shouting distance of older, funky beach cottages rented by groups of surf rats working short-hour, low-wage zombie jobs to preserve most of their time for tearing up epic waves or wiping out. Either way, because all that mattered was being there. Tentacled fog felt its way slowly, blindly off the sea and through the streets, breathing a cold dew on Bibi's face. She left the bicycle in an alley behind a block of businesses, closed at that hour, and continued on foot to the nearer of 2 piers. As Thursday waned, traffic was light. For a place of such tight-packed structures and dense population, Balboa Peninsula felt lonely just then. It was easy to believe that an unaccompanied woman might vanish between one block and the next, never to be seen again. As the fog married the land to the sea, passing traffic made Bibi think of submersibles plying the ocean through a sunken city, though one with humbler architecture than Atlantis. By the time she reached the vicinity of the pier, where faux antique iron lamps silvered the mist, she seemed to be the only person in sight. For emergencies, she had a key to pet the cat. Just inside the front door, during the alarm system's 1-minute delay, she entered the code with the keypad. Spaced throughout to inconvenience thieves, security lamps provided more than enough light for Bibi to reach the stairs in the back left corner of the shop. The store occupied 2 commercial units. Her dad also leased the rooms above, which otherwise would have been rented as an apartment. He used half that upper space to store merchandise, and the other half served as his office, complete with a kitchenette and a cramped bathroom with shower. In addition to a desk and filing cabinets, the office contained a comfortable sofa and 2 armchairs. On the walls hung 5 framed mint posters for The Endless Summer. Her dad wouldn't sell even one. After turning on a desk lamp, Bibi closed the louvered shutters, which were tight enough to allow only a little light to escape. When she sat in the office chair where her father had sat, she felt safe for the first time since she'd fled her apartment. Beside the desk lamp stood a framed photograph of Bibi and her mother. She so wanted to call them. But she remembered Terrazine's threat. If she went to her parents for help, he would kill them too. She wondered what the police would say if she approached them with her bizarre story. Would they invoke the danger to herself and others law and remand her for a psychiatric evaluation? For the moment, at least, the usual authorities were of no use to her. She opened her laptop and plugged it in. On the desk stood a mug holding a selection of pens and pencils. She opened a desk drawer in search of a tablet or notepad. Among the items in the drawer was a silver bowl containing a 1-zip plastic bag full of Scrabble tiles. She stared at it for a while before she picked it up. The online phone directory for Orange County included numerous people named Belle, but Bibi couldn't find an Ashley. There might be a spouse or daughter named Ashley not included in the listing, but to find her would require calling every number or visiting every address where one was provided. And there were surely other Belles who had unlisted numbers. The task was too daunting. She needed to think of a smarter, quicker way to conduct the search. She Googled Ashley Belle and found a number of them in states from Washington to Florida, but none in Orange County, which made her doubt her assumption that this person must be a local. She discovered photos of some of the Ashleys on Facebook, males and females, but she experienced no frisson of connection when she studied their faces. During all this, she kept glancing at the bowl full of lettered tiles. It wasn't the same bowl that Callida had used, and the Amazon's tiles had been in a flannel bag, not a 1-zip. So, questions. If Scrabblemancy was just a lark to Murphy and Nancy, why would he want his own gear? Had an amusement grown into an obsession? But assuming that Callida wasn't a fraud, that she was a gifted diviner, the gear itself was of no use to people without her power. Did Murphy fancy himself some kind of medium? That seemed absurd. People who made it to 50 by coasting happily along on an "it'll be what it'll be" mantra, whose relationship with fate was guided by a don't ask, don't tell mentality, who never exhibited a passing interest in philosophical issues, who lived for work and surf and surfers' simple pleasures, didn't abruptly become occultists any more than they became true-believing Jehovah's Witnesses, passing out pamphlets door to door. And if her father had gone over the edge, her mother had gone with him, because, in a fundamental way, each had always been the other. Perhaps their foremost saving grace was their commitment to each other, deep and unshakable. If anything, Nancy would be less likely than Murphy to become a seeker of hidden knowledge. She was top agent, hard-nosed flogger of dream homes and fixer-uppers, a surfer babe who insisted on shag-cut hair because it saved her X number of minutes each day that could better be spent on maintaining a tan and catching some waves. Drinker of tequila shots and beer, eater of jalapenos and habaneros, and all but certainly more enthusiastic in her marriage bed than her daughter cared to contemplate. Nancy was far too earthy to be floated off her feet by the helium of occult pursuits. And if not Nancy, then never Murphy. Divination with Scrabble tiles could be no more to them than a party game. After working a while longer with the computer, Bibi took a break to use the bathroom. On the vanity, beside the sink, she found a bottle of alcohol, a packet of seamstress's needles, and a white cotton cloth crusted with old bloodstains and damp with new ones. Chapter 47. Night Visitors. Bibi would make no assumptions about her mom and dad, neither about their interest in the occult nor anything else. She loved them, and she trusted them. The silver bowl, the lettered tiles, and the blood evidence couldn't possibly mean what they seemed to mean. She pushed it all to the back of her mind. until some simple explanation asserted itself, which was sure to happen, some sudden understanding that presented an entirely different interpretation of the facts, some answer so blazingly obvious that she would feel stupid for not having grasped it immediately upon finding the items in the bathroom. Exhausted after an eventful day, she got a cold bottle of beer from the office refrigerator and sat in an armchair. Maybe the beer would chill her in the good sense of the word and help her catch a few hours of sleep. Having stopped speculating about Nancy and Murphy, she brooded now about the person whose life she was supposed to save as payment for her cancer going into remission. She repeatedly reviewed what Terezin had said on the phone. His confidence that he would kill Bibi before she got close to Ashley didn't come solely from his assessment of Bibi as an easy target. The logical thing to infer was that he knew Ashley Bell's whereabouts, and therefore he knew how hard it would be for Bibi to find her, which seemed to point to one of two possibilities. First, maybe Ashley Bell was one of them, one of the wrong people, and capable of using paranormal means to remain hidden if she didn't want to be found. Second, and more likely, she was their prisoner, held for the usual wicked reasons, or for some purpose uniquely horrifying. If that proved to be the case, Bibi would have to descend through several levels of their homemade hell to free her. To free her. To save Ashley Bell. At her kitchen table with Callida, Bibi had insisted that she possessed neither the passion nor the skills to become the comic book rescuer of people she didn't even know. Yet now she contemplated that very task. Something had changed, not necessarily for the better. Perhaps she hadn't gained confidence in her skills, hadn't discovered in herself a greater depth of courage than she had believed existed. Perhaps instead she was finding it easier to attempt unreason than to resist it. She set the empty beer bottle on the small round table beside the armchair and closed her eyes. Fatigued to the point at which the mere idea of lifting her arms from the arms of the chair was itself physically tiring, she nevertheless doubted that she would sleep. Her tumbling thoughts had no capacity for exhaustion. From as far back as she could remember, she had been the girl whose mind was always spinning. In sleep, of course, that mental wheel still turned, and it spun forth a thread of dreams. If the tall, robed and hooded figures appeared in her dreams that night, they were among presences and occurrences that she didn't later remember. The sheet-wrapped corpse that played supporting roles in her occasional nightmares, that clearly wanted to be center stage, sat now in several scenes in different places, prevented by its bound condition from a more active performance. Its immobility was curious, considering that anything should be possible in a dream. The cadaver could have split out of its cocoon at the whim of the dreamer's mind, could have shown its face and wounds as it capered or threatened or strode the stage in a solemn soliloquy. Instead, it appeared in her hospital room as it had been before, in a chair near the window, its shroud colored by a blazing sunset, and it spoke through its fabric mask. The forms, things unknown. Or it sat beside her on the wicker sofa, on the bungalow porch, struggling unsuccessfully to press a hand through the cotton sheeting to touch her, whispering, "Supreme Master," and "Must be truth," and nothing at all. Or she opened a door and found the wrapped corpse standing at the threshold as it said, "Forces of nature." As weary as Bibi was, slumped there in the office armchair, her encounters with the corpse were not fearsome enough to break the hold of sleep. But later, a more harrowing nightmare had its way with her. More harrowing because it was more than just a dream. She is young, not quite 6, alone in her bed where night presses at the bungalow windows. The only light is dim and largely confined to that farther corner of the room where a Mickey Mouse nightlight has been plugged into a wall outlet. Bibi is a small child, but not afraid of the dark. She has been as much embarrassed as amused by Mickey glowing over there in his yellow shoes and red pants, with his big, silly smile. Her parents bought the little 5-watt lamp a week earlier because they decided that all children needed reassurance in the dark. Well, Bibi is a child, but not a baby. She is so done with being a baby. Stupid Mickey watching over her is like being told she is still a baby and always will be a baby. Some nights, she gets out of bed and unplugs the stupid glowing mouse. She doesn't want to hurt her parents' feelings. They mean well, which is why she hasn't thrown Mickey away or put him in the bathroom where maybe he wouldn't upset her so much. She really, really, really doesn't want him here. Until this night. Now she is grateful that she isn't in total darkness. She lies on her back in bed, the covers pulled up to her chin, listening intently, waiting for the thing to move. From time to time it crawls or creeps or slides or does whatever the heck it does to get around. But then it goes quiet for a while, as if it's thinking what to do next, thinking about what it wants and how to get it. This has been going on for more than an hour. Earlier, before the bad things started to happen, there were the voices and music of the TV, turned low in the living room, which had been nice. If there were those sounds now, Bibi would feel much braver than she does. But the house is quiet, so that when the thing decides to start moving again, there is nothing else she can listen to other than the little noises it makes. This wouldn't be so bad if it were a mouse like Mickey, scurrying around, making mouse sounds. Then she would get out of bed and try to win its trust, catch it gently and carry it outside to let it go free. Mouse sounds were cute, and a mouse would be scared, not dangerous, just frightened. This isn't a mouse, however, and she doesn't think it's afraid. She doesn't want to scream or call for help. That is total baby behavior. And if her mom and dad come running, maybe they won't find anything. Then they'll tease her forever and ever. Something is here in the bedroom with her, for sure, but maybe only she can see and hear it. That's how it sometimes is in stories and on TV. And there is another worry. Maybe her parents will see and hear it, and maybe it will hurt them. If it hurts them, that will be Bibi's fault. Instead of screaming, she wishes the thing away. And every time it becomes quiet, she thinks it's gone. But it isn't gone. Aunt Edith, who sometimes visits from Arizona, says if wishes were fishes, no one would go hungry. But Bibi wishes anyway, uselessly, helplessly. In addition to wishing the terrible thing away, she wishes that the captain already lived in the apartment above the garage, so she could run to him and get his help. He won't move in for a long time, until 2 weeks after her 6th birthday. She hasn't met him yet. She doesn't even know the captain exists. But dreams have no respect for the proper order of past, present, and future. As she dreams of the very young Bibi, adult Bibi would love nothing better than to have the captain in her present-day life, as well as in her life on this long-past night of terror in her bungalow room. When next the quiet ends, she hears the thing questing along a wall. The distinctive rattle of the cord from the nightstand lamp suggests that it is finding its way to her. She turns her head to the right, dreading that she will see the thing ascend into view, hardly more than 2 feet from her face. But the lamp cord ceases rattling between wall and nightstand as the thing explores farther. This time, when it falls silent, it is without doubt under her bed. If she wanted to scream now, she couldn't. She breathes, but has no breath to cry out. If she wanted to run, she couldn't. Her heart beats fast and hard. She is vital and acutely alive. It beats fast, then faster, hard, then harder. But it beats her into a strange submission, a kind of paralysis, in which the cardiac lub-dub sounds to her like 2 words relentlessly repeated. My fault, my fault, my fault. Quiet pools throughout the bungalow bedroom. Quiet is a drowning weight, fathoms of ocean pressing down. A deep stillness heavy with expectation, in which Bibi can almost hear the thing's thoughts, its needing and wanting and feverish scheming. Perhaps its silent progress was a matter of stealth, or maybe the blankets muffled what sounds it made, for she didn't realize that it was in bed with her until, under the covers, it touched her left foot. Bibi erupted from the office armchair, flung to her feet by the touch of the malignant creature in the dream. Wild-eyed, gasping, she looked around, half expecting to see dream and reality become one, and herself no longer alone or safe. She was cold to her bones, and so emotionally wrung out that she felt hollow. The reason for the nightmare's singular effect did not escape her. Of all her dreams, this was the only one that was also a memory. Although she had long forgotten, she remembered now that she had been there for real, in that place and on that night. And the crawling thing she so feared had been there too. Chapter 48. Extraction. Paxton expected a medium-lift helicopter with a 2-man crew to extract them. When the monster sea dragon clattered down the sky and landed west of the town, no street was wide enough to accommodate its 79-foot diameter rotor, he realized that new orders had modified the mission. He and his guys arrived in the meadow as the last of the 3 big turboshaft engines died. The rotary wing wheezed to a stop, and the final flush of downdraft threw dust and chaff in their faces. In addition to 2 pilots and an air crewman, the helo carried 2 demolition specialists, 2 search and rescue specialists, 4 Marines to defend the craft when it was on the ground, and a ton of equipment. Marines were always welcome, even if their presence meant that a firefight previously thought unlikely might now be expected. Most concerning was that the Sea Dragon, used primarily for minesweeping operations, was dressed for assault support with a ramp-mounted GAU-21 50-caliber machine gun. Marine Corporal Ned Sivert, with a straightforward manner and an amused contempt for standard-issue politicians, which had been raised into him in Heflin, Alabama, succinctly explained the new situation. Some shit-for-brains White House aide, looking for glory, leaked just enough so the local drag-ass military could decide to ride in here and make themselves an incident if they want to bad enough. Then we should get out twice as fast, Pack said. Yes, sir, you'd think so. But some plainclothes general in the West Wing now wants Al-Ghazali's body, not just a smidge of DNA and a picture for the scrapbook. Fact is, he wants all 7 bodies. At the last minute. Why? I never ask why of my betters. They might tell me, and I might see as how I'm working for even bigger fools than I thought. Among the equipment on the helo were 2 gas-powered portable generators, compressors, hydraulic jacks, and large inflatable bags of tough material that could lift 1,000-pound slabs of concrete rubble. We'll be going home in a flying morgue, Pack said. Gibb, whose mother sometimes saw his father's spirit lingering around their property in Georgia, who himself believed in ghosts and hauntings, said, No big deal, Pax. Valiant boys like us don't spook easy. Pack smiled. Valiant boys never spook. They do the spooking. Won't always be true, Gibb said, but mostly. Chapter 49. The Man Who Borrowed the Names of Death. Bibi tweaked open one of the slats in a window shutter and stared out at the sidewalk and the pier parking lot, where the fog sparkled like diamond dust in the glow of the street lamps. She stood there until she felt sure that Pet the cat wasn't under observation, until she stopped trembling. She recalled now. The memory of the crawling intruder in her bedroom had inspired a repetitive nightmare that had tormented her for 8 months, until she was 6 months short of her 7th birthday. Then, for the first time, she used the captain's magical technique for shedding memories so distressing that they poisoned your life. On an index card, with the captain's help, she'd written a description of the events in her room on that bleak night when Mickey Mouse had failed to keep the boogeyman at bay. Not just what it had been, but how and why it had happened. Holding the card in a pair of tongs, repeating the 6 magic words that Captain taught her, she set it afire with a candle flame. When the captain swept up the ashes with his hands and blew them from his hands into the trash compactor, the unwanted memory was blown from her mind. This slate-wiping trick was a childish device, nothing but a wishing away, no more magical than were the paper and the fire. But she had wanted so desperately and intensely for it to work that it had worked for many years. Bibi didn't understand the psychology of repressed memories. Maybe she didn't want to understand, because if she had deceived herself in this fashion, perhaps she wasn't, after all, the bring-it-on-I-can-take-anything girl that she had always believed she was. More than 15 years after burning that memory in the candle flame, and more than 16 years since the creepy encounter had occurred, The extraordinary stress of this strange night had brought the dormant memory back into flower. But it hadn't restored to her all the details of the repressed experience. That long-ago night, she had known what crawled the room and creeped beneath her bed. She had seen it then. But she couldn't see it now in her mind's eye. Maybe sooner than later, the full truth would come back to her. Although if it did, she might wish that it never had. What she could see clearly now was that some extraordinary event in her past must be related to the remission of her cancer, and to all that had occurred since Callida Butterfly had begun to pull scrabble tiles from that silver bowl. In the dream that was a memory, maybe the crawling thing in her bedroom had in fact been a horror, and far beyond ordinary human experience. But perhaps calling it a thing was a way of clouding the truth, an attempt to evade what had actually happened by transforming the threat into a harmless cliché, into the generic monster of all nightmares. She tried to force recollection, to expand the most crucial moments in the dream, but for the time being, no more details could be recovered. By the time her tremors stopped, it was 4:04 a.m. She returned to her father's desk, searched the drawers, found a pack of unused flash drives, and made 2 copies of the 248-page manuscript that was on her laptop. She crawled into the knee hole and, with Scotch tape, securely fixed one flash drive to the underside of the desktop. She slipped the other one into a pocket of her jeans. She took a shower in the small bathroom adjacent to her father's office, and then put on again the clothes she had been wearing since she'd fled her apartment. Hungry, she searched the refrigerator in the kitchenette, but found nothing that she wanted to eat except a pint of dark chocolate ice cream with peanut butter swirl. Not a healthy breakfast by any standard. So what? If the supernatural insisted on weaving its web through her life, denying her the solace of pure reason, then to hell with such reasonable things as low-fat diets and exercise regimens. While she ate, she sat at her father's desk, searching the address book on his computer. Violating his privacy disconcerted her, so that more than once she hesitated to continue. But her future was at stake, if not her life. Her embarrassment never matured into shame, and she searched for the 4 names that were thus far most central to her dilemma. She found a phone number and address for Callida Butterfly. When she couldn't find an entry for Ashley Bell or Birkenau Terrazine or Chub Coy, she was relieved. To have found any of them, especially all of them, would have forced her to question not just the judgment but the reliability of her parents, which would have been painful in the extreme. Online, she Googled Birkenau Terrazine. Although she didn't find a man with that name, she found 2 places with a history of evil. Terrazine proved to be a town in the Czech Republic, which 75 years earlier had been called Theresienstadt and had been part of German-occupied Bohemia. The Nazis had ejected the 7,000 residents of Terezin in order to use the town as a Jewish ghetto, where as many as 58,000 were forced to live at one time, and where more than 150,000 passed through during the war years. They lived there only temporarily, because Terezin was a transport center, to which Jews were taken from all over Czechoslovakia, and from which they would be conveyed to various death camps as the gas chambers and furnaces could accommodate them. One of the camps to which they were transported by the tens of thousands was Auschwitz-Birkenau. She wondered what kind of man so hated books and bookish people that he would trade the name Faulkner for names that were synonymous with cruelty and death. Halfway through the pint of ice cream, she realized that she had forgotten something when she'd been searching her dad's address book. Bibi returned to it and, with a pang of remorse for suddenly being such a doubting daughter, typed in Faulkner. The directory popped to Kelsey Faulkner, complete with a local address and phone number. Chapter 50. Fog and the Fog of Time. With the desk light turned off, Bibi felt her way to the window and used the tilt rod to open the louvers on one half of the shutter. She stood, staring out at the lamplit fog that still drifted on shore like the ghost of some poisonous sea that had existed billions of years earlier, before the current healthy sea had formed. With no one to turn to, she would have to be her own detective. And she was as certain as she had ever been about anything that she had little time to wrap the case. The wrong people were searching for her, and she sensed that their numbers might be daunting, that they weren't just a cult of a dozen or 24 deranged individuals, but were more like a battalion or an army. Whether they sought her by ordinary or paranormal means didn't matter. Either way, when they found her, they would kill her, and for reasons she still didn't quite understand. If Bibi was right about Ashley Bell, that she was a prisoner of these people, held for God knew what purpose, then it would be necessary to find them in order to find her. For that detective work, she needed wheels, and she thought she knew where to get them. But she had to wait for a more reasonable hour, at least 7 o'clock, before making the call. Fog could paint mystery on the most mundane scene. Now, when she thought of Pax in some hellhole unknown to her, the mist also painted the night with melancholy. Sorrow was a degree of sadness that she dared not indulge. It would sap her will and strength. As much as she yearned for Pax, she couldn't dwell on him. She thought of another foggy night, when she had been 6 years old, for just 2 weeks, the evening of the day when Captain had moved into the rooms above the garage. He was the only important newcomer in Bibi's life until, 4 years later, Olaf came to live with her. Previously, the apartment had been rented by a 20-something woman, Hadley Rogers, who was busy with a career in art, not as a painter or instructor, but as a dealer or broker or agent, whatever. She hadn't been a meaningful presence in young Bibi's life, seen most often flitting down the stairs to her Corvette in the carport. Miss Rogers seemed puzzled by children, as if she wasn't entirely sure of their origin or purpose. She seemed less substantial than a real person, more like an animated painting of a person. Captain, on the other hand, was obviously real and important. Tall, rugged-looking, with thick white hair. He was attentive and polite to everyone, even children. Bibi had accompanied her mother when the captain had been shown the apartment, and by the end of the tour, she liked him, and knew she would always and forever like him. In spite of his scarred hands and 2 missing fingers, though his face was weather-beaten and his eyes were as sad as those of a bloodhound, Captain was glamorous. She just knew he had a lot of good stories to tell. That night, after the fog had laid siege to Corona del Mar, Bibi couldn't fall asleep. After a while, she slipped out of bed and went to get a glass of milk. As she approached the kitchen, where her parents were at the table, talking over mugs of coffee and Kahlua, she heard her mother say something that warned her to step to the side of the doorway, be silent, and listen. "I'm thinking it's a mistake. This has a bad vibe." Murphy said, "Well, I'm not getting any vibe, good or bad. I'm vibeless, babe." "I'm serious, Murph." "Yeah, I figured that out an hour ago." "Who moves into a place with just 2 suitcases and a duffel bag?" "They were big suitcases. Anyway, it's a furnished apartment." "People still have boxes and boxes of personal belongings." "You're making yourself crazy for no reason." "What about Bibi?" "Listen to yourself, babe. He's not a child molester." "I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. But he's not like Hadley, hardly home. He's going to be up there all the time. He'll be an influence. She was instantly fascinated with him." "Retirees do tend to be more homebodies than hot young girls climbing the art world ladder." "You think Hadley is hot?" Nancy asked. "Not by my standards. Not even lukewarm. But I have a lot of empathy. I can see the world through other guys' eyes." "You might need to if I poke out your eyes." "Here you are, threatening your own husband, and you think maybe some worn-out, worn-down geezer with 8 fingers is a problem." Nancy laughed softly. "I just don't want any bad influences in Bibi's life."
"Then we'll have to move to Florida or somewhere, because right now your sister Edith is just across the border in Arizona."
Young Bibi had gone back to bed without milk and worried herself to sleep, afraid that the exotic and interesting captain would soon be gone, replaced by another bland and boring Hadley. She needn't have lost sleep. Captain lived above the garage for more than 4 wonderful years, until that terrible day of blood and death. Now, standing at the window in her father's office, Bibi saw what might have been dawn light refracting through the fog, faintly pinking it. She looked at the radiant dial of her watch. Almost time to call Pogo. Chapter 51. Thunder Crusher. At 7:05, using the phone on her father's desk, Bibi called Pogo. She expected to wake him, but he sounded as sharp as a shark's tooth when he answered on the second ring.
Tell me.
I thought you knew it all.
Hey, Beebs. You never call me.
Don't mom me, bro. She asked about the surf rats with whom he shared an apartment. How are Mike and Nate?
Still in bed? Probably abusing themselves?
I'm surprised you sound so together at this hour.
I was gonna catch a few before work,
he said, meaning a few waves.
But I wake up and it's like milk soup. You've got to have a guide dog to surf this. Anyway, you had me scared, Beebs.
You mean the cancer thing?
Sounded too tough even for you.
But here I am, clean and ready to tear it up.
You've always torn it up.
This has nothing to do with cancer. That's totally yesterday. But I need some help, Pogo.
Why else do I exist?
That old Honda of yours, does it have GPS?
Hell, Beebs, it hardly even has brakes.
Could I borrow it?
Sure.
Don't you want to know why?
Why would I need to know why?
I might want it for a few days.
I've got friends with cars. I've got a skateboard. I'm cool.
Listen, this isn't the boss's daughter working you.
Hey, no. You and me grew up together, Beebs. Anyway, I don't think of Murph as my boss.
He's aware of that. I'd appreciate it if you don't say anything to him about this.
Not a word. When you want the car?
The sooner the better. I'm at the store.
I'll be there in like 20 minutes.
You're the real thing, Pogo.
Beebs?
Yeah?
You catch a bad wave or something?
A real thunder crusher, she said.
Maybe you need more help from me than just the car.
If I do, I'll let you know, sweet boy. After she terminated the call, Bibi opened her purse and took from it the book with the panther and gazelle on the cover. There was no title or author's name on the spine either, and no text on the back. When she opened the book and thumbed through it, the pages were blank. Or they appeared to be blank until faint gray lines of cursive script rippled across the paper, flowing as fluidly as water, gone before she could read a word. She paged through it more slowly, and twice again words appeared, shimmering as if seen through a film of purling water, but rinsed away before they could be read. She examined the binding. There was no space for electronics or batteries to be concealed within the spine. It was just a book. But not just. Chapter 52. Going Home with the Dead. With more than 14,000 combined horsepower, the 3 General Electric engines produced a confidence-building shriek, and the huge rotary wing thumped the air like a heavyweight boxer's fists pounding the crap out of a punching bag. SEALs and Marines and associated Navy men left the ghost town and headed out country in the last 2 hours of light at an airspeed of 150 knots. As the deck vibrated under them, the 7 dead terrorists were restless in their body bags. Restless as they had been in life. Good men and women sought calm, peace, time for reflection. Evil people were eternally restive, intractable, always eager for more thrills, which were the same few thrills endlessly repeated, because the evil were unimaginative, acting on feelings rather than reason. Forever agitated, they were unaware that the cause of their fury was the confining narrowness of the worldview they crafted for themselves. Its emptiness. There would never be an end to them, and always a need for men and women willing to resist them at whatever cost. Just before sunset, without incident en route, they touched down on the aircraft carrier, much to Paxton's relief. There would be a debriefing, after which he expected to call Bibi in California, where it was morning. That expectation was deflated 3 minutes after they debarked from the helo. Washington wanted all team members to maintain silence with the outside world for at least another 8 hours, for reasons that they did not feel obliged to share. Chapter 53. Walk the board, D.e.a.th. When headlights tunneled the fog in the parking lot, and the primer gray Honda glided to the curb like a ghost-driven spirit car, Bibi stepped out the front door of Pet the Cat. Because the heater took a long time to warm up, Pogo left the engine running and came around the front of the car to Bibi.
"You've got that surf goddess look going more than ever."
Maybe cancer was good for me. She knew that she was pretty enough, but not fall-down gorgeous or anything. On the other hand, Pogo made most of the male models in the big fashion magazines look as if they were trying out for roles as orcs in a possible sequel to the Lord of the Rings movies. He seemed oblivious of his physical perfection, even when girls were throwing themselves at him in such numbers and with such insistence that the air became scintillant with the fragrance of estrogen. It sometimes seemed to Bibi that if Pogo's appearance meant anything at all to him, it was largely an embarrassment. But they truly had grown up together, as he had said earlier, and going to bed with him was as unthinkable as going to bed with a brother, if she'd had one. 2 years older than Pogo, Bibi had taught him how to take the drop, how to slide down the face of a wave immediately after catching it, how to pull a rollover to get through whitewater, how to perform a roundhouse cutback, and other moves, when he was a pre-adolescent surf mongrel, before he surpassed her skill level. His good looks might have mattered to her when she was a preteen and early teenager. Then it had been a power trip to have the full attention of the boy that all the other girls most wanted. But now, and for some years, what she loved about Pogo was his spirit, his humility, his tender heart. He kissed her on the cheek and looked her in the eyes and said, "Who are you hiding out from?" That's not the way it is. In a staring contest, neither one of them would ever be the first to look away. Pogo decided not to make it a contest. He surveyed the lonely, mist-soaked morning as the distant foghorn sounded at the mouth of Newport Harbor. "Just so you know where to get help when you're finally not too stubborn to ask for it." "I know where," she assured him. He opened the passenger door and took from the seat a bag of breakfast staples from McDonald's and a paperback novel. After Bibi put her laptop and purse on the seat, she closed the door and said, "You don't hide the books anymore."
"Doesn't matter if my folks find out I can read. I already escaped college."
You've always known what you wanted. Doesn't it sometimes scare you that years from now, it'll turn out not to have been enough?
The past is past, Biebs. The future is just an illusion. All we have is now.
Indicating the McDonald's bag, she said, "I don't want that to get cold, but I have a couple questions." He gestured toward the store.
"There's a microwave inside. This stuff heats okay."
She could smell the faint exhaust fumes as the Honda tailpipe pumped faux fog into the real stuff. Has Dad ever mentioned someone named Callida Butterfly? After a hesitation, Pogo said,
"She comes here. Tall woman, blonde, jingles with jewelry when she walks."
"Comes here to the store? How often?"
"A couple times a month."
"I look at her," Bibi said. "I don't think boardhead."
"She's totally an inlander, not even a wish-was surfer. She comes to see Murph."
"What about?"
"Beats me. They go up to his office."
She met his eyes. He read her instantly, and he said,
"That's not how it is, Biebs. They aren't humping up there."
It hurt her to ask, but she asked, "How do you know?"
"I don't know, but I know. They go back a long way, but the vibe isn't sex."
"When did this start?"
"Maybe a year and a half ago."
Continuing to pour in from the sea, the morning fog defied the sun. But there must have been some clearing inland, because jets were taking off from John Wayne Airport, the dragon roar of their engines speaking down through the fog as if from some Jurassic otherwhere. What about a guy named Kelsey Faulkner? Pogo considered, shook his head.
"Never heard of him."
Birkenau Terrazine?
"That's a name? Sounds like some kind of rash."
Ashley Bell?
"I knew another Ashley once. Ashley Scudder. She traded surfing for corporate finance."
Must be some who do both. Corporate finance surfers.
"Not many."
"I better go. You better microwave," Bibi said. When she kissed him on the cheek, he hugged her fiercely. With his head on her shoulder, his face averted, he said,
"When Murph called from the hospital Tuesday to say about the cancer, I closed the store,
Turned out the lights. Sat behind the counter and cried for an hour. Didn't think I was gonna stop. Don't make me cry again, Beebs. I won't, she promised. And when he looked at her, she lightly pinched the tip of his perfect nose. Thanks for the wheels. Whatever thunder crusher you're riding, he said. Just walk the board the way you do so well. To maintain control of a board, a surfer walked back and forth on it, shifting her body weight. Bibi went around the Honda, opened the driver's door, and looked across the roof at Pogo. With an affection so profound that she could never have found the words to describe it in a novel, she smiled and said, Dude. He returned her smile. Dudette. Walk the board, Dudette. Chapter 54. A Taste of the Caterpillar's Mushroom? Because Pogo enjoyed tinkering with cars more than attending college, but less than surfing, the Honda drove better than it looked. The well-tuned engine offered good takeoff from a stop and plenty of power for hills. In spite of the joke he had made about the brakes, they were in good working order. Calida Butterfly lived in Costa Mesa, in a neighborhood that had once been middle class, had fallen into decline, but had begun to come back strong before the crash of 2008. In the current economic malaise, gentrification had stalled, leaving newer, semi-custom two-story homes next door to 50-year-old ranch-style residences, some well-kept and some not. 70-year-old bungalows were in the mix too, this one stucco and that one clapboard, most of them in need of new paint and repairs. Some properties were landscaped and neatly kept, but here and there were weedy yards and overgrown shrubs, and bare dirt scattered with gravel. The biggest pluses of the neighborhood were its future, if the country ever got back on a vigorous growth plan, and the massive old trees that spread sheltering limbs over the streets, an eclectic urban forest of podocarpus, oaks, carrotwood, stone pines, and more. Bibi parked across the street from, and 100 feet west of, Calida's place, in the enrobing indigo shade of a California live oak. The fog had retreated somewhat from this area, although a scrim still stirred close to the ground, like a lingering poison gas that had been shelled into the neighborhood by an enemy army. The masseuse diviner's house stood on a lot and a half, a well-maintained two-story bungalow with touches of craftsman style. Bibi had been watching the place less than 5 minutes when the segmented garage door rose, and a silver Range Rover rolled down the driveway, turned east into the street, and motored away, roiling the low fog in its wake. She had never before seen what Calida drove, and didn't know if this might be it. Distance and the vehicle's tinted windows prevented her from identifying the occupants. She hadn't been sure if she'd come here to have a face-to-face with Calida, or to nose around. The departure of the rover helped her make up her mind. Nose around. Preferring not to be encumbered by a purse, she tucked it under the driver's seat. She locked the doors of the Honda and boldly crossed the street to the house, the small oval leaves of the live oak, dead and dry, crunching underfoot like beetle shells. When no one answered the doorbell, she rang it again, with the same result. Without any furtive behavior, as though she had every right to be there, Bibi went around the side of the house, through a gate that stood ajar, past a patio shaded by a wisteria-entwined arbor, into the backyard, where a property wall screened her from the neighbors. Her attention was drawn at once to an unexpected structure, a quaint, decorative greenhouse of white-painted wood and glass, about 20 feet by 30, set at the back of the property. This was such an unlikely discovery that she felt compelled to investigate it. 4 statues cast in terracotta, representing the 4 seasons, stood on plinths, 2 on each side of the approach to the building. The entire quartet, not just winter, looked threatening, as if they had been crafted in a place and a century that had never known a day of good weather. There wasn't much point in locking a house of glass containing nothing of value, and Bibi found the south door open. She stepped into a warm and moist enclave of exotic plants, most of them growing in trays of fecund-smelling soil set upon tall tables flanking narrow work aisles. There were no orchids or anthuriums, or other species grown solely for their flowers. All appeared to be herbs, but only a few were the herbs that people used in their kitchens.
She recognized basil, mint, chicory, fennel, rosemary, tarragon, and thyme. But there must have been a double score of other thriving varieties unknown to her. Some of the tables featured a bottom tier, where sunlight never directly reached, and in those still pools of wine-dark shadows were fungi, toadstools and puffballs and molds that looked unhealthy, maybe even lethal. Wandering through the greenhouse, Bibi thought of Lewis Carroll's Wonderland and the hookah-smoking caterpillar that had offered Alice pieces of this mushroom and that. Although she had accepted the reality of the events in her kitchen the previous night, the sudden plunge in the room temperature, the strange behavior of the candle flames and clocks, the stench of rotting roses where the only roses were in fact fresh and fragrant, perhaps she should consider the possibility that a part of what she had experienced might have been related to the effects of some hallucinogen distilled from one of these plants. It could have been slipped into her glass of Chardonnay when she wasn't looking. She turned a corner and, on one of the tables, discovered a wire cage about a yard long and 2 feet wide, occupied by 15 or 20 mice in various shades of brown and gray. The rodents were busy feasting at small bowls of food and water, coming and going from shallow burrows in coagulated masses of damp, shredded newsprint, grooming, defecating, and copulating. Granted that mice were by nature nervous creatures, this community nonetheless seemed unusually jittery, fidgeting from end to end of the cage, twitching in alarm when others of their kind unintentionally stepped on their tails, ceaselessly surveying their domain with eyes as dark and liquid as beads of motor oil. Movement drew Bibi's attention to the concrete floor, where a possible explanation for the mice's agitation slithered to her feet. A snake. And then another. And a third. Chapter 55. The Photograph. Bibi saw at once that the squirming serpents on the greenhouse floor were not rattlesnakes, and that each was different from the others. Never having had the slightest interest in herpetology, she could neither identify them nor tell if they were deadly. She assumed they couldn't be venomous, because Callida wouldn't let them roam free if they were dangerous. Of course, with what they believed to be cold and unassailable logic, people made assumptions all the time that got them killed. And Bibi had so recently promised Pogo that she wouldn't give him another reason to cry. So she backed slowly away from the sinuous trio, dreading that she might step on a fourth behind her, ready to turn and sprint if one of them began coiling to strike. Perhaps the snakes had been interested in her only because she might have been Callida, come to feed the mice. As she retreated, they didn't follow. Two glided silently beneath the table on which stood the cage of rodents. The third twined around a table leg and oozed upward to inspect the various nervous entrees that might be selected for dinner. Bibi's breath escaped her in a sigh of relief when she stepped outside and closed the greenhouse door. At least she had learned something in return for the risk she had taken. Callida's occult interests exceeded scrabblemancy. Whether the murdered mother, too, had been a woman with numerous Kabbalistic pursuits, or whether Callida had added new lines of business to her mother's basic enterprise, the masseuse seemed to be seriously twisted, maybe fully whacked. In either case, Bibi had to go into the main house. Considered as a preview, the greenhouse suggested that essential information would be found in the bungalow. She tried the kitchen door, but it was locked. She hadn't seen a sign warning that the house was protected by an alarm company, but she was loath to break a pane of glass. For the novel that she had been writing, she had researched burglary, speaking with detectives in the robbery detail, and with a convicted criminal serving time for a score of offenses. She had learned that in some jurisdictions, you needed to force entry and steal something to be guilty of burglary. If you did neither, merely trespassed, you were at most guilty of the lesser charge of housebreaking. That she should be calculating the legal consequences of her criminal activity, committing a crime rather than contemplating it, was disturbing. Well, screw it. She had no choice. The cops didn't help you with complaints of supernatural harassment, and it was likely that some wrong people were on the police force too. The thing to keep in mind was that 2 days earlier, Death hadn't just been on her doorstep, but had been ringing her bell and knocking and calling for her to come out and play. Whatever trouble she got into now would be, by comparison, as sweet and smooth as pudding. Among the many interesting things she learned when researching burglary was that a surprising number of people were diligent about locking potential points of entrance on the ground floor, but were careless regarding second-story windows and sometimes even balcony doors. At each end of the wisteria-entwined arbor that shaded the back patio, the vertical members were made of 2x2s and appeared strong enough to serve as ladder rungs. She chose the end where the wisteria grew thinner. Assuring herself that this was less dangerous than surfing, since there were no sharks in the arbor, she climbed to the top with an agility that gratified her. She might have spent the last few years being more of a desk-bound rider than she would have preferred, but she hadn't gone soft yet. 4 double-hung windows overlooked the arbor and the backyard. The third proved to be unlocked. Bibi slid up the lower sash. When no alarm sounded, she climbed over the sill, leaving the window open in case she needed to make a hasty exit. Sneak thief, even minus the theft, still wasn't a title that made her feel dashingly romantic, certainly not proud. She almost drew the pistol from her shoulder rig to search the house at the ready, but that seemed stupid. She had no experience of a job like this. Her nerves were tripwire tight. If she turned a corner and encountered Callida, or worse yet, a total innocent, she might squeeze the trigger in startled reaction. Instead, she went naked, or so it seemed, wondering why she had never thought it essential to earn a black belt in one martial art or another. She had entered what seemed to be the master bedroom, which looked more ordinary than she might have expected. Neatly made bed with dust ruffle, reproductions of California plein-air paintings. No zodiac carpet, no black candles in polished bone holders, no weird totem hanging on the wall behind the bed. No snakes. The door to the walk-in closet stood open, and the clothes were hung in an orderly fashion. Although she had risked a housebreaking conviction to come here, Bibi had no intention of pawing through Callida's dresser drawers in search of secrets, which would probably turn out to be about things that had nothing to do with her, and that were in one way or another pathetic, as most bedroom-kept secrets were. She suspected that if anything important waited to be found in this house, it would be grotesque, or at least singular. She would recognize it the instant she opened a door or crossed a threshold. The maple floor of the upstairs hallway tucked back underfoot. She could do nothing to silence it. Staying close to a wall didn't lessen the noise. Proceeding quickly caused no greater disturbance than stepping slowly and cautiously. Beyond the hall bath were 2 rooms, the first peculiar but not helpful. No furniture whatsoever. Nothing hanging on the walls. The windows had been blacked out by fitting them with mirrors. She glimpsed her reflection and didn't like the way she looked. Anxious, small, uncertain. In the center of the pale maple floor, in neat black letters an inch high, had been painted Thalia, the name of Callida's mother. If you could believe anything the diviner said, Thalia had been cruelly tortured and dismembered by the wrong people 12 years earlier. Most likely not in this house, somewhere else. This room, with the name on the floor, didn't feel like either a marker of the crime or a shrine to the victim. For reasons that Bibi couldn't specify, the chamber felt as if it had been established for the purpose of communication, although with whom or what she couldn't say. Across the hall from the empty room lay an office. A corner desk held a computer and 2 printers, the second for color work, all the equipment dark and silent. More plein-air paintings. A rosewood sideboard along one wall. In the center of the space stood a round work table attended by a single chair. She had found the grotesque, the singular, the something. On the table stood the silver bowl filled with lettered tiles. In addition, 2 lines of tiles had been arranged on the table, as though Callida had returned to the inquiry that had begun in Bibi's kitchen the night before. The first line read, Ashley Bell. The line below it was an address. 11 Moonrise Way. Beside the bowl lay a sheet of high-quality photographic paper of the kind used in a color printer. When Bibi turned it over, she was staring at a lovely girl of perhaps 13. champagne yellow hair, wide-spaced violet eyes the shade of certain hyacinths. It was mostly a headshot from the shoulders up. The girl wore a white blouse with a crisp white collar, and across that garment were written 5 words. Callida, this is Ashley Bell. Chapter 56. Out of Chaos, Conviction. This girl. This Ashley Bell. Her face beautiful, her expression serene. But in that serenity, Bibi saw a hard-won composure, a mask meant to deny the photographer his subject's true emotions, which were fear and anger. She warned herself that she might be reading into the photo a scenario from her imagination. Maybe the girl was just bored, or trying for one of those vacuous expressions that models were encouraged to assume for the haute couture magazines these days. But no. For Bibi, the proof could be seen in that remarkable stare. If the colors in the picture were true to life, those enchanting reddish-blue eyes were as limpid as distilled water, and revealed a profoundly observant and quick mind. They were wide-set eyes, but also as wide open as they could be without furrowing her forehead, as if she meant to belie the apparent tranquility of her face, or as though the photographer or something else beyond the camera disquieted her. In addition, Bibi perceived in the girl a tenderness and vulnerability that inspired sympathy, a kindredness that she couldn't, or wouldn't, explain to herself. This reaction, this sense of equivalence, hit her with such force that it changed everything. Until now, the search for Ashley Bell, such as it was, had been to a degree unreal, a game without rules, a joke quest without many laughs. It might even be a hoax involving a cleverly staged, phony divination session enhanced by hallucinogens, perpetrated by a group of crazies whose motivation was likely forever to elude a sane person. To this point, Bibi had played this dangerous game as though she exclusively stood at the center of it, focus and sole target. Because of the girl's appearance and demeanor, which were at once radiantly ethereal and as real as stone, Bibi's perception changed. She was the paladin, the white knight, and a secondary target only because she would act to save the girl. Ashley Bell was the primary target of the wrong people, and the focus of all that would happen hereafter. In surfing terms, Ashley was the grommet, the trainee surf mongrel, and Bibi was the style and wave raider who had to save her from being mortally prosecuted by a series of storm-generated behemoths. Reality had finally resolved out of the chaos of the last 12 hours. It had bitten hard, infecting Bibi with conviction. Ashley Bell was real, and in desperate trouble. The people who threatened her were in some way weirdly gifted and beyond the reach of the law, also well organized, also homicidal. Callida had printed out a picture of Ashley that someone had emailed to her as an attached JPEG. It would be helpful to know the source of the photograph. Maybe she had printed the email too. Like any house, this one produced noises separate from those its people generated. Creaks and ticks and soft groans of expansion, contraction, and subsidence. A series of these caused Bibi to freeze and listen intently. But silence and a guarded sense of safety settled after the building finished complaining about gravity. She looked through desk drawers for the email. Nothing. An electric shredder fed the waste can, which contained mostly quarter-inch wide ribbons of paper suitable for celebrating a welcome-home parade of astronauts returning from the moon, but otherwise useless. The remaining contents did not include the email. She suspected that she'd already spent too much time in the house. Exploring Callida's computer might be interesting, but it would also require a reckless delay. Carrying the photograph in her left hand, keeping her right free to reach beneath her blazer to the pistol, Bibi descended the stairs through a stillness that no tread disrupted. She passed also through a lens of morning gold admitted by a skylight, in which particles of dust not evident elsewhere were revealed revolving around one another, as though she had been given a glimpse of the otherwise invisible atomic structure of the world. The ground floor rooms were without eccentricity, furnished as normally as those in any house. But when she got to the kitchen, she found the aftermath of a visit by the wrong people. The dinette table had been jammed into one corner. The chairs stood upon it. A heavy-duty white plastic tarp, fixed to the floor with blue painter's tape, protected the glazed Mexican tiles. A few stained rags had been left on the tarp, but there wasn't much blood. Apparently they killed her in such a way as to avoid a mess, possibly by strangulation. Then the amputations had been performed post-mortem, both to minimize the need for cleanup and to ensure there would be no shrill screams to alarm the neighbors. The body had been removed, perhaps in the Range Rover and for disposal. But the 10 fingers, each sporting a flashy ring, were on a counter near the refrigerator, lined up neatly on a plate, as if they were pettifors to be served with afternoon tea. Human cruelty could disgust Bibi, but not shock her. She wasted no time reeling from the hideous sight, or wondering for what purpose the fingers had been kept. She understood at once the urgent message the scene conveyed. The cleanup wasn't finished. Either those who had left in the Range Rover would return, or another crew would soon arrive to complete the job. As she started across the kitchen, she heard a vehicle in the driveway, and the muffled clatter of the rising garage door. Part 4. Putting the pieces together at the risk of falling apart. Chapter 57. Breakfast with a side of surprise. When she heard the roll-up door rising in the garage, Bibi reached under her blazer to the holstered pistol, wondering if she would be able to get the drop on whoever might be coming, disarm and restrain and interrogate them. If there was only one of them, the answer was probably not. If two, the answer was definitely not. If more than two, they would butcher her into more pieces than they evidently had rendered Callida. Courage and steadfastness were not enough when you were up against a crew of sociopaths and you weighed 110 pounds on a fat day, and your gun had only a 10-round magazine and you weren't self-deluded. She didn't hesitate even long enough for the garage door to finish its ascent, fled the kitchen, went directly to the living room and out the front door. She stayed away from the east end of the porch, where the driveway led past the house to the garage. Avoiding the steps as well, she hurried to the west end of the porch, vaulted over the railing, and landed on her feet. She raced across the front lawn, across the street, and took refuge in Pogo's Honda, in the deep shadows under the live oak. She put the photograph of Ashley on the dashboard and extracted her purse from under the driver's seat. If she could sound genuinely horrified and panicked, which shouldn't be a problem, a call to 911 might bring the police to Callida's house while someone remained there to be arrested. Bloody rags, severed fingers, murder. If that wasn't enough to bring out Costa Mesa's finest, they must be busy filming a reality TV show. Only as she zippered open the handbag did she recall that she no longer had her phone. She had abandoned it, and its GPS, with her Explorer the previous night. If she got out of the car and screamed, trying to rouse the neighbors, she would accomplish nothing except to alert the murderers to her presence and provide them an opportunity to see what she was driving these days. She sat stewing in frustration for a minute or two, but she gained nothing from that either. When she drove away, she hung a U-turn, heading west, to avoid passing the house. Instead of sustaining her, a half pint of ice cream before dawn had led to a sugar crash. She went directly to a Norm's restaurant, the ultimate working man's eatery, because the food was pretty good and reliable, but also because she had a hunch that the wrong people wouldn't be seen in a Norm's, even if they were starving to death and it was the last source of nourishment on the planet. During their short telephone conversation, Birkenau, call me Burke, Terrazine, had sounded like a snob and a narcissist. His associates were likely to be of the same cloth. Power trippers put a low value on humility. When your enemies were elitist, snarky boys, one way you could go off the grid was to eat at Norm's and buy your clothes at Kmart. The hostess put her in a small booth at the back of the room, and Bibi chose to sit facing away from most of the other customers. More than food, she wanted coffee. Her thoughts were fuzzy from too little sleep and too much weirdness. She needed to clear her head. The pleasant and efficient waitress brought a second cup of strong black brew with Bibi's order of fried eggs, bacon, and hash browns, which promised to grease her thought processes for hours. In movies, people on the run from killers, having recently seen the severed fingers of a corpse, didn't take time out for breakfast. They didn't take time out for the bathroom either, or to think about how little life and movies resembled each other. With a pen and a small notebook that she carried in her purse, she made a note to that effect, which she headlined, "Remember for Novel, Movies and Life." While she ate, her intention was to make a list of things she needed to buy and to do in order to stay off the grid as much as possible. But she wasn't surprised that she should also be jotting down ideas for her fiction. After all, she wasn't always running for her life and trying to save the life of another, though she was always a writer. Okay. She needed a disposable cell phone. Although it didn't have the smartphone features she might need, it couldn't be traced to her and wouldn't make her vulnerable to GPS bloodhounds. And if they still sold those electronic GPS maps, which wouldn't have any link to another device known to be owned by her, she could use one. She found herself making another note off the subject, this one regarding the 3 occasions that she had used Captain's trick to forget unwanted memories. They had been spread over 10 years. She headlined the list, "Important." The first time had been when, with Captain's help and a candle flame, she had burned to ashes the incident of the crawling thing. She'd been 5 years and 10 months old when the creature terrorized her, 6.5 when she took steps to forget it. The second time she was 10, and the captain had been dead about 4 months. She burned the memory of what happened in the attic above his apartment, which still remained beyond recollection. In that instance, she hadn't even written the memory on paper, but had merely stood before the ceramic logs in the bungalow's living room fireplace and had offered the memory to the gas flames. As Bibi composed her list with salient details, norms resonated with conversations, clinking cutlery, rattling china and glassware, and background music that she couldn't identify and that soon she didn't hear. With her concentration came a silence broken not even by the sounds of her eating, for she heard nothing now other than the whisper of pen on paper. The third time, she had been 16, half crazy over the loss of Olaf, confused and distraught and bitter and angry, when to her had come a most hideous idea, an intention so loathsome that she could hardly believe it had originated in her own mind. And though the plan that began to form was so out of character, she knew that the temptation to implement it would be irresistible. Had she acted on that idea, she would have ruined her life and the lives of her parents. And so she wrote it on a page of a notebook, tore it out, and fed the page to flames in the fireplace, taking no chance that offering it without committing it to writing would work as it had worked before. In those 3 forgotten moments were the roots of her current troubles. What had crawled the floor of her bedroom? What happened in that spidered attic where fog quested through the vents? To ease the unendurable pressure of her emotions in the wake of the dog's cremation, what abomination had obsessed her? What violence or outrage had she feared committing so much that it must be burned out of her memory? She was surprised that she had finished eating. As she put her fork down on the empty plate, the sounds and pleasing aromas of the establishment seeped back into her awareness. There, in the ordinariness of Norm's restaurant, Bibi wondered about the extraordinary nature of her secret self. Proof seemed to be mounting that a singular darkness gathered in her heart, though she saw herself as a child of sea and sand, of ocean breeze and summer light. She knew that few people ever completely, or even largely, understood themselves, and yet she had assumed that she was one of the enlightened few, that she could read herself from first page to last and grasp every nuance of Bibi Blair. After she assured the waitress that she wanted nothing else, Bibi left a tip, picked up the check with the intention of paying at the cashier station, and rose from the booth. As she slung her purse over her shoulder and turned, she saw Chub Coy at the farther end of the busy restaurant, having breakfast in a booth by the big front windows. The hospital security chief had no evident interest in her, apparently didn't even know she was there. His attention was focused entirely on his pancakes and his breakfast companion, Solange St. Croix, Holy Mother of the University Writing Program. Chapter 58. Off the Grid. Whether Chub Coy and Dr. St. Croix were wrong people, or were compatriots of another kind, conspiring for their own purposes, the professor seemed to regard norms with the disdain that Bibi imagined Terezin and his pals would hold toward any restaurant lacking white tablecloths and designer china. Before her stood only an untouched glass of water. Her expression was more sour than usual, and she sat with the shoulders-back rigidity and lifted chin of a stern advocate of temperance who found herself unaccountably in a tavern. Her apparent contempt wasn't directed at Coy, as he plowed through his pancakes, for the two of them were engaged in animated conversation that seemed to amuse rather than offend him. Before they might take notice of her, Bibi turned away from them, sat down, and fished enough money out of her purse to pay the entire bill, which she left on the table with the tip. At the back of the room were double porthole doors to the kitchen, and she headed for them as though she had legitimate business with someone on the staff, her face averted from Chub Coy and his date. Cooks and other staffers looked up in surprise, less because she didn't belong there than because she had slammed through the doors with the energy of someone bent on lodging a loud complaint. When she started to make her way through prep aisles, past the griddles and grills and ovens, someone asked what she wanted, and someone else tried to give her directions to the women's restroom. She saw the distant back door and waved them away, saying, "Air! Need some air!" as though the dining room behind her had abruptly become a vacuum. In the parking lot, after she moved the Honda to have a clear view of the entrance to the restaurant, Bibi slouched behind the steering wheel and wished that she had a baseball cap. 20 minutes later, Coy and the professor came outside and stood talking for a minute before shaking hands and parting. He went to his black Lexus, and she got into a Mercedes. Starting the engine, Bibi figured she should follow one or the other, but then decided not to bother with either. Being a former cop, Chub Coy would spot a tail in minutes. Wherever the professor was going, it was unlikely to be as revelatory as finding her here with this man. That they knew each other was enough to convince Bibi that they were in league against her, and that she had been a topic, if not the topic, of their meeting. If later she needed to have a few words with Solange St. Croix, she knew where to find the bitch. After the Lexus and the Mercedes were out of sight, Bibi sat for a while, thinking about coincidences. She didn't believe in them. Could they have known where to find her? Could they have wanted to be seen? Could they be all-knowing masters of the universe in human form? "For God's sake, Biebs," she said, "you're losing it." Even if they knew what kind of car she was driving now, which they didn't, they couldn't have known she would be going to Norm's until she got there. Anyway, she was certain she hadn't been followed. But she still didn't believe in coincidences. From Norm's, she went to 3 different branches of her bank and withdrew $200 from each ATM, bringing her supply of cash to $814. At a big box store, she purchased a disposable cell phone and an electronic map with GPS. She also bought a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses in case she again needed to disguise herself a little. In the parking lot, as she unlocked the Honda and put her purchases on the front passenger seat, she began to feel like a sly operator, slipping off the grid with the ease of a senior CIA agent. Which was when someone behind her said, "Is that you, Bibi? Bibi Blair?" Chapter 59. The first to recognize her talent. Bibi swung around to confront a woman who was vaguely familiar, but no name came to mind. Maybe 30, lots of tumbling blonde hair, face as smooth and unlined as raw chicken flesh with the pebbly skin stripped off, pert nose, porn star lips, teeth wide enough to blind, a projecting bosom on which a line of crows could perch. "Hope you haven't gone too big-time literary to remember us little people, Gidget. It's not even been 6 years." "Miss Huffline," Bibi said.
Not because she could confirm the woman's identity from the visual clues, but because no one other than her 11th grade English teacher had ever called her Gidget. These days, it's Marissa Hofflein-Vorschak. Married right at the top 2 years ago. His name's Leopold. Real estate development. Bibi almost said, "If that's his name, why aren't you Marissa Hofflein Development?" Miss Hofflein, however, had been a world-class mistress of mean, capable of eviscerating you with such finesse that if you were hurt by her sharp tongue, she could successfully argue that you had misunderstood either her intention or every word she'd said. Better not to get into a pissing contest with her. Instead, Bibi said, "You look really good." 4 years ago, I refreshed myself a little. Nice of you to notice. Before she had refreshed herself, Miss Hofflein had been a 35-year-old brunette of the mouse-brown variety, with crooked teeth and the chest of a 16-year-old boy. This transformation involved industrial plastic surgery, at least a quart of Botox, and more than a little voodoo. Of course, I don't teach anymore. Don't have to. That's my cafe au lait Bentley over there. But I always tell people, said Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschak, I was the first to recognize your talent. That was a crock and a half. She had focused more criticism on Bibi than she had on any of the other kids in the class, especially when the subject was her writing. Bibi had benefited from many good teachers in high school, but it was for one like this that kids had long ago invented spitballs. As if Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschak saw a flash of resentment in her former student's eyes, she said, I was always a little hard on you, dear, just a little, because you needed some prodding now and then to reach your full potential. Bibi managed a smile that must have looked like that on a ventriloquist's dummy. I appreciate that. Well, nice to have seen you again. Leaning closer, so that her heroic bosom seemed about to topple her off balance, the woman said, May I ask you one question? Bibi wanted only to be gone from there and off the grid, which would probably happen quicker if she allowed the question. Sure, of course, she said, expecting a nasty crack about the ancient Honda. Instead, Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschak asked, Has your novel made enemies for you? Why are you packing heat? For a moment, Bibi blanked on the word heat, but then she said, A gun? But I'm not. Now, really, Gidget. My Leo gets threats, a man of his position, so he has a concealed carry license. If you've got a trained eye, as I have, a very sharp eye, no tailoring is good enough to entirely conceal the telltale bulge. There was no telltale bulge. The shoulder rig held the pistol at Bibi's side, in the roomiest part of her blazer. Well, sorry to say, your eye has misled you this time. I've no reason to carry a gun. As Bibi started to turn away, the woman gripped her by one arm. With concern that was no more real than her bosom, the refreshed ex-teacher said, Oh, damn. You don't have a concealed carry permit, do you? Bibi, really, you can get in a lot of trouble, you really can. Carrying without a license, you could go to prison. The parking lot was busy with shoppers going to and from the store, and Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschak had the volume, although not the graceful cadences, of an auctioneer. People were looking at them, curious, frowning. With through-clenched teeth intensity, Bibi said, I have no gun. Now let go of me. The woman let go of Bibi's arm, only to grab her left lapel and pull aside her blazer, revealing the holster and pistol. You always were a bit of a rule-breaker, girl. Always. But being the first to recognize your talent, I don't want to see you ruin your career. Bibi clawed Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschak's hand off her blazer. Lady, what is wrong with you? Get away from me. If you don't have a concealed carry permit, you should take that off right now, this very minute, and put it in the trunk. A few passers-by stopped to watch the altercation. They must have been people who never saw TV news.
These days, in situations like this, if you didn't keep moving, you became part of the body count. I have a concealed carry license, Bibi hissed, and she started around the Honda to the driver's door. The former English teacher caught up with her between the headlights. If you really, truly had one, then why didn't you say so already? Why didn't you? Turning a withering glare on her assailant, Bibi bit off each word of her reply. Because I don't want every idiot to know. Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschach's resistance to withering was equal to that of granite. Don't you snap at me, young lady. If you have a license, show it, and I won't worry you'll ruin your life. Otherwise, I'll have to call your parents. I'm 22 years old, for God's sake. Not to me, you're not. As Bibi reached the driver's door with the former teacher close behind, one of the onlookers stepped forward. Tall, muscular, with a weathered face and a walrus mustache, wearing a bandana around his head and a tank top unsuited to the cool morning, arms and shoulders and neck crawling with tattoos of reptiles and spiders, he looked as if he'd stepped out of a version of Ray Bradbury's The Illustrated Man, written in an alternate universe where Bradbury had dropped acid while at the keyboard.
Excuse me, ladies. May I negotiate a little peace here?
Bibi seized the moment. This woman insists she knows me. I've never seen her before in my life. She's a mental case. Wounded by the accusation, Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschach turned to the hulking would-be arbitrator to defend herself against Bibi's slander, stepping away from the Honda and pointing to her car in the facing row of vehicles. Do you see that Bentley over there? My Bentley? Mental cases do not drive Cafe au lait Bentleys. As the woman made her case to be judged sane, Bibi got into the Honda and started the engine. When she gave the car too much gas as she pulled out of her parking space, Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschach reeled back as if in danger of being run down. But the illustrated man didn't flinch, as though he had no doubt that his pumped physique would prevail undamaged in a collision with a mere sedan. Driving away from the big box store and into the street, Bibi raised her voice as she hadn't done during the bizarre encounter. What the blazing hell was that about? The confrontation seemed to have been more than a chance interaction with a former teacher. She sensed in the incident a suggestion of design, a prefiguring of an event to come, some elusive meaning that she needed to pin down and examine. Chapter 60. The Panther of Lost Time. A few blocks from the big box store, Bibi took refuge in the parking lot of a strip mall. In addition to the line of shared wall businesses, a freestanding building housed Donut Heaven, on the roof of which a golden halo revolved above a giant glazed donut. Although the disposable phone promised instant activation, she wasn't surprised that the callback confirmation would take a while. In the meantime, she read the instructions for the electronic map while brooding about the ludicrous encounter with Mrs. Hofflein-Vorschach, which continued to seem important and to be tied somehow to her current troubles. To imagine that the former teacher was part of the conspiracy against her, however, would be to step out of justifiable paranoia onto a steep path toward mania. If Hofflein-Vorschach, why not the unnamed arbitrator with the walrus mustache and the swarming tattoos? And if him, why not every customer of the nearby Donut Heaven, everyone in every car passing in the street, everyone, everywhere? Better chill, Biebs, she warned herself. When the map, with its GPS link, was up and running, she tried to locate 11 Moonrise Way, the address that had been spelled in Scrabble tiles on the table in Callada's home office. She didn't have the name of a town or city, but the device allowed her to search also by county. There was no Moonrise Way, or lane, or street, or avenue, or boulevard, or parkway anywhere in Orange County or in the surrounding 9 counties. Without a city name, the search process proved tedious when compared to what she could have achieved with her laptop. But using her online account might allow the wrong people to locate her as soon as she logged on. When her disposable phone came into service, she considered calling her parents. They might be hungover from the previous night's celebration, though clear-headed enough. If they hadn't already tried to phone her, they would soon, and they would become alarmed as, one after another, their calls went to voicemail. But if Terrazine and his crew had the connections and capabilities of which he had boasted, they might be able to monitor Nancy's and Murphy's phones as readily as could Homeland Security. In that case, if Bibi called her parents, Terrazine might capture the electronic signature of her disposable phone, thereby making it possible to track her again, putting her back on the grid. To remain invisible, she could phone only people that he wouldn't expect her to call. Among the county's more than 3 million souls, she was, for the moment, if not forever, alone. Reluctantly, she switched off the phone, put it in her purse, and took out the hardcover book that had belonged to Callida. Opening the volume, she thought she saw the inlaid leather panther spring into motion, leaping toward the spine. Startled, she almost dropped the book, but when she closed the front cover, the panther remained as it had been, frozen in a pounce. She turned to the blank pages, hoping to glimpse again the rippling, ghostly lines of script that had swum across the paper, schooling words too pale and swift to be read. But the phenomenon didn't repeat, though she paged front to back to front, as the light dimmed to darkness, and the darkness then faded into light. When she looked up from the book, Bibi thought more time had passed than just a minute or two. She felt as though she was rising from a kind of waking sleep that had held her for long hours. And in fact, she yawned and blinked and worked some saliva into her dry mouth. But the sensation of having been in a trance, of sloughing off the grip of some hypnotic power, had to be a misapprehension, because she still felt full from breakfast, and because she wasn't stiff and achy from having sat for a long period behind the wheel. According to her wristwatch, only a few minutes had passed. Nevertheless, she closed the volume rather than gaze into it again. And when she returned it to her purse, she said, "Something's very wrong here." Chapter 61. As I Lay Dying. This was one of those days when the fog mimicked the wave action of the sea, but in slow motion, gradually receding in the weak warmth of morning light, though never pulling entirely off the coast, then surging inland after an hour or two, reaching not quite as far as previously, retreating once more before returning. When Bibi drove back into Newport Beach, she had to turn on the headlights long before she reached the bridge to Balboa Peninsula. Once she was cruising on that long arm of land that bulwarked the sea and embraced the harbor, she set the windshield wipers on intermittent to wipe away the insistent condensation. Kelsey Faulkner's address was in the commercial zone before the super pricey real estate of Peninsula Point. A tourist destination in warmer months, this district varied between 2 and 3 blocks in width, oceanfront to harborfront. It was a fabled piece of ground that brought to mind Dick Dale and the Deltones, who created surfer music there in the 1950s, though its flatness inspired in nervous types occasional visions of the obliterating power of a tsunami. Bibi parked in a metered lot and walked through sea-scented fog to the address, which was an unlikely location for the home base of a cult of homicidal lunatics. The shop, Silver Fantasies, offered handcrafted silver jewelry that ranged from inexpensive souvenirs such as leaping porpoise pendants to exquisite necklaces and bracelets that sold for a few $1,000s. It was open on an off-season weekday morning, which meant they enjoyed a large local clientele. Bibi had often seen the place in passing, but having little interest in jewelry, she had never ventured inside. The cheaper items hung on brass racks. The better pieces were displayed in glass cases. The 30-something woman sitting at a corner work table, polishing a bracelet, might have been cast forward in time from the late 1960s. In a long, swishy cotton skirt, tie-dyed blouse, crocheted dog collar, and dangly silver peace symbol earrings, she could have gotten on the stage with any band of that period and been taken for one of them as long as she held a tambourine. She looked up from her work, smiled, and said, "Not the kind of day they're dreaming about when they're California dreaming." "Better than a tsunami," Bibi replied, though she had never before been one of those nervous types. "Is Kelsey around?"
Pointing to a door at the rear of the shop, the woman said, "In his studio. Just go on back." Although it was unlikely that she would be dismembered in the workroom of a jewelry shop, Bibi hesitated. "It's okay," the woman said. "He's not smelting or anything, just designing some new pieces." She frowned. "You do know him?" Bibi hesitated. "My dad knows him." "Who's your dad?" "Murphy Blair. He owns—" "Sure, Murph. He's cool. Go on back." Faulkner's studio was more industrial than she expected of an artist/craftsman. Small but arranged for efficiency. Clean but smelling of metal polish and machine oil. 4 small high windows at which the fog pressed its blank face. About 50, with a mane of white hair that reminded Bibi of Beethoven's, Kelsey Faulkner perched on a stool at a draftsman's table. He was sketching a necklace. He looked up and smiled.
"Now, here's a sudden light in a dreary day."
If the woman in the front room had prepared Bibi, she might still not have been ready for his face. Half of it was handsome. The other half was out of Phantom of the Opera. A gnarled mass of keloid scars and furrowed flesh, blister red twisted through with greasy-looking white tissue. The scars distracted from, but didn't disguise, underlying problems with the structure of cheek and jaw, as if he had suffered a hard impact at speed. Most of his left ear was gone, and the remainder resembled a crust of fungus. Although Bibi told him that he made lovely jewelry, and though she thought that she concealed her shock, Faulkner read her reaction correctly. He spoke a bit slowly, with precise diction, as though calculation must be required to avoid speaking with an impediment.
"I'm sorry. Rita did not prepare you, did she?"
"The saleslady? I said you knew my father. She just assumed."
"Who is your father?"
"Murphy Blair."
"Nice man. So enthusiastic. He buys my jewelry for your mother."
"That's how you know him?"
"It has been many years since I chose to meet anyone new, other than those customers who insist on expressing their regards to the artisan."
He indicated the sketch.
"I have my work, my apartment upstairs, my books. That is enough. Sometimes too much."
Because the silversmith seemed to invite the question, Bibi asked, "What happened?" After a hesitation, he cocked his head and regarded her with greater interest than before.
"You are not like the others, are you?"
"What others?" He studied her for a moment and then said,
"Any others."
"I'm just me, like anyone."
"Different?"
He disagreed.
"Yours is not just cheap curiosity."
Sensing that he was analyzing her and not yet finished, Bibi said nothing, concerned that pressing him would silence him.
"You do not pity me. Compassion, yes, I see your compassion. But no pity. None of the quiet disgust or contempt that comes with pity."
She waited. Faulkner closed his eyes and, after a moment, nodded as if in response to some conversation with himself. When he opened his eyes, he said,
"A young man clubbed me with a length of steel pipe. While I was unconscious, he raped my wife, my lovely Beth, and stabbed her 23 times. As I lay dying,"
he corrected himself,
"as she lay dying, he poured acid in her face, and then in mine. The burning acid, the fierce stinging, woke me as he was leaving. I lived. Beth did not."
Bibi would have settled into a chair if one had been available. Who was he?
"Robert Warren Faulkner. Bobby. Our only child. 16 years old at the time."
My God. At that moment, the ruined face didn't trouble Bibi. The man's eyes were what she found distressing, yet she couldn't easily look away from them. "I'm sorry," she said, and he looked away. The central element of the sketch on the drawing board was a stylized rising bird, wings spread. It might have been a phoenix. "Your face," Bibi said. "It could be made much better."
Yes. Surgery. Reconstruction. Some radiation and corticosteroid injections to prevent new scars from forming where the old ones were removed. But to what purpose? Beth will still be dead.
Bibi could think of no response, and if she found the words, she knew that she shouldn't speak them.
You see,
the silversmith continued,
the boy was obsessed with Nazis, the war, the death camps.
Auschwitz-Birkenau. Terezin, she said.
Dachau, Treblinka. All of them. And because this animal, Hitler, was interested in the occult, Robert developed an interest as well. Beth became concerned, wanted to consult a therapist. I said no. At that age, many boys are fascinated by horrors of one kind or another. It is part of growing up. Nazis, The Walking Dead, vampires, one thing or another. You will outgrow it, I said. I had no clue what was happening in his head. Beth had a suspicion, intuition, but I had no clue until...
Fog seeking blindly at the high windows. The soft rumble roar of an airliner, fresh from John Wayne Airport and gaining altitude over the sea. Out in the sales room, Rita greeted a customer. Muffled voices. Bibi said, "What happened to him?"
They never found him. He took our money, some things of value. He had a plan, but I think he is dead.
Why do you think so?
In all this time, he would have called to torment me. Toward the end, he had become arrogant, verbally abusive. He enjoyed my reaction to his insolence.
How long ago did it happen?
17 years.
He'd be 33 now. In the other room, conversation and soft laughter. Business as usual. Outside, the voice of the airliner fading toward Japan. The silversmith said,
"Why are you here, Miss Blair?"
She surveyed the studio. "Are you afraid he might come back?"
No. His cruelty is such, he would rather I live and suffer.
She met his eyes. But if he did come back, what then? From the shelf under the tilted drawing board, Kelsey Faulkner drew a pistol. Evidently, he kept it with him at all times. Bibi wasn't convinced. After all, he is your son.
He was my son. I do not know what he became.
He regarded the pistol with a solemn longing before returning it to the shelf.
It will never happen, because I do not deserve the satisfaction.
Bibi didn't believe that her last question was germane, that silver was a meaningful link, but she needed to ask it nonetheless. With the tiles spelling Ashley Bell aligned in her mind's eye, she said, "Have you ever made bowls, Mr. Faulkner? Silver bowls?"
Only jewelry. My talent is limited. I am no Georg Jensen.
His smile was not truly a smile, for its mother was melancholy.
But you didn't answer my question. Why are you here, Miss Blair?
Goodbye, Mr. Faulkner. I hope you get that satisfaction. Chapter 62. A Smile from the Past. In the parking lot, behind the wheel of the Honda,
Bibi got her money's worth from the quarters that earlier she'd fed to the meter. She spent a few minutes studying the photo of Ashley Bell, though she didn't know why, and didn't see anything in the face that she hadn't seen previously. No less than before, she felt a poignant kindredness and a compelling desire to give everything she had to the search. No, that wasn't quite right. She wasn't compelled, wasn't driven by some exterior force, not by any conventional motive that she could name. Rather, she was impelled to find the imprisoned girl, pressed forward by an urgent inner prompting, not by mere desire but by need, as though she had been born and had lived 22 years for one purpose, which was to spare Ashley Bell from whatever outrage her captors intended to perpetrate upon her. She put aside the photograph, opened her laptop, and dared to go online for a brief monster hunt. She quickly found the story, a sensation at the time, when she had been only 5 and oblivious of what occurred beyond the sphere of her family. In those days, the Faulkners had lived farther down the coast, in Laguna Beach. Bibi already knew more than she cared to know about the savage details of Robert's attack on his parents. She wanted photographs of him, and on different sites, she located 7. 6 of them apparently provided to the authorities by people other than his father. 2 snapshots showed him at ages too young to be useful for her purpose, and in the other 5, he was between 14 and 16. A handsome boy, even striking, he stared directly into the camera, solemn in every instance except one, when he was 14 and smiling broadly, posed against a backdrop of palm trees bracketing an ocean view. Bibi resisted the temptation to read wickedness in the tilt of his smile, or derangement in the sheen and squint of his eyes. He looked like any other boy, and instead of a future murderer, could as easily have been a saint in the making. The 2 photos taken closest to the night of the crime, in the first he was 15, in the other 16, revealed that Robert had changed. Undeniably, his posture was more aggressive, and there seemed to be a challenge in his attitude. Bibi wasn't imagining an arrogance in his expression, almost a sneer. He wore his hair shorter than before, especially on the sides. He parted it on the right, as always, but more severely, so that white scalp showed like a chalk line. Combed to the left across his brow, the hair spilled down his temple in a familiar way, and after a moment, she saw that he had styled it after Hitler's haircut. She had intended to send the best picture to her parents with a warning to be on the lookout for a dangerous man who resembled this young boy. But now, she realized, 17 years would have changed Robert so much that a photo from his adolescence would be inadequate proof of his current appearance. Besides, Nancy and Murphy would want to know why he was dangerous, what threat he posed to her, what mess she had gotten into. If she answered their questions, they were more likely to be targeted than if she told them nothing. Or were they? On Balboa Boulevard, traffic cruising down Peninsula toward the Wedge, one of the most famous and dangerous surfing spots on the planet, and traffic headed up Peninsula roiled the insistent fog. White masses churned around the Honda, as if the world Bibi knew had dissolved, as if from the atomic soup of its diffusion a new world was forming, one that would be hostile to her at every turn. Robert Warren Faulkner, alias Birkenau Terezin, living under a more ordinary name as yet unknown, had threatened her mom and dad if she contacted them. He wanted to keep her isolated, the easier to deal with her when he found her. But she suspected that no matter what she did, Nancy and Murphy and Pogo and everyone she loved were already on Terezin's termination list. Like the genocidal maniac whom he so admired, Terezin would want a final solution, eliminating not just Bibi, but also all the people who cared about her enough to ask questions and pursue justice after her death. Paxton Thorpe could be no help to her in the current crisis, and she didn't for a moment fantasize about him riding to the rescue from some distant corner of the world. But she allowed herself to dwell on him for a few minutes because the beauty of the man, mind and heart and body, purged some of her anxiety, inflated her hope. She started the car and pulled onto the street. She knew where she had to go next, but she didn't have any idea what she would do when she got there.
Solange St. Croix lived in Laguna Beach, which Bibi had known for years. But in searching for photographs of Kelsey Faulkner's homicidal son, she had noticed that the professor's house and the scene of the crime shared the same address. Chapter 63. Sleeping on a Sea of Troubles. Deep in the floating city, Gib had lain sleepless. A Navy SEAL was trained to endure things that he once would have thought he couldn't survive. And if he couldn't sustain physically and mentally and emotionally through the worst shitstorms of war with his confidence intact, he needed to get out of Spec Ops and become a mall cop or a librarian or whatever the hell. As a SEAL, you saw and confronted things no one should have to see. Horrors that would leave most people in need of therapy for years. But you couldn't let what you saw make you cynical, diminish you, or in any way corrupt you. Once you bought into valor, it was your residence forever. You could neither sell it like a house nor remodel it into something less grand. And if the day came when you refused to live there anymore, you would also be unable to live any longer with yourself. Nevertheless, SEALs were, of course, afraid at times, and like everyone else, they had bad dreams. That first night after taking out Abdullah al-Ghazali and his crew in a 4-bunk cabin aboard ship, Paxthorpe had muttered and exclaimed in his dreams. Having plunged rather than fallen into sleep, Perry and Danny hadn't been disturbed by their lead petty officer's brief and mostly quiet outbursts. Gib and Pax were in the lower bunks, a narrow aisle separating them. Although exhausted from the mission, Gib had been for a while unable to sleep, and he had listened to Pax's peculiar outbursts, committing some of them to memory. In the morning, over breakfast, he had said, "Pax, you sounded like you were at a Hitchcock triple feature last night. Who threw acid in whose face?" Pax had gone pale as he looked up from his mess tray. "Damnedest dream. Crazy bits and pieces, none of it connected, but way vivid." "Was it Hitler raped his mother?" Gib asked. "And whose fingers did he cut off? Man, when you give up Spec Ops, you should get a job writing for one of the crazier cable TV shows." Chapter 64. A Literary Lion's Den. In Laguna Beach, the murder house stood 3 stories tall on a steep street, inland of Coast Highway, where the residences faced either north or south, in both cases lacking ocean views, but still expensive. There were enormous old trees, shallow front yards, and an eclectic mix of architectural styles, some poorly conceived. The house where Beth Faulkner had died was modern, slabs of stucco and smooth teak decks piled like the layers of a wedding cake baked for a bloodless bride and groom, as romantic as carrots. At that hour of a weekday, Dr. Solange St. Croix would most likely be at the university, guarding the standards of contemporary American fiction and dispiriting young writers. Bibi parked across the street and watched the house for half an hour. No one appeared on any of the decks or in any of the rooms beyond the expansive windows. The fog was somewhat thinner than it had been in Newport, though still thick enough to backdrop an urban version of the Hound of the Baskervilles. And of hounds there was no shortage, a parade of Lagoonans walking a dog show's worth of breeds uphill and down. No one seemed to find it odd that a woman in a baseball cap and sunglasses should be slouching in a junker, conducting surveillance. Laguna prided itself on being an artist's colony that accepted all classes and cultures, not merely tolerating eccentrics, but delighting in them. After taking off the cap and sunglasses, Bibi proceeded boldly to St. Croix's front door. When no one responded to the bell, she moseyed to the back of the residence with the practiced nonchalance of an experienced housebreaker. The doors and windows were locked, though the rear door to the garage was secured by a flimsy lock set. Even if the house had an alarm, the garage wasn't likely to be on this system. She could have slipped the latch by sliding a credit card between door and jamb, but she had left her purse in the car. When she considered returning to the Honda to get her Visa card, something snapped in Bibi. Not a big snap,
not like the thick trunk of her psychology splitting all the way through and toppling, but not the subtle crack of a twig either. Her resentment at the disruption of her life, the anxiety and frustration and bewilderment arising from the frightening events of the past 18 hours, had stressed her to the point that something had to give. Just one branch broke. One branch in the elaborate tree that was Bibi, and it was labeled Caution. To hell with her Visa card. She didn't need no stinkin' Visa card. She kicked the door. She didn't regret the noise. She liked the noise. She was accomplishing something at last. She kicked again. With the third kick, the latch gave. The dark garage welcomed her. She found the light switch. No vehicles. She pulled shut the door behind her. The interior door, between the garage and house, had a solid core and a serious deadbolt. She could kick it until she dropped of exhaustion without effect. A credit card would be useless, too. Gardening implements hung on a wall. Nearby stood a workbench with drawers flanking the knee space. She found a variety of tools tumbled in the drawers, including a screwdriver and hammer. At the lowest of 4 door hinges, she inserted the blade of the screwdriver between the head and the shank of the pivot pin and pried it half an inch out of the hinge barrel. She tapped the bottom of the screwdriver with the hammer until the pin came free. Soon, all 4 were extracted, tossed aside, ringing across the concrete floor. Each hinge barrel was formed by 5 knuckles. 2 were part of the frame leaf, 3 were part of the center leaf. Without pins to hold the knuckles together, they separated slightly, but the door remained in place. No quitters, she muttered. With the screwdriver, then with the claw hammer, she pried open a crack between door and jamb, big enough to hook her fingers through. She wrenched on the barrier until, scraping, squeaking, the hinge knuckles parted and the door stuttered outward maybe 2 inches, arcing across the threshold. No alarm. Sweet. It was now held only by the deadbolt, which wouldn't swivel like a hinge. As she struggled, the wood began to crack around the screws that secured the mortise lock. The engaged bolt rattled against the striker plate. She grunted and cursed and put everything she had into the battle until, after more splintering of wood, the door came open just wide enough to allow her to squeeze through into the kitchen, where she stood listening to the house and wiping sweat off her brow with the sleeve of her jacket. Sometimes Bibi wished she was Paxton. He would have used a packet of C4 explosive to blow open the door and take out a portion of the wall with it. Neighbors were tolerant in Laguna. They probably wouldn't complain about the second or third explosion. Filtered by the marine layer that swaddled the town, morning light floated through, rather than pierced, the floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving shadows in places, providing an adequate though mysterious somber radiance, like that of a late afternoon snowscape. As she moved through the ground floor, one chamber opening to the next with minimal space given to hallways, she thought that the construction must be far better than the exterior architecture. The sounds of the busy world didn't intrude. Pale limestone floors, the sparest possible use of area carpets, no draperies whatsoever, marble fireplace surrounds, mirrors of remarkable depth, steel and leather furniture so acutely angled and forbidding that it seemed to have been designed by an insect consciousness. Every hard surface should have rung with brittle echoes of every noise that Bibi made. But she walked in silence, like a spirit, as if this were a temple buried for centuries under 100 feet of desert sand. There were moments when she felt as alone as she had ever been, but other moments when she paused to listen intently, more than half convinced that someone waited here for her, like a trapdoor spider anticipating her fatal step. The ground floor clearly was intended for entertaining, for the cocktail parties and literary soirees that were legendary among Dr. St. Croix's fellow faculty members, guest lecturers, and students. Bibi hadn't lasted long enough in the writing program to have been invited here. Yet room by room, detail by detail, everything upon which she turned her gaze seemed familiar. With uncanny accuracy, she could predict what waited around every corner, beyond every doorway. In those cold and sparely furnished spaces, nothing explained the professor's role in recent events, or confirmed that she was in some way connected to Terrazine. If there was a study or home office where some clue was most likely to be found, it must be on the 2nd floor. Bibi climbed an open spiral staircase of glass and steel, past large windows where the fog pressed a legion of half-formed faces. The 2nd floor was alike to the first, with a glitz-free home theater, a lightly equipped gym, and finally the study that Bibi had hoped to find. A Spartan room in the vein of St. Croix's on-campus office. 2 black and white abstract paintings, bookshelves largely empty, a forbidding couch, a black Herman Miller office chair, the only comfortable-looking furniture in the house, stood behind a desk of brushed steel and gray enameled panels. All this, too, was disturbingly familiar. Only the desk offered possibilities, though not many. The study lacked a computer. Not a single object stood on the desktop. There were 4 drawers, in which Bibi found nothing of interest. In the southwest corner of the study, a single flight of stairs led to the 3rd floor. For the first time, she had to switch on a light. At the top, she arrived at a black lacquered door. Bibi suspected that when there were guests in the house, this door would be locked, for it and the stairs that led to it felt like a fateful passage to a forbidden realm. The lock wasn't now engaged. As she gripped the doorknob, she knew what she would surely find beyond. Not the precise details, but the essence. Rooms that were in stark contrast to everything on the first 2 floors. When she stepped across the threshold and, with a wall switch, turned on several artfully positioned stained glass and blown glass lamps, she passed from stark modernism to high Victorian. The door opened onto a parlor with hand-printed wallpaper in a colorful floral pattern. Delicate lace curtains overlaid with maroon velvet tasseled and fringed draperies. 2 étagères full of porcelain collectibles, Chesterfield sofa, studded leather armchair, a large circular side table covered with fabric that itself was covered with a crocheted overlay, accommodated portrait busts and enameled ornaments and small-framed drawings. Bibi felt akin to the children who discovered Narnia, as though she'd passed into another world, but also as if she had returned to a place she'd visited before. The contrasting, sumptuous fabrics and the extreme clutter were, even for the period, evidence less of a passion for Victoriana than of a troubling obsession. Beyond the parlor, a master bedroom suite offered more of the same. The centerpiece was a bed with an elaborate layered canopy, its 4 posts carved with twining vines and gilded flowers. Bibi stood just inside the bedroom, both enchanted and filled with misgiving, wondering if anything of interest might be found in the nightstands. Before she could explore further, the black lacquered door at the head of the stairs slammed shut. Chapter 65. Silence like a cancer grows. As Bibi turned toward the door between the bedroom and the parlor, the time seemed to have come for her to drag the Sig Sauer from her shoulder rig. Pax had given her a few days of instruction at a shooting range, and in his company she had fired hundreds of rounds at paper targets in the form of human silhouettes. She had been concerned that in a crisis she would make a wrong decision, shoot when she should hold her fire, accidentally take down someone other than her target. Her defense had always been words, and if she shot off the wrong ones, an explanation and an apology had remedied her mistake. But apologies didn't heal a mortal chest wound. When no one appeared in the portion of the parlor that Bibi could see through the doorway, when the silence became so attenuated that she began to feel she was being tested, perhaps mocked, she overcame her lingering inhibition and drew the pistol. She held it in her right hand, with the muzzle aimed at the ceiling. She glanced at a window, wondering if beyond it lay one of the teak decks to which she could flee if necessary. Her journey through the house had disoriented her. She didn't know in what direction this window faced, and the fog that cloistered the coast prevented her from getting her bearings by the intensity and angle of sunlight. Silence could be an effective strategy. It frayed the nerves and encouraged the imagination to invent one anxious-making scenario after another, until you mistook every smallest and most innocent sound for the start of the expected assault, and were at a fateful moment distracted from the true threat. With every step that Bibi had taken in this house, her apprehension had been whetted, until now it was razor sharp. In movies, the silence-tortured character asked, "Is someone there? Who's there? Hello? What do you want?" The answer to that last question would always be a variation of Terrazine's response when Bibi, on the phone, had inquired of him what he wanted from her. "Only to kill you." Therefore, silence should be met with silence, and with well-considered action. She brought the pistol down into a two-hand grip, arms extended, as Pax had taught her. She cleared the open doorway fast, bedroom to parlor, staying low, sweeping the gun left to right, right to left. No one crouched behind the Chesterfield or the armchair. No one sheltered behind the voluminous draperies. Bibi stood alone, wondering if the door had been slammed by a draft. But the tight construction of the house disfavored drafts no less than it fostered silence. She didn't believe in dramatically timed currents of air any more than she believed in coincidences. Silence now lay deeper than any ordinary hush, as deep as though commanded by a sorcerer's spell. She couldn't hear her own breathing or the knocking of her heart, and therefore it was a weak odor, faded almost beyond detection, that alerted her. Not a perfume. More subtle than the most diluted and refined product of flowers or spices. It might have been the smell of clean hair rinsed free of the slightest trace of a shampoo's fragrance, or skin likewise scrubbed of all sweat and soap. Neither a pleasant nor an unpleasant scent, it was as disturbing as it was faint, suggesting a cold, implacable presence. When Bibi turned, pistol still in a two-hand grip, Solange St. Croix halted only 7 or 8 feet away. The professor seemed to have resolved out of thin air, until Bibi saw beyond her the entrance to a bathroom with pedestal sink and clawfoot tub. In the interest of perfecting the Victorian decor, the door was integrated seamlessly into its surroundings. The lower portion stained and trimmed with molding to match the wainscoting, the upper section wallpapered. The woman was dressed, as always, in a stylish but severe suit that would have served her well had she been a mortician. Graying hair pulled back tighter than ever and captured in a bun, skin paler than before, lips all but bloodless. She seemed to have been born of the fog that licked the lace-curtained windows. Wary of the pistol, but not intimidated, St. Croix came no closer to Bibi, but began slowly to circle her, as if waiting for an opening. Her intentions weren't obvious, because she carried no weapon, though it wouldn't have been a surprise if a knife had appeared magically from tailoring that seemed too severe to conceal one. In a mutual, strategic silence, the professor circled 360 degrees, and Bibi turned in place to follow her. Which of them was the moon and which the planet, it was hard to say. St. Croix chewed on her lower lip as if biting back words, and throughout her revolution, she met her former student's stare without looking away for an instant. Her blue eyes were 2 jewels of hatred. As the professor began a second circling, bumping against the side table, rattling the art and curios upon it, she said, "And now another outrage. What are you doing here, Miss Blair? What did you come to steal? Or is it something other than theft that gets you off? Something degenerate? Something kinky?" Instead of answering, Bibi said, "Why were you having breakfast with Chub Coy?" Squinting, eyes glittering through her lashes, St. Croix said, "So you still follow me, do you? After all these years?" "The opposite is true, and you know it." "The opposite of what is what?" "You're the one who followed me. I was in the restaurant first." "You're the same lying bitch you always were. A sick little lying bitch. But you're not half as clever as you think you are." Although there was nothing cuddly about the woman, she had a feline quality, as intense and merciless as a cat on the hunt. Bibi said, "What do you have to do with Terrazine, with Bobby Faulkner?" Still circling, perhaps calculating whether she could come in under the pistol, St. Croix said, "Is that someone I'm supposed to know in whatever fantasy or scheme you're cooking up?" 17 years ago, he killed his mother in this house and nearly killed his father. The professor didn't dispute that statement. She didn't react to it at all. "Are you ready to admit what you have done, Miss Blair?" "I broke in here to find something that might explain how you're involved with the murderer, Robert Faulkner, with Terrazine." St. Croix stopped circling. The image that she projected so forcefully to the world was one that she also cherished, which was why she made such an effort to suppress the evidence of her natural beauty, a little of which was always evident nonetheless. At this moment, however, her expression of contempt was so fierce that the last traces of loveliness were purged, and she was the very avatar of animosity, of pure detestation.
I mean, she said, what you did then. The rotten damn thing that got you thrown out of the university.
I wasn't thrown out. I quit. On the 2 previous occasions that she and the professor had a confrontation regarding Bibi's unknown offense, St. Croix hadn't been this over-the-top furious. But now she worked herself from rage to fury, too hot for the cool priestess of the written word. You quit. Yes, you quit, because if you hadn't, I would have seen that you were thrown out on your ass. Frustrated, of half a mind to shoot St. Croix in the foot to force her to stop being so enigmatic, Bibi said, Okay, all right. So tell me what I did. You know damn well what you did. Her cold eyes were hot now, the gas flame blue of the fire in a pet cemetery cremator. Pretend I don't know. Tell me. Spit it out and humiliate me. If it's so bad, then make me feel like the shit you think I am. A man said, Enough of this. Chub Coy had opened the black lacquered door and entered the 3rd-floor suite. He wore a black suit, gray shirt, no tie. His pistol was fitted with a sound suppressor. Bibi kept the P-226 on the professor, who was nearer than the chief of hospital security, and whatever the hell else he might be. Judging by her reaction, St. Croix was no less surprised by Coy's arrival than was Bibi. What are you doing here? You have no right. This is my home. First this sneaky little bitch, and now you? I won't tolerate. She failed to finish the sentence before Coy shot her twice in the chest. Chapter 66. He who would rather die than share. For an instant, Bibi thought that Chub Coy had meant to shoot her, but as a consequence of being a poor marksman, had killed the professor instead. However, when he declared, She would have been a better woman and teacher if someone had been there to shoot her every morning of her life, his intention was no longer in doubt. Bibi had seen the terrible aftermath of murder, but never the act committed. Whatever she might have imagined about such a moment, all that she had written or considered writing about a homicide failed to capture the shock of it, the piercing and hollowing wound of being witness to a life ended prematurely, the immediate sense that a world ended, and with it all the experiences of she whose world it had been. The horrible, convulsive reflex of the body as each bullet impacted. The light of being at once extinguished in the eyes. A collapse so different from the fall of anyone with still a spark of life, the hard and undignified drop not of a person, but of a thing. Solange St. Croix, no friend of Bibi's, nevertheless evoked in her a pang of grief. Not all or even most of it for the professor, but for herself too, and for everyone born into this world of death. That she had any compassion at all for St. Croix was remarkable, considering that when the woman fell, a knife slipped from her sleeve. A switchblade, judging by the operative button on the handle. The suppressed sound of the 2 shots didn't crash wall to wall, but was like quick words whispered in some incomprehensible language, absorbed without echo by the layered fabrics and the plush upholstery of the Victorian parlor. Even in that muffled moment, as Dr. St. Croix changed from person to remains, Chub Coy lowered his weapon, thereby making it clear that he would not shoot Bibi, though he didn't holster the gun. What the hell? She said, letting the words out in a rush of pent-up breath. Why? Coy said, Such rage. The foolish woman lost control of herself. That babbling. Tongue so loose it might have fallen out of her mouth. I've got interests to protect. What interests? She was one of you. You had breakfast with her this morning. Those blue-flecked steel-gray eyes, which previously were as sharp as scalpels, carving in search of lies to reveal them like tumors, were now blunt bulkheads, keeping secret all thoughts that lay behind them. You don't understand the situation, Miss Blair. There are many factions in this. Some factions may be allied with others now and then, but we aren't all on the same side.
This is a high-stakes game, and in a high-stakes game, most people are out for themselves."
"What game?" Bibi demanded. "What's all this about? Where is Ashley Bell? What are they going to do to her?" His round and amiable face produced an infuriatingly charming smile.
"You don't need to know."
"I do. I need to know. People want to kill me."
"And they will,"
he assured her.
"To keep the secret. They will kill you 6 ways at once."
"What secret?" He only smiled. When she aimed the pistol at him, he continued to smile and put away his weapon.
"You don't have what it takes to kill a man in cold blood."
"I do. I will." He shook his head.
"Cop intuition. Anyway, I'd rather die than share anything with you."
Bibi lowered the pistol. She said, "Ashley is just a child. 12, 13. Why does she have to die?" He shrugged.
"Why does anyone? Some say we'll never know. That to the gods we're like the flies that boys kill on a summer day."
She hated him for his studied indifference. "What kind of bastard are you?" That smile again.
"Any kind you want me to be, Miss Blair."
When he started to turn away from her, she said, "Are you with him? With Terezin?" His blunt eyes sharpened briefly as he turned to her once more.
"That vicious fascist creep and his crypto-Nazi cult? Miss Blair, you almost make me want to kill you for that suggestion. I despise him."
"Well then,
the enemy of your enemy is still my enemy. Accept the inevitable, girl. You're easy prey. As a boy, Terezin was a dog, and now he has gone back to the wild. He's a wolf now, like and yet unlike all other wolves, always running at the head of the pack. He dreams of turning the world backward, of a younger world, which is the world of the pack. They'll drag you down sooner than later. You think it's a cult, and it is, but it's bigger than you think. There are a lot of these cockroaches, and they have resources."
He walked out of the Victorian suite. She started after him, but then stopped, halted by a suspicion that at some point in the past few minutes he had given her a clue that she had missed, had left for her the frayed end of a thread that, if she were to wind it on a spool, would unravel the mystery in which she found herself, revealing every warp and weft of this intricately woven conspiracy. She stood there in the company of the corpse, in the colorful riot of Victoriana, looking but perhaps not seeing, listening in memory to their conversation, but perhaps not hearing. Chapter 67. A Little Time to Chill. If Chub Coy had left a thread for her, a clue, Bibi couldn't find it in the third-floor parlor, or remember their conversation vividly enough to tweeze out that frayed end. Baffled, exasperated with herself, she pocketed Dr. St. Croix's switchblade. She snatched up a decorative pillow from the sofa, unzipped the fringed cover, stripped it off, and slipped it over her right hand as if it were a glove. As she made her way down through the house, she tried to recall everything that she had touched, and she paused to wipe each item clean of any fingerprints she might have left. If she was charged with the murder of Solange St. Croix, that would bring an end to her search for Ashley Bell, as certainly as if Terezin murdered her. And if it happened that the arresting officer was one of the wrong people, he might claim that she had resisted arrest, whether she had or not, justifying a bullet in the head. She wondered what she would be like if she got through this alive. Paranoia was now in her blood, like a viral infection, and there might not be a cure for it. She could envision herself in the grip of agoraphobia and social phobia, afraid of open spaces and of people, unable to leave her apartment, living behind a locked door and blinds closed tight. "Screw that," she said as she crossed the living room. In the kitchen, on the island, stood a large designer purse that hadn't been there when Bibi had first entered the house. It must be St. Croix's, left when the woman came through the ruined door from the garage. Whatever else might be said about the professor, No one could deny that she had guts, seeking out the intruder on her own, although she had most likely somehow known the identity of her quarry. Bibi took the purse and continued wiping away fingerprints into the garage, where the dead woman's Mercedes still ticked and pinged as the engine cooled. There, she paused to open St. Croix's handbag, in which she found, as expected, a smartphone. She used it to call her father's cell number, which wouldn't compromise her disposable model if the wrong people were monitoring Murphy's phone traffic. He answered on the second ring.
You got Murph.
Hi, Daddy.
Bibi. We've been trying to reach you all morning.
I've been dodging calls.
Dodging even your own parents? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
Don't flow me a load of feel-good.
Relax, old man. It's just that I was dying 2 days ago, and I need a little me time to get a handle on that.
Tell me. All morning, I'm 1 minute grinning like a dog, and the next minute, all verklempt.
Hearing the strong emotion in his voice, Bibi said, "Don't get verklempt on me, Dad."
I just love you so much, honey.
I love you too. But, I want to keep this quick. I'm going down the coast a little. Find a cool place to hang out for a couple days.
A little time to chill.
Exactly. Maybe Carlsbad or La Jolla. I'll let you know when I have a motel. I'm sorry I didn't bring back Mom's BMW this morning.
That's when we started to worry. But don't you worry, kiddo. We'll hustle over there and fetch it ourselves. Hey, last night. How was Calida?
Memorable, Bibi said. We'll talk about it in a couple days, when I see you. She almost asked about the silver bowl and lettered tiles in his office, about the packet of needles and the white cotton rag with the bloodstains. But she didn't know where that question would lead, and she didn't want to know. She wouldn't doubt her parents, couldn't. In times as turbulent as these, but also in the seeming humdrum of daily life, which always proved to be more meaningful and consequential in retrospect, each of us needed to rely on people of constant character and truths that were immutable. She knew her parents' weaknesses, which were minor and easily forgiven, and she believed, based on long experience, that they were as reliable as anything in this world. If she ever discovered that they weren't what they seemed, she would be devastated, and the word heartbroken, made trite by overuse, would have fresh and poignant meaning for her. Tell Mom I love her.
She'll worry anyway. So will I.
I'm walking the board, Dad.
If you say so. Nobody walks it better.
Okay then, just remember that. Bye. She hung up and was wiping the phone clean when it rang. She took the call but didn't say anything. Terezin evidently now maintained a round-the-clock monitored tap on Murphy's cell. He said,
Ah, there you are, lovely Bibi.
Hoping to unsettle the arrogant bastard just a little, she said, Hello, Bobby.
So the girl detective has made some progress. You must have visited my father. Once I'm done with you, perhaps I'll visit yours.
Crossing to the door that earlier she'd kicked open, she said, You're 33, but you've never grown up. Your taunting is childish, tedious.
You want tedious? Read your novel. I just did. It's a toss-up which needs burning the most, the book or its author. Anyway, day after tomorrow I'll be 34. I promise to be all grown up then. Too bad you can't come to the party. Ashley will be there, my guest of honor. It'll be the last chance you'll have to find her alive. It all begins again. The little Jewess's role is historic.
She thought he was trying to keep her talking, to get a GPS fix on the phone, but he terminated the call. Maybe he already knew where to find her. Bibi wiped the phone clean once more and threw it across the garage. Chapter 68. A Man, a Dog, a Moment. Although it might be a sunny March day inland, the fog wouldn't relent along the coast. As noon approached and the lowering element failed to lift, there was every reason to expect that it would remain throughout the afternoon. In the Honda, Bibi tossed the professor's handbag and decorative pillow cover on the passenger seat. She fished her keys from a pocket of her blazer and started the engine. The immediacy with which Terezin had traced and called back the professor's cell number alarmed Bibi. Maybe Homeland Security could do that trick. But how wired into the government security apparatus could this vicious mother killer be? His quickness seemed more supernatural than techno-savvy. She didn't think he could drop a couple of assassins into the neighborhood by drone or circus cannon as fast as he had placed the call. But she remembered what Chub Koi had said. There are a lot of these cockroaches, and they have resources. She wanted out of there yesterday. She drove uphill, under a canopy of tree limbs, and on the left-hand sidewalk near the corner, she spotted a man walking a dog, a tall man in a hoodie, walking a golden retriever. Bibi almost failed to see them in the fog, a ghostly pair, hardly more substantial than an apparition, and then they turned the corner, out of sight. With the thick mist and the chill in the air, a hoodie made sense. Dozens of people would be wearing hoodies to walk their dogs in this weather, and a golden retriever wasn't unusual. This wasn't the guy from the hospital the night before last. Couldn't be. Ridiculous. At the intersection, she didn't brake for the stop sign, wheeled left around the corner and scanned the street. More trees. Parked cars and SUVs and light trucks. There, on the right-hand sidewalk, man and dog moved away through the earthbound clouds, less real now than they'd been when she had first glimpsed them. If this was the night visitor at the hospital, he couldn't be on the same side of the fence as Terezin. This man had wanted her to live, not die. She raced forward, and from the right-hand curb, a pickup pulled into traffic. Bibi stamped on the brake pedal and blew the horn, and the Honda yelped and shuddered, and the other driver blew his horn longer than she had, a back-at-you statement. By the time that the pickup jockey reached the next intersection and turned downhill, she had lost track of the man with the dog. Then she saw them half a block uphill, on the farther side of the street, passing through an opening in a low stone wall into a park. By the time she drove up there and curbed the Honda in a no-parking zone, the duo had melted into the mist among the cascading branches of a grove of California pepper trees. As parks went, this wasn't a sprawling affair, not a destination for tourists, but a modest neighborhood amenity, maybe 10 acres that encompassed a walk through the pepper woods, a children's playground with spiral slide, and a safety-first, fun-free, plastic eyesore version of a jungle gym, as well as a big open grassy area where dogs could chase frisbees and tennis balls. At the north end, the ground rolled gently into a canyon, and along that crest were positioned picnic tables and 2 small gazebos that offered a vista on sunnier days. The man and dog were to be found in none of those places, and in fact, she encountered no one else either. Into the shifting curtains of mist, she called out, "Hello?" and, "You, sir, with a beautiful dog." But no one replied. The canyon was deep, and the fog appeared to condense in its depths, so that she couldn't see the bottom or even a significant distance down the slope. The abyss was rugged, and the way eventually grew steep, a kingdom of snakes and bobcats and coyotes into which no sensible person would venture blindly. In that eeriness of fog-bearded trees and deserted gazebos and abandoned playground equipment, Bibi began to feel that she was being watched. Not only watched, but also manipulated, drawn forward. She was alone, far from the Honda. Although she had the pistol in her shoulder rig, she no longer felt safe. As she headed back toward the street, a chill like the tip of an icy finger traced her spine from the small of her back to the nape of her neck. She broke into a run, certain that someone or something must be on her heels. When she cleared the opening in the low stone wall and saw Pogo's aged Honda, she halted and pivoted, tensed for a confrontation. No one pursued her. She'd always before been able to trust her intuition. Maybe that was another difference about this new reality, this world gone mad. No sooner had this thought troubled her than she was given good reason to trust herself once more. Deep in the park, near the limits of visibility that the fog imposed, the man in the hoodie manifested out of the cold white blear, the leashed dog slightly ahead of him. They faded away and, after several seconds, returned to existence, strolling leisurely among the pepper trees. The dog walker had to have heard her seeking him. She almost called out again, but restrained the impulse. Even if this was the man at the hospital, she suddenly knew, without understanding from where this perception came, knew in mind and heart, in blood and bones, that by coming face to face with this man in the Pepperwoods, she would be destroyed. He might not be her enemy, but in some way, he was nevertheless a threat to her. An existential dread overcame Bibi, so that she couldn't for a moment draw breath. Then she got into the car, shut the door, and drove away from there with no destination in mind. Drove until she felt not safe, but safer. Chapter 69. Cash, Key, and Contact. In rebellion against the claustrophobic fog, which had begun to cloud her thoughts almost as effectively as it shrouded the seaside communities, Bibi drove north to Newport Coast Drive and a couple of miles inland to a shopping center bathed in sunshine. She parked in a quiet corner of the lot, in the feathery shade of non-bearing olive trees, as far as possible from the busy Pavilions market. If Chub Coy and the dead professor had known what car Bibi was driving, they might have shared that information with others, and she might soon need new transportation. Lacking a GPS, the Honda couldn't be easily tracked wherever it went. Her enemies would have to be lucky to spot it in the hustle-bustle of Orange County's millions, but they seemed to have a lot of luck. According to Coy, arrayed against her were not merely Terrazine and his large cult. There were other factions. She didn't know what to make of that information. Only a day ago, had anyone babbled about a secret, occult-powered fascist conspiracy, Bibi would have regarded them as citizens of Cuckoo City. Now she was being asked to fold into that idea the existence of other conspirators with different goals. Chub Coy was adamantly not a fascist. Could it really be true that, per Shakespeare, our world in all its complexity was a stage, and all its people merely players? And, at the same time, per H.P. Lovecraft, that below the main stage were unknown others on which different dramas played out, secretly affecting the lives of everyone upstairs? She didn't want to believe that. Life was tenuous enough without having to worry about what trolls and Molochs might be scheming in the basement. Yet it seemed that, to find Ashley Bell, and to hope to survive the search, she needed to proceed as if this paranoid vision of the world was indisputable. Indeed, as she watched people coming and going from Pavilions and the other stores, she quickly realized that she could adapt to this new reality more easily than her parents ever would. Their surrender to fate, it'll be what it'll be, encouraged no serious pondering of cause and effect. By laying everything at the doorstep of fate, you were reducing the intellect from the status of a world-changing tool to that of a toy with which to invent amusements that would soften the world's sharp edges. Bibi liked the sharp edges. They kept her alert. They made her think harder. They added interest to life. By contrast, there wasn't much of interest in Dr. St. Croix's roomy handbag. Bibi hoped to find it crammed full of evidence of criminal acts and nefarious intentions, all of it pointing to the whereabouts of Ashley Bell. But aside from the usual junk, there were only 3 items of interest. The first was an envelope containing $5,000 in $100 bills. Chances were this was either money that the professor had been paid under the table or a payment she was prepared to make to someone else. In either case, it was more likely to be related to some dirty business than to a legal transaction. Bibi considered the moral implications for 5 seconds, and then took the money. It didn't feel like theft. It felt like wisdom. When she used her credit cards, she risked revealing her location. She had no way of knowing what cash she might need before she completed this task, or died trying. The second item was either a real wasp or a perfectly rendered little sculpture of one frozen in a lozenge of polished lucite, its stinger curved in the strike position. Attached to the lozenge was a keychain holding a single electronic key, not for a car. No company name or logo identified it. She had never seen one like it. The electronic key to St. Croix's Mercedes was by itself on a second ring, and yet another ring held several conventional keys. The third thing of interest was a paper napkin bearing the red logo of a restaurant chain celebrated for its hamburgers, but also for the fact that it served breakfast all day. On the napkin was the name Mrs. Helena Berg, a phone number, and an address in the Old Town district of Tustin. The handwriting was bold, arguably that of a man. In any case, the good professor hadn't written it. She was famous for the notes with which she decorated the manuscripts of students, all in precise printing of exquisite readability, some being brilliant and/or enigmatic writing advice, some withering criticism. Perhaps she ordered only water for her meal with chub koi at Norm's because she'd already eaten breakfast elsewhere. Helena Berg. Calling ahead seems like a bad idea, like asking to be met with guns and handcuffs. Besides, if another housebreaking was required, leaving a name beforehand would be foolish. Chapter 70. Cookies, Tea, and Dark History. Although Bibi had driven through this neighborhood numerous times over the years, she didn't know it well, so she was surprised when, without consulting the numbers painted on the curb or those on the houses, she knew the Berg residence the moment that she saw it. A 2-story rambling Spanish colonial revival house of considerable charm, it was set well back from the street, shaded by tall and majestic live oaks crowned to perfection. An elderly woman was sweeping the stoop. She didn't look up as Bibi drove by and parked half a block away. When Bibi returned on foot, the woman broomed clean the last of the stoop tiles and greeted her visitor with a smile that a loving Nana might bestow upon a cherished grandchild. Although the sweeper appeared to be in her 80s, time had performed one of its rare kindnesses with her face, allowing a suggestion of her early beauty to remain, while plumping and gently folding her features into a pleasing fullness, applying the techniques of soft sculpture instead of its usual hammer and chisel. "Would you be Mrs. Berg?" Bibi asked. "Helena Berg?" "I would be, and I am," the woman said, with a faint trace of an unspecifiable European accent echoing down the years of her voice. The expression on the winsome face, the generous smile, and an intimation of quiet amusement in Mrs. Berg's brandy-colored eyes all conspired to suggest that she knew who Bibi was and why she had come to pay a visit. Yet she seemed to harbor no hostility whatsoever, no hint of malevolent intent or capacity. If that was a misreading of the woman, well, there was always the Sig Sauer P226. When Bibi identified herself, Mrs. Berg nodded pleasantly, as if to agree, yes, that's right. And when Bibi claimed that Dr. St. Croix had sent her, Mrs. Berg said, come in. We'll have a nice sit-down with tea and cookies." Bibi hesitated to follow the old woman across the threshold, but she could think of nowhere else to go. She had no other leads beyond this name and address. Anyway, if Hansel and Gretel hadn't risked being roasted for dinner by the Wicked Witch, they wouldn't have found her trove of pearls and jewels. The ground floor hallway was lined floor to ceiling with books, and unlike the shelves in St. Croix's office, no empty space remained on any of these. Mrs. Berg led her past archways to a living room and a dining room, the open door to a study. Each of those spaces was furnished to its purpose, though they served also as extensions of the through-house library, with more bookshelves than bare walls. One section of kitchen cabinets, that with glass fronts, was filled with books too, and none of them appeared to be cookbooks. As she prepared a plate of homemade cookies and brewed the tea, Mrs. Berg explained that neither she nor her late husband, Max, who had died 7 years earlier, had family, nor were they blessed with children of their own. "We had each other. That was miracle enough. And we had our mutual love of books. Through books, we lived this life and thousands of others. Never a dull minute." Rather than repair to the parlor, they sat across the kitchen table from each other, as if they were longtime neighbors. The sugar cookies were rich with vanilla. The dark brown tea, almost as black as coffee, might have been bitter if it hadn't come with a choice of either honey or peach syrup as sweetener. Delicious, Bibi declared. Both the cookies and the tea. The tea is formidable.
Thank you, dear.
Leaning forward with apparent curiosity, Helena Berg said,
Now, tell me, who is this Dr. Solange St. Croix?
Puzzled, Bibi said, but I thought you knew her. When I said she sent me, you brought me right into your home. Smiling, waving a hand as if to dismiss the misunderstanding, the old woman said,
Goodness gracious, I brought you in for tea because you're Bibi Blair.
A sense of familiarity with the house returned, and Bibi looked around the kitchen, wondering.
I read your novel,
said Helena Berg, with those 4 words resolving the mystery.
You're that rare thing, an author who looks even better in person than in her book jacket photo.
Having published only the 1 novel, Bibi wasn't accustomed to being recognized as a writer. She explained that Dr. St. Croix was the founder of a renowned university writing program.
How perfectly boring,
said Mrs. Berg.
It's you I'm interested in, dear.
There followed a few minutes of considered and articulate praise for Bibi's writing that gratified and embarrassed her at the same time. As if in recognition of the discomfort occasioned by her guest's modesty, Mrs. Berg said,
But we can talk more about that later, if you'll indulge me. One of the secondary characters in your book, the Holocaust survivor. I am intrigued by the insights you achieved with her, given your youth. But first, Dr. Solange St. Croix. I don't want to be mean, dear, but that's such a pretentious name. I wonder, is it the one she was born with? Ah, but that's neither here nor there. Why on earth did this woman I don't know send you to me?
Bibi almost said, I don't know, which would have been awkward. But fortunately, she said instead, research. Maybe she'd heard about your enormous book collection. That sounded peculiar, if not totally lame. A comment Mrs. Berg had made a moment earlier, considered with her slight accent and her age, suddenly gave the old woman a possible historical context that inspired Bibi to say, research about the Holocaust. Mrs. Berg nodded.
Many people know of my background. Perhaps this Dr. St. Croix was aware. I survived both Terezin and Auschwitz.
Chapter 71. An Old Woman with a Junk Shop Memory. When she spoke of the ghetto at Theresienstadt, now Terezin, and of Auschwitz-Birkenau, Helena Berg's appearance changed. Her true years became evident in the plump planes of her face, and amusement neither gathered around her mouth nor dwelt in her eyes as before. The music went out of her voice. She spoke with neither anger nor sorrow, but with a steely resolve, as if she couldn't speak of it at all if she allowed herself stronger emotions. In 1942, when Helena was 11, the Nazis forcibly transported tens of thousands of Europe's most privileged and accomplished Jews to the fortress town of Theresienstadt. Scholars and judges, writers, artists, scientists, engineers, musicians, there to await transferal to one of the death camps. Helena's parents were musicians with the symphony, he a bass clarinetist, she a violinist. Consequently, due to the courage and will to live of its people, Theresienstadt had a rich cultural life in spite of the oppression, the threat of death, and the continuous dying all around. Crowding was terrible, food scarce, sanitary conditions unspeakable, and communicable diseases rampant. Helena's mother died in a typhoid epidemic. Half-starved, her father was transported to Auschwitz, where he was murdered with many thousands of others. But Helena wasn't sent with him. Mere weeks before Auschwitz was liberated by the Allies, she was taken there with other girls and boys, many of whom perished. Of 15,000 children who passed through Theresienstadt, no more than 1,100 survived, perhaps fewer than 200.
Humanity is capable of any atrocity," she said. "But when you understand the extent of this cruelty, the unprecedented viciousness, the immense scale of the horror, it seems beyond the power of mere people to conceive and execute. It seems demonic."
When the old woman fell silent, Bibi took it upon herself to bring the teapot to the table and refresh their cups. As she did so, she was overcome by a feeling of having performed this act before. Not just the pouring of tea, but pouring from this same pot, in this very kitchen. The moment of déjà vu quickly passed. Because she didn't know what to make of it, she could only put it aside for consideration later. By the time Bibi returned to her chair, she thought she knew what Dr. St. Croix would have come here to ask. Perhaps she shared with the professor a need to know what supernatural power it was that the man called Terezin possessed. "I've heard that Hitler was into the occult," Bibi said. "In all your reading, in your experience, have you found that to be true? Is there any book in your collection you could show me that might—" Raising one hand to indicate that there was no need to prowl the extensive shelves, Helena said,
"I've been blessed or cursed. I'm not sure which, with an eidetic memory. Whatever I dump into my mind stays there, and I have perfect recall. That sounds neat and orderly, but it's definitely not. Everything is stuffed in there every which way. Sometimes I need a minute to sort through it."
Bibi waited, watching as the old woman sipped her second cup of tea. At last, Helena said,
"Hitler was a bit of a pagan, but not entirely that. A vegetarian. He would not allow mice to be killed when they invaded his house in numbers. He believed that the fatherland, German land, had a mystical power that could be drawn upon by the Volk, the people of pure German blood. He wasn't a Christian, could not be one, because of Christianity's roots in Judaism. So the layered occult system that grew from Christianity, angels, demons, witches, seances, all of that and more, was of no interest to him. But the idea that there was mystical power in German earth, and that the pure-blooded Volk could draw upon it to become supermen, that is indisputably an occult concept."
Bibi said, "It didn't work out well for him."
"I'm not a big believer in most things occult," Helena said, "but I do believe the world is a more mysterious place than we often recognize, or care to admit. If there is some strange natural power in the earth under us, some magnetic current yet undiscovered, and if there are individuals who can tap it, then they're probably those men we say have charisma. Not silly movie stars and singers, not the cheap charisma of entertainers. I'm speaking now of those with great charisma, the power to infect enormous numbers of others with their ego-driven fantasies. Hitler, Stalin, Mao."
Although Bibi had added sweetener to her second cup, she wasn't enjoying the tea. She slid it aside. Helena said,
"The Hindu saint, Ramakrishna, said that when a man becomes a saint, followers swarm to him as wasps to honey. Because he had to become holy to achieve his charisma, a saint won't misuse that power, that control over others. But if a common man, a Volk, with no saintly quality, with, in fact, an inflated ego, a narcissist, should tap into this magnetic current or whatever, he could draw legions to him and lead the world to ruin."
Bibi was disappointed. "And that's the extent of his occult leanings? The mystical power of Germanland? You never read anything about him being interested in any kind of divination?"
"No."
"He was never intrigued by seances, mediums, seromancy, halomancy, necromancy, that kind of thing?"
"Not to my knowledge. But I am not the world's primary expert on Adolf Hitler."
From her purse, Bibi withdrew the electronic key attached to the lucite fob. Indicating the encased wasp, she said, "Something about this feels occult to me." Helena Berg's eyes widened. She fisted her hands as if to prevent herself from reaching for and touching the exotic object.
"A wasp, in the posture of stinging," the old woman said, "was the official symbol they chose for themselves. Just the unit of the Schutzstaffel garrisoned at Theresienstadt."
Schutzstaffel? The SS?
Hitler's Praetorian Guard, shock troops, his supreme instrument of terror. The primary symbol of the SS was a death's head, but the unit running Theresienstadt likened itself to Der Führer's Vespa, his wasp, this thing behind his policies and directives. The camp commandant had the image on his door.
Returning the key and the wasp to her purse, Bibi said, "I'm sorry if I've distressed you." Helena opened her fisted hands and then closed them around her cooling cup of tea.
"It's just a thing. A bug in plastic. It should not disturb me. It's only a coincidence, anyway. A novelty keychain. It has nothing to do with Theresienstadt."
She took a sip of her bitter tea.
The fools never seemed to realize they were comparing themselves to an insect.
Did the wasp have any occult meaning for them, for the SS unit that ran the ghetto?
No, not that I was aware. Although...
She became thoughtful, staring into her tea as if to discern something in its darkness.
For a few months, there was one gypsy in the ghetto. He'd been sent there by mistake. Jews and gypsies were imprisoned separately, and always exterminated with groups of their own. The camp commandant should have sent the gypsy elsewhere, but he delayed for 2 months, 3, maybe longer. There were rumors that a small group of SS officers were intrigued by the gypsy's readings. Palms, castings of wax, maybe even a crystal ball. But I don't know if there was any truth to the gossip. The wasp symbol had been there before the gypsy, and it was there after.
They remained at the table a while longer, but they said no more about Hitler, or about the occult, or about charisma, as if they both felt that they had drawn too close to some line they must not cross, as if to speak further of these things, just then, would be to invite malice upon them. They spoke of trivial matters. They didn't return to the subject of Bibi's novel. When a decade faded from Helena's face, when the music came into her voice once more, and when she smiled as she had first smiled while standing on the front stoop, Bibi felt that the time had come to go, although she promised that she would return. Chapter 72. Questions Not Asked. That March afternoon, the westering sun cast off silver rather than golden rays, minting piles of coins from scattered alto-cumulus clouds that glimmered against a faded blue sky. At street level, it was a bright but curiously dreary light that made the 55 freeway and then the 73 toll road seem like metalled causeways between nothing and nowhere, and all the racing vehicles like robots engaged in heartless tasks centuries after the abolition of humanity. On the way to the bookstore in the Fashion Island shopping complex in Newport Beach, Bibi couldn't stop wondering why she hadn't asked Helena Berg 2 important questions. The first, have you ever heard of Robert Warren Faulkner? The second, have you ever heard of Ashley Bell? They were the 2 key figures in this drama, after all. The girl was in urgent need of being rescued, and the mother-murdering Bobby was intent on preventing her from being found. Bibi had assumed that Dr. St. Croix had wanted to speak with Mrs. Berg to explore the connection between Nazis and the occult, but that might not have been her intention. Whatever mysterious faction she aligned with, whatever her purpose in this madness, the professor might have been under the impression that the survivor of Theresienstadt and Auschwitz could tell her something related to Faulkner or Bell. or both. Even if Mrs. Berg claimed never to have heard of them, there would have been something to be gained by watching her reactions to the names. Not that there had been any reason to believe that Helena's history might be different from the one that she had laid out in her cozy kitchen. She'd been credible. Even if she wasn't the Holocaust survivor that she claimed to be, she was a lover of books, therefore not likely to have anything in common with the man who said that he hated most books and bookish people. Besides, had she been aligned with Faulkner Terezin, she would have let him know that the woman he wanted to kill was sitting at her kitchen table drinking tea. If Bibi couldn't be sure that she had gotten from Helena Berg all the woman had to give, she was convinced that she had missed something during her encounter with Chub Coy in the third-floor Victorian suite in St. Croix's house, and that it had to do less with what he'd revealed than with how he'd said it. There had been certain familiar statements and phrases, and now her memory began to serve her better than it had earlier, which was why she needed to visit a bookstore. As she exited the toll road at Jamboree Boulevard, crawling west in heavy traffic, Bibi heard the startup music that indicated her laptop had come alive. It was lying on the passenger seat. After searching for the photos of Bobby Faulkner, she had logged off and her computer had shut down. Now she flipped up the screen and found it bright, ready to go. When the westbound lanes clogged, she used the touchpad to try to log off. The laptop remained on. She reached farther to the power switch, clicked it, but it didn't work. Not good. In fact, very bad. 10 minutes from Fashion Island in that stop-and-go traffic, she came to a halt when a traffic light yellowed to red, with 10 or 12 vehicles in front of her. Directly ahead idled a landscaper's open-bed truck full of mowers, blowers, trimmers, rakes, and white tarps plump with grass clippings. She didn't want to do what she knew she was going to do, what she believed she had to do. After she tried the power button twice again, without success, she closed the laptop, opened the car door, got out, and hurried forward to the open-bed truck. She flung the computer over the tailgate, darted back to the Honda, got behind the wheel, and pulled shut the door without looking at any of the people in the cars around her, who might have been interested in knowing what she'd just done and why. Let them wonder. It was California. You never knew what anyone might do next. She had hoped the laptop would tumble in among the gardener's equipment, but it landed smack in the middle of one of the large, marshmallow-looking tarps bulging with clippings, as if it were on display. The traffic signal didn't change fast enough to suit her. She couldn't guess what might happen next, but she knew for sure that when the big boot came down, aimed at your neck, it was better to be on the move than sitting still. Did the latest models of computers emit an identifying signal even when they were switched off? Could someone in authority reach out to that signal and activate your laptop? The newest model TVs included cameras that watched the viewer and microphones that could listen to allow interactive entertainment. It was a negative option component. You got it whether you wanted it or not, and you had to take active steps to cancel those features. Not that it necessarily disconnected when you were told it did. Who knew? If someone in authority could reach out and switch on your laptop, and if the laptop contained a transponder with an identifying number, then it was like a flashing neon sign announcing, "Here she is, come and get her." The signal turned from red to green, and traffic began to move, but Bibi thought it would probably never again, for as long as she lived, move as fast as she wanted. The throng of vehicles, spaced like beads on a necklace, progressed as far as the next intersection, at the crown of a hill, before halting again. She was now 6 or 8 places from the commanding light, and the landscaper's truck remained in front of her. She heard the bass throbbing only a moment before the helicopter soared over the brow of the hill, immense in visual impact if not in fact, flying about 60 or 70 feet above the roadway, far below legal minimum altitude for the circumstances. It wasn't a standard 2- or 4-seat police chopper, and it wasn't a humongous military job, but rather a sleek, blue and white corporate craft. What Pax would call a medium twin, powered by 2 engines, with an 8 or 9 passenger capacity. High-set main and tail rotors, advanced glass cockpit, maybe 8 or 9,000 pounds of machine and fuel coming at her like a missile, framed in her windshield, seeming lower than it actually was. The engine noise and the air slam of the rotary wing escalated instantly to a violent roar as the chopper passed overhead, then diminished as it swept downhill, above the lanes of waiting vehicles. Red winked to green, and the steel, fiberglass, rubber sludge began to move once more, across the brow of the hill. Bibi said yes, and slapped the steering wheel when the landscaper's truck turned right, off the boulevard and away from her. Crossing the intersection, she checked the rear view and side mirrors, didn't see the helicopter, but then heard it approaching from behind. The volume didn't grow as loud as it had before, because the craft turned north and gained a little altitude to clear some old trees. She glanced right and saw it disappear as if in pursuit of the landscaper. As slow and inept as she had felt now and then during the past 18 hours, she now felt quick and clever. Nevertheless, she warned herself, nothing in this game was ever easy. And she was right about that. Chapter 73. Just Before the Swarm. The vast acreage of the parking lot was sometimes insufficient for the crowds drawn to Fashion Island, but this time Bibi had many choices. Near Neiman Marcus, she tucked Pogo's pride between a red Ferrari and a silver Maserati, accomplishing two things at once. By contrast, calling attention to the Honda and thereby making it appear that its driver had no reason to want it to pass unnoticed, and at the same time giving the owners of the flanking vehicles a reality check, in the event they needed one. She pulled her hair back in a ponytail and secured it with a rubber band that she carried in her purse for that purpose. After she put on the sunglasses, she wished that she had a more complex disguise, like a burqa. No one would profile and bother a woman in a burqa, even if she was radioactive and ticking. The photograph of Ashley Bell lay on the passenger seat. Rather than just turn it face down, she rolled it loosely to make it fit in the glove compartment. When she got out of the car, she couldn't see the helicopter, but she could hear it in the distance. She needed only a 3-second listen to be certain that it was approaching. Glancing at her watch, she saw they had required barely 5 minutes to determine that their quarry was not aboard the landscaper's truck,